Chapter 2051. Illusion Night City. Around 5 to 6 days later, the giant ark finally flew out of the plains, and a vast mountain range appeared up ahead, comprised of a series of dark green mountains that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The giant ark flew into the mountain range, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. Around a month later, a giant city that had been constructed from a yellow stone material appeared in the distance within a basin. The city spanned an area of close to 1,000 kilometers, and half of it had been constructed next to a mountain, while the other half was surrounded by city walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. The entire city was enshrouded under a yellow light barrier, clearly indicating the presence of a profound super restriction. Han Li stood at the front of the flying ark and appraised the city in the distance with a contemplative expression. "This is Illusion Night City, Brother Han. It can't compare with the super cities of our holy realm, but it's quite a large city considering the secluded geographic location. There are over 10 devilish lords in the city, and our Bai family is one of the city's 4 major families. Regardless of whether you want to purchase something or if you encounter some trouble, you should be able to get a favorable outcome by revealing your ties with our Bai family," Bai Yunxin said with a smile. "Thank you, Fairy Bai. I really was planning to purchase some things in the city," Han Li also replied with a smile. "You're all by yourself anyway, so why don't you stay in our Bai family's guest pavilion, Brother Han? With your cultivation base, I'm sure the seniors of our family wouldn't object," Bai Yunxin proposed. "Have you still not given up on recruiting me to your Bai family?" Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. "You've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and judging from how easily you were able to slay those devilish bats, you must be extremely close to progressing to the body integration stage. A vagrant cultivator of your powers would be eagerly sought after by any major power, and our Bai family is certainly no exception," Bai Yunxin replied with a completely unabashed smile. "Unfortunately, I'll have to turn you down again. I have no intention of submitting to any power. I'm currently facing a major bottleneck and I need to travel for some time for a chance to become a devilish lord. As such, I won't be joining any power for the next few centuries. However, I can promise you that if I do consider joining a certain power in the future, I'll definitely prioritize your Bai family in my consideration," Han Li replied. "I'll hold you to your word then, Brother Han. The doors of our Bai family will always be open to you. As for your meeting with Senior Futian, I'll get that arranged once we get back. Seeing as you saved our lives in the plains, there should be no issues arranging the meeting," Bai Yunxin sighed in a slightly forlorn manner. All of a sudden, Han Li changed the subject in a seemingly nonchalant manner. "I heard that it would be best to have an 8-footed devilish lizard steed if one were to travel through the Illusion Howl Desert. Does your Bai family own any of these devilish beasts? 8-footed devilish lizards? Are you planning to enter the desert, Brother Han?" Bai Yunxin was rather taken aback to hear this. "Indeed, and walking through the desert would take far too long," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "We do, but it's most likely not going to be possible for you to obtain one. None of the 4 major families in the city would be willing to sell any 8-footed devilish lizards to outsiders," Bai Yunxin said with furrowed brows. "Oh, why is that? If the price is the issue, then I can assure you that I should be able to afford one," Han Li asked. "You won't be able to purchase any of the devilish lizards no matter how many devil stones you offer. The rarity of these devilish beasts is one reason behind this, but most importantly, these devilish lizards form the basis of our major families, so they're extremely important to us," Bai Yunxin replied after a brief hesitation. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li was truly perplexed now. "The reason behind this concerns a secret that I won't be able to disclose to you without permission from the seniors of our family. If you'd like, you can ask Senior Futian about this when you meet him. If he decides to disclose this information to you, then there won't be any issues, and only the most important seniors of our family have the right to make decisions on these 8-footed devilish lizards," Bai Yunxin replied in a slightly guarded manner. "I see. It looks like I'll have to speak to Senior Futian if I want to obtain an 8-footed devilish lizard then," Han Li said in a contemplative manner. Bai Yunxin nodded in response and didn't say anything further. At this point, the giant ark had finally reached Illusion Night City, and it descended right in front of a city wall that was several hundred feet tall. There were some devilish beings entering and exiting the city, and all of them immediately gave the yellow ark a wide berth with awe and veneration in their eyes. It seemed that all of them recognized this giant ark. Han Li and the devilish beings of the Bai family emerged from the ark, and Bai Yunxin made a hand seal, upon which the giant ark shrank down into a tiny streak of yellow light that vanished into her body in a flash. After that, all of them made their way toward the city gate in an excited manner. Having been away from home for so long, they were naturally very glad to be back. As for Han Li, he wore a faint smile and wasn't eye-catching in the slightest as he made his way through the crowd. There were around a dozen armored guards standing in front of the city gate, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Bai Yunxin's group, then stepped aside to grant them priority passage into the city. The passers-by paid no heed to this at all, clearly already accustomed to this discriminatory treatment. Bai Yunxin gave the guards a slight nod before leading the way into the city, upon which Han Li was immediately greeted by the sight of countless earthy yellow houses that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. There were several remarkably wide streets between these houses, far less so than in the average city. Furthermore, there was the occasional giant structure interspersed among these buildings, such as pagodas and multi-story pavilions. Han Li only briefly inspected his surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. Not only was there a flight restriction in the city, there was also an extremely potent spiritual sense restriction. Even with his enormous spiritual sense, he couldn't sense anything with good clarity more than several kilometers away. Of course, it wasn't that Han Li couldn't extend his spiritual sense further than that. However, if he were to do that, he would definitely trigger the restriction, thereby exposing his own cultivation base. Moments later, the group from the Bai family suddenly stopped after making their way onto a certain street. Han Li raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any questions. Shortly thereafter, several carriages that were drawn by a dozen or so creatures that resembled both horses and deers arrived at the other end of the street, then quickly drew to a halt in front of Han Li and the others. All of the carriages had a Bai character emblazoned on the side, and each carriage was being driven by a man in a leather robe. The man on the first carriage jumped down before extending a respectful bow toward Bai Yunxin. "I pay my respects to the esteemed young mistress. I was sent here by master to take you home." Bai Yunxin nodded in response before turning to Han Li with a smile. "Brother Han, are you really not planning to visit our Bai family? If you return to the family with us, perhaps you'll be able to meet Senior Futian today." "Thank you for the offer, but I plan to travel around in the city for now, so I'll pay your Bai family a visit another day," Han Li said with a smile, and he cupped his fist in a salute. "In that case, I won't keep you any longer. This jade pendant is something that I can be identified by. With this jade pendant, you'll be able to directly come and find me in our Bai family without being questioned," Bai Yunxin said with a slightly wistful look as she flipped her hand over to produce an azure jade badge, which she tossed toward Han Li. Han Li caught the jade pendant before taking a look at it, upon which he discovered that there were some crimson threads interwoven into its surface, indicating that it hadn't been refined using ordinary jade. There was an image of an ascending woman engraved onto the badge, and the woman bore a strong resemblance to Bai Yunxin. Han Li nodded as he stowed the jade pendant away, and the group from the Bai family departed on the beast-drawn carriages. As for Han Li, he immediately departed toward another street and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Even though there weren't any sacred ancestors in Illusion Night City, it was naturally still quite renowned due to the presence of over 10 devilish lords, and the number of high-grade devilish beings in the city also far exceeded that of normal cities of this scale. In contrast with Blood Crow City, this city had far more buildings of all different types. Not only were there ordinary shops such as material and ingredient shops, there were also many dojos that taught specific devilish arts, which presented quite an intriguing sight to Han Li. These were similar to the dojos that taught different cultivation arts in the spirit realm, and Han Li couldn't help but wonder if these had always existed or if the devilish beings had stolen the idea from the spirit realm. While passing by a tall pagoda, a hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of the plaque hanging above the door. Chapter 2052, Myriad Slave Tower. The words Myriad Slave Tower were emblazoned in large devilish text on the plaque, and it was the first time that Han Li had seen a place like this. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he made his toward it with an intrigued expression. Upon entering the pagoda, he found himself in a grandiose hall. On either side of the hall were around a dozen devilish young women in silver palatial dresses, welcoming guests with elegant smiles. At the center of the hall was a row of intricate jade tables and chairs, and there was a black-robed middle-aged man who was serving 3 guests with a few of the devilish young women. Before Han Li even had a chance to inspect his surroundings, the middle-aged man caught sight of him and immediately rushed over to him after extending an apology to the other 3 guests. "Greetings, Senior. Is there anything I can do for you?" the middle-aged man asked in a respectful manner. He was a deity transformation stage devilish being, so he naturally didn't dare to give a powerful spatial tempering stage being like Han Li the cold shoulder. "What kind of establishment is this myriad slave tower? I've never seen such a place anywhere else," Han Li asked. "This must be your first time visiting Illusion Night City." "Indeed, our myriad slave tower is very rare as it specializes in selling slaves and devilish beasts," the middle-aged replied. "Slaves and devilish beasts?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Indeed. Those guests over there have come here to purchase some slaves. You can take a look as well if you're interested, Senior. As for devilish beasts, we only have some ordinary breeds, so you most likely wouldn't be interested in them," the middle-aged man introduced with a smile. "In that case, I'll go take a look," Han Li replied with a nod. "Great. Please come with me, Senior." The middle-aged man immediately gestured for one of the young women to bring the 3 other devilish beings over, then led them all to a simple teleportation formation at the corner of the pagoda. The 3 guests were comprised of 2 handsome men and an elegant woman. They were only at the nascent soul stage, but they were only appraising Han Li with curiosity rather than awe and veneration. Han Li took a brief glance at them to find that a nondescript Ning character had been emblazoned on each of their sleeves. Could they be from the Ning family? After everyone stepped onto the teleportation formation, the middle-aged man cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation, and they were all instantly teleported away. In the next instant, they reappeared within a similar teleportation formation on a different level of the pagoda. Han Li opened his eyes and immediately inspected his surroundings, upon which he discovered that there was a long and narrow bluestone passageway up ahead, situated between 2 stone walls with countless runes carved onto their surfaces, clearly indicating the presence of a restriction. On the other side of the passageway were several large golden gates, in front of each of which stood 2 burly armored guards. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the guards, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. These guards were all humanoid puppets. The middle-aged immediately led Han Li and the others out of the teleportation formation, then strode through the passageway and arrived at the nearest golden gate. The 2 puppets in front of the gate seemed to have sensed their arrival, and they turned toward the group as they brandished their halberds, looking as if they would attack anyone who dared to approach them. The middle-aged remained completely unflustered and flipped a hand over to produce a metal badge, then waved it forward while chanting a short and simple incantation. The cold light within the puppets' eyes instantly faded, and they also set down their halberds again. The 3 devilish beings from the Ning family paid no heed to this, but Han Li carefully inspected the pair of puppets with blue light flashing through his eyes, then suddenly asked in an intrigued voice, "These puppets seem to even more powerful than the average nascent soul stage being, but the refinement method used on them seems to be quite special. Did your pagoda refine these puppets yourselves or purchase them from elsewhere?" According to the information that he had gathered about the Elder Devil realm, these 2 puppets clearly hadn't been refined using any of the several types of common refinement techniques in the Elder Devil realm. The refinement method and materials used were both very crude, but the puppets' powers belied the rough craftsmanship, and that was quite interesting to Han Li. Indeed, the refinement method used for these devil crystal puppets was rather special. They can't be possessed and controlled by spiritual sense, but they can complete some simple tasks while being controlled by treasures prepared in advance. They were crafted using our pagoda's secret refinement technique that isn't sold anywhere else. But if you're interested, a deal isn't entirely non-negotiable, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Devil crystal puppets, eh? I am indeed interested in them, but we'll discuss this later," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. The middle-aged man was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, "All right, then I'll be opening the gate now." Immediately thereafter he strode over to the golden gate before pressing the metal badge against it. The golden gate opened on its own, and faint white light came spilling out from within. The middle-aged then stepped away to the side and made an inviting hand gesture. Even though the other 3 devilish beings were from the Ning family, they didn't dare to disrespect a spatial tempering stage being like Han Li, so they could wait for him to enter first. Han Li gave a slight nod before making his way through the gate. Beyond the gate were several formations of different sizes, which formed a series of cylindrical white light barriers, within which were trapped several tens of devilish men and women in different attire. All of them had faint devilish patterns on their faces, clearly indicating restrictions had been placed on their bodies. The ones with the highest cultivation bases among them were only at the core formation stage, while the weakest ones were only at the qi condensation stage. The middle-aged man was about to start talking again, but Han Li interjected, "You can go now, I'll take a look here for myself." The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to speak any further upon hearing this. "In that case I'll go and serve the other guests. Please pardon me, senior." Thus, the middle-aged men made their way over to the people from the Ning family. "Fellow Taoists, if you'd like to buy some servants, then these ones should be ideal. They're Earth-Een beings from deep within the Illusion Howl Desert, and not only are they all adept in Earth-attribute devilish arts, once they reach maturity, all of them become handsome men and beautiful women. Most importantly, these ones possess decent aptitude and could be nurtured to the nascent soul stage with minimal effort. In fact, it's possible that they could even progress to the deity transformation stage." Han Li reflexively turned toward the Earth-Een beings upon hearing the term Illusion Howl Desert, and there he discovered 8 disheveled young men and women who appeared to be around 13 to 14 years of age. They were all at the foundation establishment stage, yet seemed to be quite feeble. Earth-Een beings? That's quite rare to see in this pagoda, but do they really possess aptitude that's as good as you proclaim? A young man from the Ning family with red scales on his face asked in a skeptical manner. If you don't believe me, you're free to examine their bone age. Isn't it already sufficient testament to their aptitude that they were able to reach the foundation establishment stage at such a young age? The middle-aged replied in a confident manner. How do we know if your pagoda hasn't fed them some pills to tap into their latent potential? The woman from the Ning family asked with a smile. A wry smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he replied, "Those types of pills are all quite expensive. We wouldn't use them on some slaves. Besides, there are always telltale signs that can be detected to indicate consumption of such pills. Our pagoda wouldn't dare to risk offending your Ning family over something like this. If you're interested in them, you can take them right away after issuing the required devil stones." The 3 people from the Ning family seemed to have been convinced, and they began to negotiate a price as opposed to continuing to linger on the topic of the Earth-Een being's aptitude. Around 15 minutes later they finally arrived at an agreement, and the woman from the Ning family issued a large sum of devil stones, then departed with the group of Earth-Een beings. Following their departure, the middle-aged man made his way back to Han Li in a respectful manner. "Have any of these slaves caught your eye, senior? If not, I can take you elsewhere. Perhaps there will be some other slaves that are more to your liking." "There's no need for that, I'm used to traveling alone anyway. Take me to see the devil crystal puppets that your pagoda is selling," Han Li replied. Chapter 2053, Female Slave. "In that case I'll take you to the other level to examine the puppets," the middle-aged man immediately replied in an obedient manner. After that he made his way out of the room, then waved his metal badge to close the gate before walking over to the teleportation formation through which they had come from. Han Li followed along in an expressionless manner, yet just as they were about to step onto the formation, a burst of buzzing rang out, following which several humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of white light. The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he peered into the formation, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. The people that had just appeared in the formation were comprised of 4 black-armored devilish guards, a brocade-robed elderly man and a blue-robed young woman. The elderly man was at the deity transformation stage, while the young woman was at the core formation stage and was quite a beauty. However, she had a layer of black devilish patterns all over her body to restrict her cultivation base, clearly indicating that she was a newly arrived slave. Han Li reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young woman, upon which his pupils abruptly contracted with incredulity. The elderly man's expression also darkened at the sight of the middle-aged, following which he greeted with a fake smile. "Greetings, shopkeeper Fong. Have you brought this guest here to pick out some slaves? If none of them were to his liking, I have some new slaves that may be of interest to him." "There's no need for that. Senior Han is more interested in the devil crystal puppets," so you can keep your slaves to yourself, shopkeeper Huang, the middle-aged replied in a cold voice, and they were clearly not on good terms. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he turned to Han Li with a respectful salute. Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Han. If you're interested in the puppets, I have some exceptional ones that I can show you. What are you trying to do, shopkeeper Huang? I'm serving Senior Han, and I have more than enough devil crystal puppets in my collection for Senior Han to choose from, so you should focus on what you're doing. Take this new slave of yours and... This slave has no trace of devilish chi in her body. She's not from our holy realm. The middle-aged man exclaimed as he turned his attention to the young woman. Have you only just figured that out? This woman is no ordinary slave and I expended a lot of effort to acquire her. Setting that aside for now, I've seen the devil crystal puppets in your possession. They may be enough to fool some nascent soul stage beings, but they would surely be an insult to Senior Han's eyes. Shopkeeper Huang chuckled. How dare you? The middle-aged man immediately flared up with rage, only for Han Li to suddenly raise a hand and interject. We'll talk about the devil crystal puppets later. How much are you selling her for? I'm taking her. Han Li pointed at the yellow-robed young woman as he spoke. My apologies, Senior, but she's already been taken by someone else, so I won't be able to sell her to you, the elderly man hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. Oh. Can slaves be reserved in the Myriad Slave Tower? Han Li asked as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Absolutely not. Our pagoda has always operated on a first-come first-serve basis. Shopkeeper Huang, why can't you sell this slave to Senior Han? Are you worried that he won't be able to afford her? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. This is a slave that was requested by Senior Zhao Wenhao. If I hand her over to someone else, who's going to answer to Senior Zhao? The elderly man snapped. What? This slave was requested by Senior Zhao? The middle-aged man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before turning to the young woman with a hesitant expression. Who is this Zhao Wenhao? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered slightly before replying with a forced smile. Senior Zhao is the master of the Zhao family. It would not be wise to offend him over a mere core formation stage slave. The master of the Zhao family? He must be a spatial tempering cultivator as well then. In any case, I'm taking her. If he has any objections, then he can come and find me himself, Han Li replied with a cold smile. Both the middle-aged man and elderly man's expressions changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man still wanted to say something further, but Han Li abruptly strode forward and appeared between the four armored guards in a flash, then reached out to grab onto the young woman's arm before reappearing in his original spot in a flash. Everything had taken place in the span of just a single breath. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flaring up with rage. What is the meaning of this, Senior? Are you planning to take a slave from our pagoda by force? You may be a spatial tempering stage being, but our pagoda is not to be messed with either. The four devilish guards hurriedly raised their weapons in a wary manner, and the middle-aged man reflexively took a couple of steps backward before opening his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end. As for the yellow-robed young woman, she was looking up at Han Li with a perplexed expression. Han Li completely ignored the elderly man's threat and instantly injected a wisp of magic power into the young woman's body through her arm, upon which his expression changed drastically. There's no mistaking it, it really is that cultivation art. If you can't make a decision on this, then shut up. I'll find someone else who can make the decision for myself. Han Li harumphed coldly as an extremely fearsome aura erupted from his body, picking up the two deity transformation stage devilish beings and hurling them back over 100 feet. Only after their backs had crashed into the walls of the pagoda did they manage to steady themselves, but their faces had turned completely pale, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the four devilish guards, they were instantly slammed onto the ground and completely immobilized by the devastating aura. Han Li had made an effort to protect the yellow-robed young woman, so she remained unaffected, but she was also completely dumbstruck. The aura emanating from Han Li's body continued to swell drastically, and it encompassed the entire pagoda. All of the restrictions in the pagoda began to tremor in the face of his terrifying aura, and loud sirens had begun to blare. Such a loud commotion naturally alerted the more powerful devilish beings in the pagoda. There were two devilish elderly men meditating in a secret chamber on the highest level of the pagoda, and as soon as they sensed this aura, they immediately sprang up before flying out of the secret chamber as quickly as they could. Moments later, a pair of spatial tempering stage elderly men had appeared before Han Li, and they were respectfully referring to Han Li as a devilish lord right before the incredulous eyes of the two shopkeepers. At this point Han Li had already withdrawn his immense aura, and he appraised the two spatial tempering stage elderly men coldly as he said, "I want to buy her. Do you have any objections?" "Of course not. It's an immense honor for her to catch the interest of an esteemed devilish lord like you, senior. If you want her, you can have her free of charge," one of the elderly men said, and his companion nodded eagerly in agreement. These two were naturally aware that all devilish lords were old monsters who had lived for countless years, and most of them had very peculiar personalities, so they certainly didn't dare to display any disrespect. It wouldn't be right of me to take her for free. Here are some devil stones. Aside from that, there's something else I want to discuss with you too. Han Li chuckled as he raised a sleeve to release a storage bracelet that was filled with devil stones. One of the elderly men caught the storage bracelet and he didn't dare to return it, so he could only stow it away. "What can we do for you, senior? As long as it's within our capabilities, we definitely won't refuse. I have something else I need to attend to for now, so we'll discuss this later. I hope your pagoda will satisfy me again when I return next time," Han Li said. As soon as his voice trailed off, black light erupted from his body, sweeping up the yellow-robed young woman before flying toward one of the walls of the pagoda as a streak of light. A resounding boom rang out, and the streak of light easily pierced through the restrictions on the wall before vanishing in a flash. The two spatial tempering stage elderly men could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Chapter 2054. Encountering the maiden cultivation art again. Even though the myriad slave tower had no lack of devilish lord-level elders, there wasn't such a powerful being in the Illusion Night City branch. As such, the two spatial tempering stage elderly men naturally didn't dare to offend Han Li when they knew nothing about him. In a sense, a devilish lord of unknown origins was even more worthy of fear in their eyes than the patriarchs of the four major families. As soon as Han Li left, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly made his way toward the pair of spatial tempering stage devilish beings. "Elders, the slave that was just taken was reserved by the master of the Zhou family. If we let that senior take her away just like that, then I won't be able to answer to the Zhou family." "She was reserved by Zhou Wenhao? That is indeed quite troublesome. Did you already take a deposit from him?" one of the elderly men asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "No, but he came to our pagoda several months ago and specifically requested a young human female cultivator at the core formation stage or above, and he expressed a willingness to issue a large batch of devil stones for such a slave. There are precedents of similar arrangements made in the past, so I agreed," the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly explained. "That may be the case, but no deposit was issued, so we're not obliged to sell her to the Zhou family. If he insists on acquiring a slave of her specifications, then we'll just have to take some time and source another one for him," the other spatial tempering stage elderly man said as he stroked his beard calmly. "Indeed. We'll leave it to you to sort things out with the Zhou family. Don't offend the Zhou family, but definitely don't incur the wrath of that senior Han either. The two of us have to go back to meditate now. We'll leave everything to you too," the first spatial tempering stage elderly man said before the two of them stepped into the nearby teleportation formation together. "Yes, elders." The brocade-robed elderly man's expression was quite strained, but the middle-aged man was taking great pleasure in his misfortune as both of them bowed in unison. "By the way, if that senior Han returns to our pagoda, then notify us right away so we can attend to him in person," one of the elders instructed right as the teleportation formation was about to be activated. "Yes." The two shopkeepers extended respectful bows once again, following which the pair of spatial tempering stage elders vanished from the formation amid a flash of white light. Looks like you'll have your hands full, Brother Huang. Having said that, you have some strong ties with the Zhou family, so I'm sure you'll be able to handle this," the middle-aged man chuckled before also teleporting away. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression darkened even further, and he stood on the spot for a long while before grumbling to himself, "Looks like I'll have no choice but to pay the Zhou family a visit to explain the situation and find another slave that fits his requirements, But that's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Han Li had already gotten onto a small beast-drawn carriage with the yellow-robed young woman, and the carriage was racing along the street. Han Li sat at the center of the carriage, meditating with his eyes closed, while the yellow-robed young woman was cowering in a corner, surreptitiously appraising Han Li with a fearful expression. Following what had happened in the Myriad Slave Tower, she was naturally already aware that Han Li was a devilish lord. However, Han Li's youthful and ordinary appearance struck her with a sense of bewilderment. In any case, a body integration stage being was something that she had never thought that she would encounter. With him as her master, the final trace of hope she had harbored for making an escape was completely dashed. As such, she was plunged into a state of horror and despair, and she shuddered to imagine what unspeakable horrors awaited her. Han Li didn't use any secret technique to glean the young woman's thoughts, but he could roughly guess what she was thinking. He appeared to be quite calm and collected, but his emotions were also in a tumultuous state, and images of a white-robed beauty surfaced in his mind over and over again. Some of the images were quite blurry and indistinct, while others were crystal clear as if they had been captured just a day ago. Even with Han Li's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but have his emotions swayed by these images. However, he didn't forcibly eradicate these images through the use of any secret techniques, and merely basked in the bittersweet sensation of missing a loved one. After a long while, the carriage finally stopped, and the driver's respectful voice rang out from outside. "Senior, we've arrived at your requested destination." Han Li took a deep breath to repress his tumultuous emotions as he opened his eyes, then made his way out of the carriage in an unhurried manner. Even though Han Li hadn't called out to her, the yellow-robed young woman still gritted her teeth and decided to follow along after a brief moment of hesitation. She was quite smart, and she knew that she was completely at Han Li's mercy, so it was in her best interest to act in an obedient manner. Otherwise, with Han Li's unfathomable cultivation base, there were countless ways for him to make her regret she had ever been born. Han Li tossed a devil stone to the coach driver, then cast his gaze forward as a pleased look appeared on his face. He was currently situated in front of a mountain face that was over 10,000 feet tall, and there were a series of pavilions and cave abodes constructed along the mountain face. At the very front of these buildings was a massive entrance that was several hundred feet tall with a plaque that read Holy Spirit Courtyard, in large silver characters. Inside the pavilion was a black wooden table, upon which an elderly devilish man was taking a nap. There were several child servants standing in silence nearby, not daring to wake up the elderly devilish man. Han Li cast a cold gaze toward the elderly man, and his lips tremored slightly. In the next instant, the elderly sprang up from the table and hurriedly yelled, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, senior." He then immediately caught sight of Han Li and the yellow-robed young woman before rushing over to them with a wide smile. Not long after that, Han Li and the young woman appeared in a pavilion that had been constructed along the mountain face. Half of the pavilion was situated inside the stone face while the other half was protruding out of the mountain, and it had been constructed with a restriction that could completely isolate the pavilion from the outside world, making it very popular among high-grade beings who liked to travel alone. This Holy Spirit Courtyard was specifically designated for high-grade devilish beings to reside in, but the rental fees here were significantly more expensive than other similar places, so there weren't many high-grade devilish beings living here. Not long ago, Han Li had used his spiritual sense to roughly assess all of the levels and the structure of the pavilion, and he had been quite pleased with what he had seen. Thus, he issued some devil stones to the elderly devilish man and rented this pavilion for an entire year. At this point, Han Li had activated all of the pavilion's restrictions and taken the young woman to the highest level, then sat down calmly onto a futon before indicating for the young woman to take a seat across from him. The young woman was naturally still feeling extremely uneasy, but she didn't dare to disobey his instructions. After that, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release several tens of formation flags, all of which vanished into the nearby space in a flash. In the next instant, an azure light barrier appeared to encompass the entire pavilion, and only then did Han Li turn toward the young woman with a smile before thrusting a palm toward her. An immense burst of magic power erupted out of his palm and instantly destroyed the restrictions within the young woman's body. As a result, the devilish symbols on her skin instantly vanished, and her magic power was free to circulate through her meridians again. She was naturally ecstatic to sense this, Yet before she could say anything, Hanli asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhu Guer," the young woman replied after only a brief hesitation. "I can see that you don't have any devilish qi within your body. You're a pure human, right? Did you enter this realm of your own volition, or were you captured and taken here from the spirit realm?" Hanli asked. "I guess you can say I entered this realm on my own," the young woman replied. Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "How did you manage to do that? With your cultivation base, you don't possess the ability to traverse through space. Did you enter this realm with someone else?" "No, I entered this realm on my own." "I see, that's rather interesting. Who taught you the greater incarnation arts that you're using?" Hanli asked. The yellow-robed young woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "I see you've heard of this cultivation art, senior. It was taught to me by my mother." "Who is your mother, and how did she obtain this greater incarnation arts?" Hanli asked as his expression changed slightly. The yellow-robed young woman was clearly quite reluctant to answer this question. Chapter 2055. Small Spirit Sky. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, "You're currently in the reincarnation phase, so your true cultivation base isn't at the core formation stage, is it? I should have known that you'd be able to identify this considering you're aware of the existence of the greater incarnation arts." Zhu Guer conceded as her expression darkened slightly. "What's your original cultivation base? Nascent soul stage or deity transformation stage?" Hanli asked. Zhu Guer bit down on her lower lip for a moment before replying, "I am at the nascent soul stage. If I hadn't been stuck in the reincarnation phase, then I wouldn't have been captured." "I can see that you're truly quite young, yet you've already cultivated the greater incarnation arts to quite an impressive degree. Aside from your brilliant aptitude, I assume you must be receiving guidance from someone who's extremely adept at using the same cultivation art. Your mother must be at quite an advanced stage in this cultivation art as well, right?" Hanli asked. Zhu Guer's expression changed a few times before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to ask about me, then I can tell you anything you want to know, but if you want to ask about my mother, then I have nothing to say." "You're a very good daughter, but do you think I won't be able to find out just because you refuse to tell me?" Hanli asked with a faint smile. A thought immediately occurred to the young woman upon hearing this, and her face turned deathly pale as she drastically sped up the circulation of her own true essence, as if she really were planning to self-detonate at any moment. "If you're going to use a soul search technique on me, then I'd sooner detonate my own nascent soul than let you have your way." However, Hanli merely chuckled, "You'll have to ask for my permission if you want to self-detonate in my presence." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve toward the young woman in a nonchalant manner, releasing a burst of gray light that encompassed her entire body. As a result, Zhu Guer was instantly immobilized and rendered completely unable to muster up any magic power. The true essence that she had gathered in her dantian had also completely faded, so self-detonation was completely out of her grasp. "What did you do to me?" Zhu Guer yelled in rage and horror. "Nothing. All I want is for you to answer my questions truthfully. Now then, look into my eyes," Hanli said in a calm voice. "What? Your eyes?" Zhu Guer was quite young, but she still knew that she definitely shouldn't follow Hanli's instructions. However, she found herself completely unable to resist his wishes as she raised her head to meet his gaze. All of a sudden, blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and Zhu Guer's consciousness immediately began to fade as her eyelids suddenly became extraordinarily heavy. However, before she could do anything, she had already fallen unconscious. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he cast an incantation seal toward Zhu Guer while the blue light in his eyes became even brighter. If one could peer into Zhu Guer's body right now, they discover that her nascent soul had been completely bound by layers of gray light threads, and it was also in an unconscious state. In the instant that the azure incantation seal vanished into Zhu Guer's body, her eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes again, but they were completely glazed over and as lifeless as those of a puppet. "Where did you learn your greater incarnation arts from?" Hanli asked in a compelling voice as blue light flickered within his eyes. "From my mother," Zhu Guer replied in a clear voice despite her wooden expression. "Who normally instructs you in your cultivation? Is your mother using the same cultivation art?" "My mother instructs me, but she cultivates the clear qi arts instead." Han Li was rather surprised to hear this, but his tone remained unchanged as he asked, "Clear chi arts? That's quite common among Buddhist cultivators. What cultivation base is your mother at? She must possess quite an advanced cultivation base for her to be able to instruct you in the greater incarnation arts even without cultivating it herself." "My mother is only at the nascent soul stage. As for her ability to guide me..." Zhu Guer's voice suddenly trailed off here as a slightly lost look appeared on her face. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately asked, "Is there something out of the ordinary about the way that your mother is instructing you?" "Indeed. Everything was quite normal before I reached the nascent soul stage. But after that my mother is often unable to answer my cultivation questions on the spot and can only provide answers several days later. I suspect that there's a master of the greater incarnation arts behind my mother." Han Li's heart rate immediately began to speed up upon hearing this. "Have you asked your mother whether this is the case?" "I have on many occasions, but my mother always denied it." "What is your mother's name and what does she look like?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "My mother is Ling Feixian and she bears a strong resemblance to me," Zhu Guer replied. Han Li fell into silent contemplation for a long while upon hearing this before finally shaking his head as he murmured something to himself. After a while a thought occurred to him and he asked, "How did you enter the Elder Devil realm and where did you come from before you came here?" "I was being pursued by enemies and accidentally fell into a spatial rift to enter the Elder Devil realm. Prior to this I was from the small spirit sky," Zhu Guer replied. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. "Small spirit sky? Where is that?" "The small spirit sky is the small spirit sky," Zhu Guer replied. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this, and after a long while he heaved a faint sigh as he murmured to himself, "So be it, I'll just have to gather this information myself." As soon as his voice trailed off he switched to a different hand seal, and a translucent thread shot forth out of his glabella before vanishing into Zhu Guer's forehead in a flash. After that the blue light in Han Li's eyes became even more pronounced. Zhu Guer was only at the nascent soul stage, so Han Li was naturally being very careful in his soul inspection to avoid harming her. After around 15 minutes Han Li easily procured all of the information that he wanted, and the translucent thread shot back into his glabella. As soon as the translucent thread vanished, Zhu Guer collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, then closed his eyes as he began to process the information he had obtained from her. Shortly thereafter he reopened his eyes and murmured to himself in a stunned manner, "So this small spirit sky is a fragmented realm like the vast glacial realm, and there are over 100 million humans residing within it. That's truly very unexpected." Indeed, as it turned out, the small spirit sky was an independent realm that was once a fragment of another realm. According to what he had seen in Zhu Guer's memories, the realm seemed to be around the same size as the vast glacial realm, but the spiritual qi within the realm was even less abundant than that in the spirit realm. There seemed to be around 7 or 8 foreign races residing in the small spirit sky alongside the human race. And what was quite surprising was that many of the people in the realm had ended up there after while attempting to ascend to the spirit realm from lower realms. As such, there was a very good chance that Nangongwan could be there, and that would also explain why he had been unable to find any leads on her whereabouts in the spirit realm. Even with his current level of mental fortitude, the thought of his beloved wife still lit a fire within his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to travel to Nangongwan's side right away so they could be reunited. Only after a long while did he finally manage to recover from his tumultuous emotional state, but his expression instantly darkened again as he considered the issue of how he was going to get to the small spirit sky. In contrast with the vast glacial realm, the small spirit sky was a realm that was constantly slowly moving through space, so it was virtually a matter of complete luck whether he would be able to find an entrance into the realm, and Zhu Guer's arrival into the Elder Devil realm through that spatial rift was also purely by chance. However, this information had all been derived from Zhu Guer's memories. As for whether it was all true, he would have to do some more research. However, seeing as Zhu Guer was able to accidentally enter the Elder Devil realm, there had to be people from the small spirit sky who had stumbled into the spirit realm, so he should be able to find some relevant information. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Han Li cast his gaze toward Zhu Guer again. He wasn't completely sure that her greater incarnation arts had been bestowed upon her by Nangongwan, but there was a very good chance that this was the case. After all, he had been in the spirit realm for a very long time, and he had never heard of any human sect that possessed such a cultivation art. It seemed that this cultivation art was extremely rare, and the masked moon sect had to have obtained it through an enormous stroke of luck. Chapter 2056. Layman Futian. After thinking through all these matters, Hanli heaved a faint forlorn sigh, then flicked a finger toward Zhu Guo. A ball of azure light was expelled before vanishing into her body in a flash, and her eyelids fluttered before she slowly awakened. However, as soon as she recalled how she had fallen unconscious, she immediately sat up with a dark expression. "Did you search my soul?" she asked as she glared at Hanli. "If I didn't search your soul, how would I have found the information I wanted? Rest assured, I only obtained the specific pieces of information that I'm interested in, and I didn't harm your soul during the process. It came as quite a surprise to me to learn that you're from the small spirit sky as opposed to the spirit realm," Hanli said in a calm manner. Zhu Guo bit down on her lower lip upon hearing mention of the small spirit sky, and she didn't say anything. "I've already planted a restriction in your body, so act as my servant for now here in Illusion Night City. If you serve me well, I can consider freeing you when I leave the city. You can go and find a room to rest in now. Don't come to me unless it's an important matter. Also, you have to start referring to me as master from now on," Hanli continued in a nonchalant manner. "Yes, master, I'll be taking my leave now," Zhu Guo could only reply in a resigned voice before extending a curtsy toward Hanli, then obediently departed. She was well aware that it would be both futile and foolish to try and resist a body integration stage devilish lord. However, judging from her dejected expression, it was clear that she wasn't very hopeful that Hanli would fulfill his promise. Following Zhu Guo's departure, Hanli looked up at the ceiling and became engrossed in his own thoughts once again. For the next 3 days, Hanli remained on the top level of the pavilion to meditate, and didn't go anywhere else. However, on the 4th day someone came to see him. "Did the master of the Zhou family send a messenger?" Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guo replied, "Yes, master. An elder of the Zhou family just delivered a message and he insisted that I relay it to you." "Let me take a look." Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion to draw the letter into his grasp, then gently opened it. A ball of golden light immediately erupted out of the letter before transforming into the projection of a graceful and refined middle-aged man. The man had black scales on the corners of his eyes and a pair of golden pupils. It was none other than the master of the Zhou family. The projection cupped its fist in a salute toward Hanli, then relayed 2 things in a polite manner. The first thing was that he had heard from shopkeeper Huang of the Myriad Slave Tower about the arrival of Hanli, and he wished to befriend Hanli while explicitly stating that the Zhou family wouldn't hold any grudge against him over a mere slave. The second thing was that the Zhou family was going to hold a ceremony to worship their ancestors in a month, and he was inviting Hanli to attend as a guest. After that, the projection extended another salute toward Hanli before fading into nothingness, leaving only the letter behind. Hanli looked down at the letter to find that it was covered in black devilish symbols with a shimmering golden Zhou character at the center. He rubbed his hands together expressionlessly, and a ball of silver flames emerged to instantly incinerate the letter into ashes. "When the Zhou family sends someone for a reply from me, tell them I accept their invitation," Hanli instructed. "Yes, master," Zhu Guo replied before taking her leave. Hanli closed his eyes again to meditate, but to his surprise he was paid another visit by Zhu Guo the very next day, who informed him that a woman with the Bai surname had come to visit him. Hanli immediately guessed that this was most likely Bai Yunxin. It seemed that the Bai family had become aware of his status as a devilish lord after all. Otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to pay him this visit. Even so, Hanli had no intention of turning away. Thus he instructed Zhu Guo to take her to the hall on the 1st floor, and only after a while did he make his way down from the top floor in an unhurried manner. As soon as he arrived at the hall on the 1st floor, he discovered that it was indeed Bai Yunxin who had come to visit him, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Greetings, Fairy Bai. Please forgive me for my tardiness." Hanli released his body integration stage aura without making any attempt to disguise it as he spoke. Bai Yunxin swept her spiritual sense toward Hanli, upon which she immediately stood up from her seat before hurriedly extending a curtsy. I was unaware that you were a devilish lord, Senior Han. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused you. You didn't know, so you're not to blame. I disguised my own aura precisely because I was worried that you would be too stiff and reserved if you had known the truth. Han Li chuckled as he motioned for Bai Yunxin to take a seat, and he also calmly made his way over to the main seat before sitting down himself. Bai Yunxin's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, but she still didn't dare to sit down as she extended words of gratitude toward Han Li in a careful manner. Han Li didn't force the issue any further and allowed her to remain standing as he asked, "You didn't come here just to apologize, did you, fellow Taoist Bai?" "Indeed, Senior. I had already informed Senior Futian of your arrival in the city, and I was sent here to extend an invitation to you on Senior Futian's behalf," Bai Yunxin replied. "I see. In that case, I would be more than happy to meet fellow Taoist Futian. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Bai," Han Li said with a nod. Bai Yunxin was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately gave an affirmative response. Han Li instructed Zhu Guar to remain in the pavilion, while he followed Bai Yunxin out of the room. When they arrived at the massive entrance, there was already a giant carriage being drawn by 8 unicorns waiting for them. There was a purple banner with an inky black Bai character emblazoned on its surface protruding from the top of the carriage, and it was clear that this was a carriage that the Bai family reserved for esteemed guests. On either side of the carriage were 16 black armored guards atop 2-headed giant wolf steeds, all of which were also clad in suits of black armor. The guards were each carrying 2 huge swords on their backs, and they were all at the deity transformation stage. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he glanced at these armored guards, and Bai Yunxin smiled as she introduced, "These baleful tiger guards are the elite guards trained by our Bai family. All of them have once lived along on the plains for over 100 years and have slain countless devilish beasts. What do you think, Senior Han? They seem to be no less powerful than the elite guards of major cities," Han Li replied with a nod before making his way into the carriage, where he sat down and closed his eyes. Bai Yunxin naturally didn't dare to ask any further questions, and she also got onto the carriage before issuing an instruction. The carriage immediately set off with the 16 baleful tiger guards following along close to the sides. All of the ordinary devilish beings on the streets immediately parted for the carriage and armored guards with reverent and envious looks in their eyes. Thus, the carriage raced along without any impediment, and after several hours, it finally drew to a halt in front of a fortress within the city. Han Li emerged from the carriage, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the fortress. This was naturally where the Bai family was situated, and not only was the entire fortress completely seamless, its walls were as smooth as jade virtually without any gaps. On top of that, the material used for the walls was neither metallic nor jade in nature, and he couldn't identify exactly what it was even with his vast wealth of knowledge and experience. Judging from the menacing aura being given off by the fortress, so it was clearly laden with restrictions and definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared. Directly in front of the fortress was a giant gate that was over 1,000 feet tall, and on either of it were several tens of devilish beast statues of different sizes, creating a long path. All of the statues were dull and black, but they were extremely lifelike, and there were also 8 yellow-robed devilish beings standing in front of the gate in an expressionless manner. Under Bai Yunxin's guidance, Han Li strolled through the gate past the slightly bewildered yellow-robed devilish beings, and around 15 minutes later, Han Li was seated on a purple chair in a hall with antiquated decor, sipping from a silver teacup. A fragrant scent was emanating out of the cup, and there were 4 extremely beautiful devilish female servants standing off to the side in an extremely respectful manner. Bai Yunxin was currently nowhere to be seen, and the entire hall was completely silent. A short while later, gentle footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the hall, and a person strode into the room in a graceful manner. The newcomer turned to Han Li with a faint smile and said, "I am Layman Futian. It's a pleasure to have you at our Bai family, fellow Taoist Han." "You're Layman Futian?" Han Li asked in a slightly dumbstruck manner. Chapter 2057. Trouble. The person who had walked in was a tall and slender purple-haired woman who appeared to be in her 20s with a short white horn on her forehead. She had a graceful disposition and was appraising Han Li with a faint smile. The appearance of this Layman Futian had truly come as a surprise to Han Li. "Were you not aware that I'm a woman, fellow Taoist Han?" the purple-haired woman chuckled. Indeed, fellow Taoist Bai Yunxin didn't mention this to me. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the woman, and his expression immediately returned to normal, but there was still a hint of shock in his eyes. That's all right, this isn't the first time this has happened to me. After all, the title of layman Futian is quite prone to causing misunderstandings. It's just that the past patriarchs of our Bai family had all been referred to as such, so it wouldn't be right of me to change the title, the woman explained with a smile. Han Li was quite enlightened upon hearing this. There were indeed some families in which certain titles were passed down in order to improve cohesion and as a piece of heritage. This may seem like a bit of a gimmick, but it was actually quite effective in some cases. The purple-haired woman took a seat across from Han Li, then waved a hand to dismiss the servant in the room, all of whom obediently departed, making sure to close the door behind them. The woman swept her spiritual sense briefly over Han Li's body and said, I heard from that junior of mine that you don't show yourself in public much. It's no wonder I've never heard of you. However, I can sense that you're very proficient in your devilish art. You must have become a devilish lord quite a while ago, right? Even I'm unable to ascertain your exact cultivation base. I cultivate in the Tao of Slaughter, so I'm always cultivating in the plains where there's an abundance of devilish beasts, and as a result I don't interact much with others. As for the time I've spent as a devilish lord, I'm afraid you're wrong there. I only became a devilish lord several centuries ago. The only reason you're unable to ascertain my exact cultivation base is because I've cultivated a special secret technique, Han Li replied with a smile. At the same time he also swept his spiritual sense toward layman Futian, only to find that her cultivation base was completely unfathomable to him as well. It was clear that this woman either had an aura concealment treasure or had cultivated an ability of that nature. With Han Li's current level of power, there was surely no one of the same cultivation base who could possess magic power that was unfathomable to him, so that wasn't a viable alternative. The woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a barely detectable hint of elation appeared on her face. The Tao of Slaughter? I haven't come into contact with devilish arts of that nature much, but I'm aware that all fellow Taoists who cultivate in the Tao of Slaughter possess combat prowess that's far superior to others of the same cultivation base. Devilish arts of the Tao of Slaughter are indeed very powerful, but they're also very difficult to cultivate. I'm aware that I won't be able to break through my current bottleneck through cultivation and slaying devilish beasts alone, and that's why I've decided to emerge from seclusion, Han Li explained. Han Li's words seemed to have resonated with the purple-haired woman and she sighed in agreement. I'm not cultivating in the Tao of Slaughter, but I've also been stuck at my current bottleneck for over 1,000 years. Making progress after becoming a devilish lord is a very arduous task, and fortune often plays a big role. Han Li nodded before suddenly changing the subject. I've heard that the Illusion Howl Desert is a renowned restriction area in our holy realm, and I was planning to rest in this city for a few days before entering the desert to continue my cultivation. If I can encounter some opportunities in there, then that would naturally be ideal. Our Bai family isn't exactly a massive powerhouse, but we have some influence around these parts and we know quite a bit about the Illusion Howl Desert. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I'll get my juniors to fulfill your needs as best as possible, the purple-haired woman said. In that case, I really do have something to ask of your Bai family, Han Li said with a smile. Oh, go ahead, fellow Taoist. As long as it's something within our Bai family's capabilities, I definitely won't turn you down, the woman replied. I heard that any being who enters the Illusion Howl Desert will be rendered unable to use any movement techniques, and that the only way to traverse through the desert is by walking, which would take 50 to 60 years. I intend to cultivate in the Illusion Howl Desert for a while, but I don't want to spend that much time in there, so I was planning to purchase an 8-footed devilish lizard from your Bai family as a steed. Would you be able to sell me one? Han Li asked in a straightforward manner. Truth be told, Yuner already told me about this earlier, the purple-haired woman sighed upon hearing this. Is this a difficult matter for you? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Let me put it this way. If anyone other than a devilish lord like you were to mention this to me, they would perhaps have already been evicted, the purple-haired woman replied. I had heard that 8-footed devilish lizards are extremely important to all of the major families in the city and that they were strictly not for sale. Would you be able to explain to me why that is? Han Li asked as he stroked his own chin. Of course, the woman replied after a brief pause. 8-footed devilish lizards are very valuable. Their devilish cores, bones, and even blood and flesh can be used to refine a type of extremely rare qi refinement pill. However, that alone isn't enough for our major families to hold the lizards in such high regard. As I'm sure you're aware, Illusion Night City has only managed to exist here due to the mines and spirit medicines that can be found in this area. Sales of those items earn the city high yearly profits, which are enough to cover the costs of our major families. However, the city was founded here tens of thousands of years ago, and the nearby mines and spirit medicines have already been completely exhausted. As such, all of the specialty local products we currently produce are sourced from deep within the Illusion Howl Desert. Even though there's a good supply of such items in the desert, 8-footed devilish lizards are necessary to ensure that they're transported back to the city promptly and safely. Otherwise, with all of the perils present in the desert, it would be virtually impossible to make it back on foot. After all, the desert is a renowned restricted area even in the entire Holy Realm, and it's very difficult for the average person to enter and leave it at will. As much, the lizards are vital to our major families for their ability to traverse through the desert, and less lizards would mean less yearly profits for our families. I'm sure you can understand why we're so unwilling to part with them now, the woman explained. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This made things quite troublesome. The prosperity of these families hinged on these 8-footed devilish lizards, so it would be very difficult for him to source them through conventional means. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Han Li reflexively glanced at the woman to find that there seemed to be something that she wanted to say, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Futian, you didn't turn me down outright, so there must be some margin for negotiation. How about you tell me what I have to do for you to sell an 8-footed devilish lizard to me? I'm sure the price alone isn't the issue here, right? The purple-haired woman faltered lightly upon hearing this before chuckling. It seems you're a very skilled observer, fellow Taoist. Han Li merely remained silent and awaited a response. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause she continued, if you had come 3 years ago, then there would have been no way that our Bai family would have sold an 8-footed devilish lizard to you, but now there's room for negotiation. Our Bai family has encountered some trouble, and we need someone of your powers to assist us. I'm sure you're not the only devilish lord in your Bai family. What kind of trouble could stump you? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. Truth be told, the issue lies in an extremely important mine in the Illusion How Desert that belongs to our Bai family. Several years ago, it was taken over by a devilish lord-level devilish beast. The beast is extremely powerful, and our Bai family has been unable to evict it, so we could only recruit other allies to help us. If you can lend us your assistance, then we'd stand a far better chance. If we succeed, I can give you an 8-footed devilish lizard as repayment, the woman replied with a wry smile. How many devilish lord-level allies have you already recruited? Han Li asked after a brief pause. I've already invited 2. In addition to myself and another grand elder of our Bai family, we have a total of 4 devilish lords thus far, the woman replied. Chapter 2058. Vast treasured mirror. What kind of devilish beast could pose a threat to 4 devilish lords? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. This is a rather embarrassing story for me to tell, but I once faced the beast in battle once. However, I was unable to make out its exact appearance. It was enshrouded in a ball of green flames the entire time, so I could only see a rough outline, and it seems to be something that resembles both a rhinoceros and a cow. The beast possesses powerful fire tribute abilities that can virtually melt through space, and I was almost killed by it after being caught off guard, the purple-haired woman said in a serious manner. Fire tribute abilities? That is indeed rather troublesome. Once cultivated to the extreme, fire tribute abilities are far more destructive than abilities of other attributes. It's no wonder that you fell into such a perilous situation against it, Han Li said. There's no need to try and flatter me, brother Han. Even if that devilish beast didn't possess fire tribute abilities, its powers would still be well beyond mine. I'm guessing it's most likely comparable in power to a pinnacle late-stage devilish lord, so we would only stand a chance after recruiting as many powerful allies as possible, the woman said with a wry smile. It's comparable to a late-stage devilish lord? No wonder you're being so cautious. What do you approximate our chance of success to be? Facing such a powerful devilish beast is no laughing matter. Perhaps I could be risking serious injury or even death, Han Li said with a grim expression. It would naturally be close to impossible to kill such a devilish beast, but if we only want to wound it and chase it away, then our chance of success should be around 60% to 70%. With your inclusion, I think that will increase to 90%, the woman immediately replied. Hee, you seem to have a great deal of confidence, Han Li chuckled. The purple-haired woman could see that Han Li was rather unconvinced and she hurriedly explained, that's because the two allies we recruited are no less powerful than I am, and one of them cultivates glacial powers while the other possesses an extreme attribute treasure. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to be so optimistic. If we still fail even after all this, then we may just have to give up on that mine. Han Li nodded with an enlightened expression before continuing, I see, that does indeed justify your confidence. However, there's still one thing I'd like you to explain to me. Go ahead, Brother Han, the purple-haired woman prompted with a smile. A devilish beast with that level of power should have already attained quite a high level of intelligence. Why has it taken over your family's mine? On top of that, your Bai family seems to hold this mine in very high regard. May I ask what kind of precious material the mine produces? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The mine produces fire cloud stones of the highest quality. Not only is the mine very large in scale, the supply of fire cloud stones within it is extremely abundant, so it can profit our Bai family for thousands of years, the woman explained. Fire cloud stones? I see, then that devilish beast must have been trying to devour the true fire chi of the entire mine to further its cultivation, Han Li said with an enlightened nod. Indeed. Only some special types of devilish beasts possess the innate ability to devour the true fire chi within such mine. If a normal being of our holy race were to attempt something like this, no matter how advanced their cultivation base may be, they would immediately self-detonate. This is why we're trying to recover the mine as soon as possible. Otherwise, once too much true fire chi is lost, the mine's value would depreciate significantly. If you're willing to assist us, our Bai family is willing to offer you an 8-footed devilish lizard and a large sum of devil stones as repayment regardless of whether we succeed or fail, the woman promised. After a brief pause for contemplation, Han Li said, It would be remiss of me to turn down such a sincere offer, but I must ask where this mine is located in the Illusion Howl Desert, and how long will it take to get there? If this is going to take too long, then I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Rest assured, Brother Han. It'll only take just over a month to get to the mine. Even if we get delayed slightly along the way, 3 months should be enough to make a return trip, the woman hurriedly replied. In that case, I'll agree to this. When are we setting off? Han Li said without any further hesitation. The purple-haired woman was naturally ecstatic to hear this. Thank you, Brother Han. One of the 2 fellow Taoists I've invited has already arrived, but the other one will take around a month to get here. Once everyone's here, we'll set off right away. Han Li nodded and offered no response to this. After that, the purple-haired woman invited Han Li to move to the Bai family again and offered to cover all of his living costs during this period of time, but Han Li euphemistically turned her down again. The purple-haired woman didn't force the issue any further, and they began to discuss some cultivation experiences and insights. Han Li naturally wasn't going to refuse, and a conversation immediately ensued. To his surprise, he soon discovered that even though this layman Futian was a woman, she had many unique insights when it came to body refinement techniques, and there were even many questions that he had about the provenance true devil arts that were answered by her. This was something that he very rarely experienced when exchanging cultivation insights with other body integration cultivators of the spirit realm. However, this made sense considering his provenance true devil arts had come from the elder devil realm, so it was no surprise that their body refinement techniques shared similarities. It couldn't be said that he had gained nothing out of conversing with other body integration cultivators in the past, but in terms of body refinement, they naturally couldn't compare with a devilish lord. Thus, Han Li became quite engrossed in the conversation and they talked for over half a day. During this time, the purple-haired woman was also very surprised to discover that Han Li's knowledge and proficiency in body refinement techniques far exceeded her own, indicating that he definitely wasn't an ordinary devilish lord. The fact that her new ally was so powerful further exacerbated her elation, and she became even more polite toward Han Li. As day began to transition into night, Han Li stood up to take his leave. Such a short time naturally wasn't enough for two body integration stage beings to exchange all of their cultivation insights, so the purple-haired woman invited Han Li to come and continue their discussion during the next few days. Han Li thought about this for a moment before gladly agreeing. Only then did the purple-haired woman call for that beast-drawn carriage to take Han Li back to the pavilion he was staying in. Following Han Li's departure, the purple-haired woman sat back down in her chair, and her smile faded slightly. He took a sip of the spirit tea on the table, then suddenly said, "Big brother, what do you think is that man's cultivation base? With your vast treasured mirror, you should have been able to see some things, right? You think far too highly of me, sister. That man is truly unfathomable and far more powerful than you think." All of a sudden, white light flashed from one of the walls of the hall, and it transformed into a white light barrier, following which a man who was holding a black rhomboid mirror emerged. As soon as the man appeared, he took a seat on the chair that Han Li had been seated in not too long ago. This was a burly man with a head of curls and faint yellow skin. There was also a short white horn on his forehead, and it was even bigger than that of the purple-haired woman. There was also a discernible resemblance between the two, so they were clearly related. The purple-haired woman's heart jolted as she asked in a bewildered manner, "Were you unable to glean his cultivation base even with the vast treasured mirror?" As you know, this vast treasured mirror of mine was refined from an ice spirit of heaven and earth. However, its effect is greatly hampered when used on someone with an extreme attribute protective treasure or has cultivated a powerful glacial ability. On top of that, that man seems to possess immense spiritual sense. He most likely detected my presence but merely pretended not to have noticed me, the burly man said with a dark expression. "What? He already noticed you? That's rather troublesome. I'll have to explain the situation to him next time we meet." "Did you really not discover anything with your mirror?" the purple-haired woman asked as her brows furrowed slightly. There's no need to explain anything. He pretended not to have noticed anything and you can just do the same, but I won't be spying on him the next time you two meet. He's only staying in Illusion Night City for a short time, so there's no need for us to expend too much effort to try and befriend him. As for whether I discovered anything, of course I did. This vast treasured mirror mine isn't a toy. Let me show you what I found. The burly man chuckled as he pointed a finger at the mirror, and it immediately rose up, hovering in midair as a ball of black light. The burly man then made a hand seal while pointing a finger at the ball of black light and chanted an incantation, upon which an image began to gradually appear within the ball of light. Chapter 2059. Entering the Illusion Howl Desert. The image depicted Han Li sitting in the hall, and even though there was no sound, the image was extremely vivid and lifelike, as if time had just been reversed. The burly man urged the purple-haired woman to pay attention, then flicked a finger toward the image, sending a speck of black light vanishing into it. In the next instant, layers of light suddenly appeared over Han Li's body. The outermost layer was inky black in color, followed by a layer of purplish-golden light, while the innermost layer was of a murky gray color. "What's that?" the purple-haired woman asked in an intrigued voice. This is the first time you've seen this vasting secret technique, right? This indicates that fellow Taoist Han seems to be using some special cultivation arts. The outermost black layer represents the purest true devilish qi of our holy realm. That's very normal. Without this layer of black light, I'd have to wonder whether he's actually from our holy realm. As for the purplish golden light, it indicates that's using cultivating some kind of powerful body refinement devilish art. On top of that, he's already close to reaching the legendary golden bone purple marrow stage. Aside from some sacred ancestors, I've never heard of anyone who's been able to reach that level, the burly man introduced in a serious manner. The purple-haired woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Golden bone purple marrow? Is his physical body really that powerful? Could it be that the vastine treasured mirror made a mistake? Most likely not. The effect of the vastine treasured mirror on that man is greatly hampered, but it wouldn't make such a grave error. On top of that, he's only close to reaching that level. Otherwise, that outermost layer of true devilish qi would have been completely absorbed into his body and meridians, so it wouldn't even show up in the mirror, the burly man sighed. Doesn't that mean that man would be able to crush most devilish lords with his physical prowess alone? Also, what's that layer of gray light? Is he also cultivating some other type of powerful ability? The purple-haired woman asked. Gray light represents something that even the vast treasured mirror is unable to ascertain, but it's presumably something quite extraordinary as well. This is already the limit of my capabilities. If I had injected even more magic power into the mirror, then I would have run the risk of truly offending him, and that's certainly not worth it. However, seeing as he was able to notice me even while I was in the restriction, he must possess an immense spiritual sense as well, the burly man analyzed. The purple-haired woman was silent for a while before a wry smile appeared on her face. So he possesses an incredibly powerful physical body, abilities that even the mirror can't identify, and even his spiritual sense is that powerful. It seems like a freakish talent has come to our illusion night city. It's a good thing that he doesn't seem to intend to stay here for long, and our Bai family was the first one to befriend him. With his assistance, we should have no issues taking care of that devilish beast. From this perspective, this is indeed good news for us. This is a man that we definitely can't offend, but there's no need to try and recruit him to our family either. With his unfathomable powers, there's no way a family like ours can contain him. Just make sure to exercise more caution when interacting with him in the future, the burly man said in a serious manner. I definitely will, the woman replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a white crystal ball with a hint of a smile on his face. All of a sudden, a black light barrier erupted out of his body to encompass him entirely, following which he pointed a finger at his own glabella while tossing the crystal ball forward. Black light flashed from his glabella, and his third demonic eye appeared before blasting forth a golden pillar of light that struck the white crystal ball with unerring accuracy. In the next instant, the crystal ball began to shimmer with golden light before also releasing a golden light barrier. The light barrier was initially quite blurry and indistinct, but soon displayed a burly figure holding an antiquated rhomboid mirror. It was none other than the burly man from the Bai family. The man was in the process of casting an incantation seal toward the antiquated mirror, and Han Li appraised him briefly with a cold smile on his face before the third demonic eye on his glabella abruptly vanished. Just as this devilish lord of the Bai family had said, Han Li was able to almost instantly sense his presence through his enormous spiritual sense. He displayed no outward reaction, but he had also unleashed a secret technique to observe the man, and he was relieved to find that the man was only a mid-stage devilish lord. With the devilish chi from his provenance, true devil arts and devil feign bead, no one in the elder devil realm would be able to see through his disguise aside from sacred ancestors. The crystal ball reverted back to its original translucent appearance, and the projection of the burly man also vanished. Everything was dispelled in the blink of an eye, as if he hadn't done anything at all. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to meditate again. During the next few days, Han Li would visit the Bai family every day to exchange cultivation insights and experience with the purple-haired woman. Aside from body refinement techniques and normal devilish arts, they even discussed some secret techniques and obscure cultivation arts, and both of them benefited immensely from the conversations. During this period of time, Han Li had scoured the city and discovered that none of his companions had arrived. He was the first one to have made it to Illusion Night City. This was rather concerning to him, and he couldn't help but wonder if the others had encountered some trouble along the way. However, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, everyone in his group was very powerful even among body integration stage beings. Even if their covers were blown and they were surrounded by several devilish lords, they'd still at least be able to escape and ensure self-preservation. However, the issue surrounding the 8-footed devilish lizards was quite a problem. Even though he had been promised one by the Bai family, everyone else would have to secure devilish lizards for themselves through different avenues. However, all of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years, so Han Li was confident that they would be able to take care of this matter themselves. After assisting the Bai family, he would wait until everyone else arrived. During his period of time, the other 2 major families of the city had also been made aware of the arrival of Han Li, and they all extended invitations toward him. Han Li turned down all of these invitations in a euphemistic manner, but he attended the ancestral worship ceremony of the Zhou family. During the ceremony, he met a devilish lord-level grand elder of the Zhou family, and they shared a brief conversation. The Grand Elder of the Zhou family was a short and thin elderly man, and he was clearly quite relieved to hear that Han Li was only passing through the city and wouldn't be staying for long. Han Li was naturally aware of why the elderly man was displaying such a reaction, and after exchanging some more pleasantries he departed from the Zhou family. After that he didn't visit the Bai family either, but 10 days later the purple-haired woman came to meet him. She informed him that the final ally she had recruited had finally arrived, and that she had decided to venture into the Illusion Howl Desert to chase away that devilish beast in 2 days. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and the purple-robed woman immediately extended ecstatic words of gratitude before taking her leave. During the next 2 days, Han Li spent all his time meditating on the top floor of the pavilion to get himself into prime condition. He was confident that a devilish beast wouldn't be able to pose much threat to him, but he didn't want to make a fatal error due to a moment of complacency. 2 days later, Han Li issued some instructions to Zhu Guer before traveling toward a certain city gate in a beast-drawn carriage. Several hours later, Han Li met up with the group from the Bai family on a hill outside the city. Aside from the purple-haired woman and burly man, there were 2 more devilish lords as well as 6 spatial tempering stage devilish beings, one of whom was Bai Yunxin. The purple-haired woman greeted Han Li with a smile before introducing him to everyone else. Only then was Han Li made aware that the burly man was named Bai Shijiao, and that he was the elder brother of the purple-haired woman. As for the other 2 devilish lords, one of them was a rotund fatso who introduced himself as Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon. His entire body was covered in rolls of flaps, and his eyes were squashed down to a pair of narrow slits, making him resemble a fat pig far more so than a dragon. The other devilish lord was named Han Chizi, and he was a middle-aged man wearing a green ghostly mask. There was white glacial qi emanating from his entire body, and one was struck by a bone-chilling sensation even by just getting close to him. Bai Shijiao was very polite toward Han Li, but the fatso merely exchanged some aloof pleasantries with Han Li, while Han Chizi didn't say anything at all, as if he really had been carved out of a chunk of glacial ice. Han Li merely replied when spoken to and didn't say anything further than that. Thus not long after that the group flew toward the Illusion Howl Desert. Chapter 2060. After flying for roughly 500,000 kilometers, a black line appeared in the distance. Upon getting closer, it became clear that this was a boundless desert. It was naturally none other than the Illusion Howl Desert. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly as blue light flashed through his pupils, and he discovered that this was a gray desert that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Aside from some short shrubs, the desert was completely devoid of life, and it seemed to be no different from an ordinary desert aside from its peculiar color. The sky over the desert was quite dim and covered in dark yellow clouds. Even though the sky within and outside the desert were only separated by a fine line, it was as if they were 2 different worlds. After reaching close to 10 kilometers away from the desert, the burly man led everyone on a descent. From here onward our movement techniques could fail, so we'll have to advance on 8-footed devilish lizards. Our Bai family only has around 38-footed devilish lizards in total, and all of them are extremely precious. We've brought 11 of them with us for this trip, and that's already out limit. Please make sure to look after them during this trip, and if we encounter any danger, withdraw them into your spirit beast bracelets right away to keep them safe, the burly man said as he cupped his fist in a salute. Rest assured, Brother Bai, we're all aware of how important these 8-footed devilish lizards are to your Bai family. However, why didn't you decide to bring along these juniors for this trip? If they had remained behind, you wouldn't have had to bring out so many 8-footed devilish lizards, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked in a curious manner. The 6 of them have a combination technique that makes their combined powers comparable to those of an early-stage devilish lord, so we decided to bring them along, the purple-haired woman explained with a smile. I see, my apologies for jumping to conclusions, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon replied with a nod. A peculiar look flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in response. As for Han Li, he merely smiled and remained silent, but he was wondering if he would be able to secure these devilish lizards during this trip. However, the thought only occurred to him for an instant before it was abandoned. He was very confident in his own powers, but it was still too risky to face 4 devilish lords at once whom he knew nothing about. On top of that, plotting against the Bai family could alert the other major families of Illusion Night City to what he was doing, and that could attract powerful enemies, perhaps even sacred ancestors. Thus it simply wouldn't be worth the risk. At this moment, the purple-haired woman flicked her wrist, and an azure bracelet flew forth before expelling a burst of 5-colored light, releasing 11 giant devilish beasts that were around 50 feet in length and roughly 20 feet tall. At first glance they resembled massive lizards, but their bodies were entirely covered in black scales, and each of them had 8 identical thick legs. On top of that, there were shimmering silver saddles on the backs of these devilish beasts, so they were clearly already tamed. So these are 8-footed devilish lizards? Each of them is only releasing a core formation stage aura, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about them, Han Li thought to himself as he glanced at these devilish lizards. Everyone was given a devilish lizard and a beast-controlling badge by the burly man, and Han Li immediately flew onto his devilish lizard before looking down at it. The silver saddle had some simple devilish runes inscribed on its surface, and it was very comfortable to sit on. Han Li waved his beast-controlling badge toward the devilish lizard, and a streak of silver light shot forth before vanishing into the lizard's body in a flash. The devilish lizard let loose a low roar before immediately galloping forward, and even though it wasn't very fast, its 8 legs ensured a very smooth ride. The burly man and everyone else had already gone on ahead, and the line of 11 devilish lizards progressed toward the desert. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was covered in a short while, and as soon as the devilish lizards entered the desert, sand came billowing toward everyone from all directions. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from the saddles on the backs of the devilish lizards, creating a white barrier of light that kept all of the wind and sand at bay. However, Han Li didn't pay any heed to that. What had attracted his attention was that once they entered the desert, the 8-footed devilish lizards suddenly sped up by several-fold, and they had become even faster than galloping stallions. At the same time, a peculiar type of energy fluctuations was emanating from their bodies, allowing them to slowly absorb the scorching energy within the desert. In contrast, Han Li was struck by a burst of indescribable power as soon as he entered the desert, restricting his magic power by as much as 90%. On top of that, both devilish qi and spiritual qi were extremely sparse due to a certain type of chaotic power of heaven and earth that was rejecting both types of energy. The Illusion Howl Desert was certainly living up to its status as one of the restricted areas of the Elder Devil realm. Han Li was quite surprised by this series of changes, but everyone else displayed no reaction, clearly already accustomed to all of this. Around half a month later, Han Li's group found themselves surrounded by a nest of green foot-long scorpions atop a massive sand dune. The scorpions were emitting sharp hissing sounds, and streaks of dark green poisonous light were shooting out of their pincers toward Han and the others from all sides. However, Han Li and the other body integration stage beings merely sat back and watched as Bai Yunxin and the spatial tempering stage beings fought the scorpions with their devilish treasures. Even though the majority of their magic power had been sealed away, these devilish lizards were still nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to Bai Yunxin and the others. Bursts of devilish qi surged and exploded, and countless devilish scorpions were reduced to dust before they could approach Han Li's group. Several days later, the 8-footed devilish lizard that was leading from the front suddenly stopped and let loose a low roar. The burly man who was riding atop the lizard raised a hand with furrowed brows to unleash an attack toward an empty patch of sand several hundred feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the sand exploded upward, creating a giant crater with a diameter of close to 100 feet. In the next instant, a giant yellow python that was around 500 to 600 feet in length erupted out of the sand before pouncing toward the burly man. Bai Yunxin and the others were quite alarmed to see this, while the burly man's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think we'd encounter a golden sand python. Those juniors won't be able to handle it. Looks like I'll have to expend some magic power to take care of it myself." As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped a hand over to produce a black bracelet, then tossed it toward the oncoming giant python. The bracelet swelled to several tens of feet in size amid a flash of light, then vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, the burly man pointed a finger at the giant python, and black light flashed around the python's neck, following which the giant bracelet reappeared before compressing with ruthless might. The giant python immediately let loose an anguished cry before tumbling out of the sky, then writhed violently on the sand in unbearable agony. The burly chuckled coldly upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the giant bracelet suddenly shrank down to around the size of a human hand. A geyser of black blood erupted several tens of feet up into the air, and the giant python was decapitated, falling dead onto the sand. However, the burly man didn't stop there. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of crimson devilish flames, which struck the python's corpse and quickly incinerated it into dust. The giant python's soul attempted to escape during the process, but it was also swept up and incinerated into nothingness by the devilish flames. That golden sand python looked to be at the late spatial tempering stage. It's very impressive that you were able to kill it so quickly, Brother Bai, Han said with a smile as he made his way over to the burly man. You're far too kind, Brother Han. A devilish beast of this caliber will be rather troublesome for Yunshin and the others to deal, but it naturally poses no threat to the likes of us. If I were to encounter the 3 devilish scourges of the Illusion Howl Desert, I would have to run for my life, the burly man replied with a wry smile. The 3 devilish scourges? Han Li was rather intrigued to hear this. Have you not heard of them, fellow Taoist? The burly man was rather taken aback. I've heard of them but don't know the exact details about them. They must be quite powerful for you to be so wary of them, Han Li replied as he stroked his own chin in a calm manner. Chapter 2061. Bloodtooth Rice. It seems like to me you're simply not taking them seriously. I have to caution you that the 3 devilish scourges are extremely powerful, so don't underestimate them if you're going to cross this desert. As I'm sure you're aware, the 3 devilish scourges are the Soul Fall Winds, Earth Annihilation Sand and Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves. These 3 things all present different levels of danger, and among them the Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves are only at the spatial tempering stage, but they hunt in packs and even the smallest packs will have 7 or 8 mature wolves. They would be quite troublesome to deal with for most beings, but they would most likely pose the least threat to you. Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves are able to move very quickly in the desert, but not as quickly as 8-footed devilish lizards. As long as you can notice them in advance, you'll be able to shake them off with ease. Of course, if you didn't have a devilish lizard steed, it would be a different story. As for the Earth Annihilation Sand, the peril that it presents is second only to the Soul Fall Winds in the Illusion Howl Desert. Thus, the burly man began to offer an explanation, and even though Han Li was already aware of some of this information, he still listened intently. Over half a month later, Han Li was meditating on his devilish lizard steed, but he suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward a smudge of green in the desert, which lay close to 10 kilometers away. In the next instant, the purple-haired woman's voice sounded from up ahead. Fellow Taoists, the Silver River Oasis lies up ahead. Our Bai family has set up a small stronghold there so we can go and rest there for a while before we face that devilish beast. The mine is only around half a day away from the oasis. That's great. I've gotten really sick of riding on this thing. Once we get there, I'm going to take a good rest and have a huge meal. Brother Bai, I think it's time you gave me what you promised me, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said with an expectant expression as he patted his own large belly. Rest assured, Brother Luan Dragon. I know that you have to consume that thing to unleash the full power of your special devilish art, so I'll be handing it over to you as soon as we get to the oasis, the burly man chuckled in response. Good. After I consume that thing, my magic power will increase by at least 30%, and that'll give us a better chance of chasing away that devilish beast. That thing truly is extremely delicious. I've only had it once many years ago, but I still can't forget it to this day, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said with a pleased nod. Of course, even our Bai family had to expend extensive efforts to secure just a small amount of that thing, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Han Li was rather bewildered by this conversation, but he didn't think much of it. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the Silver River Oasis. As soon as they entered the oasis, the sandstorm abruptly stopped, as if it had been kept at bay by some kind of invisible power. The oasis was only several kilometers in size, and there were shrubs of different sizes growing all around its edge. At the center of the oasis was a dark green lake that was around 250 meters in diameter, and beside the lake was a series of gray buildings that were constructed from sand, but seemed to be very sturdy. These buildings only took up an area of several acres, but there were special energy fluctuations radiating through the area, indicating that restrictions had been set up around them. After taking a glance at the small lake, Han Li turned his attention toward that cluster of buildings. These were a series of semi-spherical buildings that were no more than 30 to 40 feet tall. The burly man jumped down from his devilish lizard and stowed it away into his spirit beast bracelet, then cast his gaze toward the buildings in the distance with furrowed brows before suddenly letting loose a long cry akin to a dragon's roar. The sound erupted straight up into the heavens, rumbling through the sky like a dull thunderclap, but even after a long time had passed, no one emerged from the buildings. The burly man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he made a peculiar hand signal toward everyone behind him. The 6 spatial tempering stage members of the group immediately jumped down from their devilish lizards as well before approaching the buildings in a careful manner. While approaching the buildings, Bai Yunxin pulled out an inky black metal badge before waving it forward. A layer of black qi immediately rose up from the ground to conceal the 6 of them, following which no more sound was heard. Everyone else looked on with wary expressions, while Han Li merely calmly appraised the situation. No one noticed that there was blue light flashing through his eyes, allowing him to see everything that was happening within the black mist up ahead. Having refined his bright-side spirit eyes for over 1,000 years, they had become incredibly powerful, and it was a simple task to see through a restriction. After around 15 minutes, the black qi suddenly dispersed, and Bai Yunxin and the others reappeared. Bai Yunxin extended a curtsy toward the burly man from afar and said, "Senior, the restrictions of the fortress are completely unharmed, but all of the disciples here have disappeared." The burly man's expression darkened upon hearing this. "There's only this oasis in this nearby area. Where could they have gone?" "I'm not sure. I was unable to find any signs of battle anywhere within the stronghold either," Bai Yunxin replied in a slightly fearful manner. The burly man's expression darkened even further, and he was just about to say something else when Han Li suddenly interjected with a smile. "How about we go in first, fellow Taoist Bai? This is not the right place to be discussing anything." The burly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought suddenly occurred to him, and his expression eased slightly as he said, "That's true. Please forgive my oversight. Let's go in, fellow Taoists." "I'll be going on ahead then," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon chuckled as he vanished from atop his devilish lizard steed, then suddenly reappeared behind Bai Yunxin and the others before making his way toward the largest of the buildings. The burly was quite amused by this, and everyone else also jumped down from their steeds before walking toward the cluster of buildings. Moments later, all of the body integration stage beings in the group were gathered in a hall that was over 100 feet in area, while Bai Yunxin and the others were ordered to stand guard outside. "I've already swept my spiritual sense through this place, and it's just as Exener said. There are no signs of battle and the restrictions are completely undamaged, so the disciples clearly left this place of their own accord," the purple-haired woman said with furrowed brows as she sat down onto a futon. "We instructed those disciples to survey that devilish beast in shifts. Could it be that they were all eaten by that thing? That doesn't make sense either. Even if that devilish beast had gone on a rampage, someone should have been left behind to guard this place," the burly man said with a perplexed expression. "Just forget about it. It's just a group of low-grade disciples anyway. Hurry up and give me that thing so I can have a good meal first," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon urged in an impatient manner. "Hee, rest assured, fellow Taoist Luan Dragon. We made a promise to you and we're certainly not going to revoke it. Sister, bring out that thing for Brother Luan Dragon," the burly man said with a smile. The purple-haired woman smiled as she flicked her wrist, upon which a burst of white light emerged out of her storage bracelet before releasing a translucent jade box onto the table before her. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion toward the table, upon which the jade box was drawn into his grasp. The lid was quickly removed and Han Li and Han Chizi naturally turned to see what it was, upon which both of them displayed slightly surprised reactions. Within the jade box was a grain of rice, but it was around half a foot in length and as thick as an infant's arm. One of its 2 ends was very sharp and it was entirely crimson in color. On top of that, it was giving off a mouth-watering aroma. "That's a bloodtooth rice," Han Li murmured to himself in a stunned voice. "You must be quite knowledgeable to recognize something like this, Brother Han. Indeed, this is a rare 1,000-year-old bloodtooth rice. Consuming this rice will enhance both one's blood essence and physical body, And for fellow Taoist Luan Dragon who's cultivating a blood-related devilish art, it can stimulate the latent potential of his blood essence as well. This is one of the things we promised fellow Taoist Luan Dragon as a reward for his efforts. And it's an delectable delicacy with a rich flavor that will linger in one's mouth for as long as several months following consumption. I've only ever heard of this thing but never seen it before. Not only are the conditions required to grow this bloodtooth rice extremely rigorous, it can only come into fruition after being watered by the blood essence of a type of special beast. Even bloodtooth rice of the lowest quality will require over 100 years to grow. It's truly impressive that you were able to obtain a 1,000-year-old one, Brother Bai, Han Li said with a slightly complex expression. This bloodtooth rice was a specialty local product in the Elder Devil realm that was exceedingly rare, and it was something that Han Li was also searching for as it was one of the few types of things that he knew of that could still enhance his body. Chapter 2062. Blood Essence Pendant. Han Li had only unintentionally stumbled upon information surrounding bloodtooth rice while going through countless ancient tomes written about the Elder Devil realm prior to entering this realm. According to the book that he had read, bloodtooth rice could only be found at a place called the Blue Waterfall Lake, which was extremely far away from Illusion Night City. Due to its scarcity, none of the local devilish beings would sell this rice and kept it solely to themselves. So it was quite remarkable that the Bai family had managed to secure one of such a high caliber. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon glanced at Han Li and Han Chizi and said, "Are you too interested in this bloodtooth rice as well? It's a pity for you that I've already claimed it. If you too want one as well, then you'll have to ask Brother Bai." After that, he immediately took a bite out of the bloodtooth rice, devouring a third of it in just a single mouthful, then began to slowly chew it in a blissful manner. A rich fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire hall. "Do you have more of this bloodtooth rice, Brother Bai?" Han Li asked. Han Chizi also immediately turned his attention toward the burly man and purple-haired woman. "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Luan Dragon. Our Bai family only has this one bloodtooth rice in our possession," the burly man said with a wry smile. "I'm afraid I find that very difficult to believe, Brother Bai. Everyone knows that the more bloodtooth rice is consumed, the more pronounced the enhancement effect it would have on the consumer's body. If you're able to obtain this rice, then how would you have only obtained one?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Chizi was clearly also unconvinced. Truth be told, our Bai family did manage to purchase several pieces of this bloodtooth rice, but they've all been consumed by my sister and myself. We only kept this one as a seed or as a pill refinement ingredient. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this one left, the burly man hurriedly explained. Han Li was silent for a moment before continuing. "Seeing as your Bai family was able to obtain this bloodtooth rice once, I'm sure you'll be able to do it again. If you can purchase some for me, then price won't be an issue. If you can purchase a bloodtooth rice of this caliber for me, I'll be willing to assist your Bai family one more time if you encounter any trouble in the future." Han Chizi finally spoke for the very first time, and his voice was very raspy and dry, as if he really hadn't spoken in a very long time. The purple-haired woman seemed to be rather tempted by these propositions, but the burly man replied without any hesitation, "We only managed to purchase these pieces of bloodtooth rice by chance when we encountered some fellow Taoists from the Blue Waterfall Lake. Our Bai family doesn't have a consistent avenue through which we can obtain these things, so there's no need to discuss this matter any further." Han Li and Han Chizi exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but they didn't press the issue any further in the face of the burly man's stoic response. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon was still munching on his bloodtooth rice, but a hint of disappointment also flashed through his eyes. After that, everyone began to rest and meditate in the hall. Around 2 hours after Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon finished consuming that piece of bloodtooth rice, his aura suddenly swelled drastically and his face became bright red. Only after a long while did he manage to digest the power of the bloodtooth rice, and Han Li became even more interested in bloodtooth rice upon seeing this. It seemed that this bloodtooth rice was far more efficacious than the records on the book suggested. During this period of time, the burly man and purple-haired woman were discussing the disappearance of the Bai family's disciples through voice transmission, but they were unable to arrive at any reasonable conclusions due to the complete lack of leads. As such, they could only set the matter aside and began to meditate as well. After all, they had only left some low-grade disciples here, and overall, They were inconsequential to the Bai family. The group stayed in the stronghold for a day and a night, then continued onward on their 8-footed devilish lizard steeds after recovering to their prime conditions. Less than half a day later, the burly man looked up at the dim sky, then suddenly turned to Han Li and the others and said, "Fellow Taoists, that devilish beast is truly quite formidable, so we'll have to exercise caution from here onward. Please conceal your auras and stow away your devilish lizards." Everyone knew that this was a crucial juncture, so there were naturally no objections raised. All of them jumped down from their devilish lizard steeds before stowing them away in their spirit beast bracelets, then continued onward, flying at a low altitude. Even though no movement techniques could be used in the desert, flying at a low altitude was possible. However, doing so expended several times more magic power than it normally would. Thankfully, the mine wasn't far away, and after flying for around 2 hours, a massive sand dune suddenly appeared on the horizon. The sand dune was tens of thousands of feet tall and resembled a massive mountain. At the same time, ghostly howls and unsettling cries could be heard coming from within the sand dune. At this moment, the burly man raised an arm and indicated for everyone to proceed with caution, then suddenly descended toward an area that was several kilometers away from the sand dune. Everyone else followed along behind him, and Han Li also trailed along with blue light flashing through his eyes as he appraised a patch of ground over 100 feet away from them with a contemplative expression. All of a sudden, the burly man reached into his own sleeve, then made a grabbing motion toward the spot that Han Li was scrutinizing. A dull thump rang out, and a huge pile of sand that was as large as a room rose up from the ground before being dropped elsewhere. The burly man repeated this process a few times to dig out a hole that was over 100 feet deep, at the bottom of which was an azure copper gate. "What's this?" Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked with a surprised expression. The main entrance to the mine is situated at the top of the sand dune, but that's already been taken over by that devilish beast. As a safety precaution, we have to enter through another entrance. My sister and I are the only ones aware of the existence of this entrance, and not only did we set it up in an extremely discreet place, we placed no restrictions around it, so the devilish beast shouldn't have discovered it yet. If we enter through here, perhaps we'd be able to catch it off guard, the purple-haired woman explained with a smile. "I see." Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon nodded in response as the puzzlement in his eyes faded. Meanwhile, the burly man pointed a finger at the copper gate from afar to release an enormous burst of invisible power. The gate tremored slightly before it was slowly pushed open, revealing an inky black passageway. The burly swept his spiritual sense toward the passageway, upon which a hint of elation appeared on his face, and he immediately drifted toward it. "Let's go, that devilish beast is still yet to discover this entrance." Everyone else naturally followed him into the passageway, and as Han Li did so as well, blue light flashed through his eyes, making the dark passageway as clear as day for him. To his left and right were faint azure stone walls that completely kept out the sand of the desert, and what was even more remarkable was that these stone walls were completely smooth and seamless and released no energy fluctuations at all, clearly indicating that there really were no restrictions set up in here. After walking along this passageway for around an hour, light suddenly appeared up ahead, and a crimson mountain face stood in their way. On this occasion, the burly man flipped a hand over to produce an antiquated rhomboid mirror before pointing it at a few times in succession. Black chi swirled over the surface of the mirror, following which a burst of 5-colored light emerged. The burly man peered intently into the 5-colored light for a short while, upon which his expression eased slightly, and he stowed the mirror away before sweeping a sleeve toward the mountain face up ahead. A burst of black light immediately swept forth before vanishing into the mountain face in a flash, and in the next instant, the mountain face tremored before moving to the side on its own in an entirely soundless manner. As soon as the mountain face was moved off to the side, everyone was struck by a scorching heat wave as a fiery red underground world appeared up ahead. Crimson rocks were littered all over the reddish-black ground, and there were countless reddish-purple stone stalagmites that protruded out of the ground. The burly man briefly inspected his surroundings before turning to everyone behind him with a serious expression. "Let's go, the devilish beast must be lurking where the true fire chi is most abundant in this mine." Generally speaking, devilish beasts will cultivate and absorb energy while hibernating, but that may not be the case for a devilish beast comparable to a devilish lord in power. On top of that, we still don't know what kind of devilish beast it is at this point, so it's impossible for us to speculate about its habits. Please be careful, everyone. Our objective is only to wound the devilish beast and chase it away, but if we manage to kill it, then we'll split the materials from the devilish beast's body evenly. When did you become such a worrywart, Brother Bai? You've said this many times already. It would naturally be fantastic for us to kill a devilish lord-level devilish beast, but if we're unable to do so, then we won't force things either, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said with a smile. Right at this moment, the purple-haired woman suddenly opened her mouth to expel a white jade pendant that had a crimson pattern on its surface. She then turned to everyone else with a smile and said, "Even though I was no match for that devilish beast the last time we fought, I was able to catch it off guard and secure a drop of its blood essence. I've refined the blood essence into this jade pendant, so it'll be a simple matter for us to track it down." After that, she injected her magic power into the jade pendant, and the crimson pattern suddenly began to move as if it had sprung to life. That's fantastic. With this jade pendant telling us the devilish beast's location, we won't have to worry about any surprise attacks, so the initiative will completely be on our side, the burly man said in an elated manner. Thus he switched positions with his sister, allowing her to lead the way in his stead. The group continued onward and soon made their way into a mine tunnel. Judging from the small pits that lined the entire tunnel, the fire cloud stones nearby had clearly all been already mined. Even so, the scorching temperature in here was noticeably higher than when they had first arrived underground. If it weren't for the fact that this mine was situated in the Illusion Howl Desert, everyone would have already unleashed earth movement techniques to seek out that devilish beast, but as things currently were, they could only progress deeper and deeper into the mine through the tunnels. There were countless tunnels in this mine with crossroads set up at regular intervals, creating a cobweb-like system. These tunnels ranged from just over 100 feet to around half a kilometer in length, and most of them had already been completely mined, with only some of the more obscure tunnels still harboring fire cloud stones that were yet to be excavated. However, after passing through around a dozen tunnels and arriving at a crossroads leading into 4 or 5 different tunnels, Han Li's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. All of these tunnels were shimmering with specks of crimson light, and the walls were riddled with fist-sized crimson crystals. However, Han Li wasn't looking at all of these precious materials. Instead, he was looking at a set of headless remains that lay slumped at the entrance of one of the tunnels. Even though the body was complete aside from its missing head, its skin was completely shriveled up, as if its blood and flesh had somehow been completely stripped away, leaving only a pouch of skin behind. The purple-haired woman and the burly man had naturally also seen the set of remains, and a hint of surprise flashed through their eyes. The purple-haired woman glanced at the robes being worn by the set of remains, and her expression immediately darkened as she made a grabbing motion toward the headless body. A small scrap of cloth detached itself from the robe before being drawn into her grasp. Han Li took a glance at it to find that a faint silver Bai character was emblazoned on that scrap of cloth. "This is a disciple of our Bai family, but it's hard to tell which one it is," the purple-haired woman said with furrowed brows. The burly man harumphed coldly before also making a grabbing motion toward the headless body, and an azure leather pouch was drawn toward him before exploding at his behest, releasing a swarm of huge crimson wasps. Each of these wasps was as large as an adult human hand, and they were buzzing incessantly. "These are blood-sifting wasps. If I recall correctly, Bai Yan possesses a swarm of these devilish insects, right?" the burly man asked with a dark expression. One of the spatial tempering stage disciples of the Bai family stepped forward, and confirmed, "Indeed, senior. These are none other than Bai Yan's blood-sifting wasps. I've seen him use these wasps in battle on multiple occasions." This was an elderly man with snowy white hair, and there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes, suggesting that he seemed to have shared some type of bond with this Bai Yan. The purple-haired woman sighed as she raised a hand to release a fireball that incinerated the body into ashes, then murmured to herself, "In that case, these must be Bai Yan's remains. He's the most powerful one among the disciples that we left at the Oasis stronghold. How did he end up here?" In reality, no one was all that surprised by the gruesome sight of the shriveled headless corpse. After all, there were countless beings in the Elder Devil realm who cultivated by devouring the blood essence of others, so this wasn't exactly an uncommon occurrence. Let's keep going. Perhaps we'll find some leads up ahead, the burly man suggested after a brief pause for contemplation. No one offered any objections, and they continued into the tunnel where the remains had just been found. However, everyone was proceeding with more caution, and after making their way along the tunnel for several thousand feet, they encountered 5 or 6 more headless corpses, all of whom were confirmed to be by family disciples who had been left at the stronghold. The burly man's expression darkened further and further with each headless body that was discovered, and after walking for a while longer he suddenly turned to the purple-haired woman and asked, "How far away are we from that devilish beast? It won't be able to detect us, will it?" Rest assured, big brother. Spiritual sense is greatly inhibited in the Illusion Howl Desert in the first place, and that's only further exacerbated by the disruptive effect of the true fire chi in this mine. We're currently still around 3 kilometers away from the devilish beast, so there's no way that it'll be able to detect us. However, I'm not sure if that will continue to be the case if we get any closer than this, the purple-haired woman replied after briefly glancing down at the jade pendant in her hand. After a brief pause for contemplation, the burly man decided, "In that case, let's all unleash our concealment techniques right away." Do we really have to start right away? Using concealment techniques in this desert is going to be very taxing on our magic power. So be it, better safe than sorry, I guess. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon mumbled reluctantly before opening his mouth to expel a black badge, which transformed into a cloud of black mist that enshrouded his entire body. Immediately thereafter, both the mist and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon himself gradually faded into nothingness. Han Li also followed suit as he made a hand seal, upon which black light swirled over his body, and he transformed into a barely visible black shadow. As for Han Chizi, he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light, upon which his entire body became as translucent as an ice statue. Bai Yunxin and the others each summoned a silver flag before tossing them up into the air in unison to create a silver light formation. The formation descended upon all 6 of them and they instantly disappeared as well. Seeing as everyone had already concealed themselves, the burly man and the purple-haired woman also did the same as one of them released a burst of black chi from their body, while the other summoned a handkerchief-like treasure. Thus, the group continued onward and much to their surprise, this tunnel was far longer than they had anticipated. Even after walking for a long while, they still hadn't made it to the other side. As they progressed, the straight tunnel suddenly began to wind and twist, and the stone walls around them also became very coarse and rugged. They had entered a natural underground fissure. Other rifts of different sizes had also begun to appear around them, ranging from only around a foot in width to several tens of feet wide. Scorching winds would occasionally blow through those rifts, carrying a charred sulfurous scent. Around an hour later, after everyone had flown out of a nondescript-looking rift, a giant underground lava lake suddenly appeared down below. The lake was over 1,000 acres in area, and it was filled with bubbling red lava. The edge of the lake was surrounded by charred rocky ground, but there were a series of reddish-purple crystals embedded into those rocks, and they were shimmering with a peculiar red light under the lava's illumination. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. These reddish-purple crystals were manifestations of fire attribute chi that had been compressed to the extreme. Even though they were quite small, all of them were extremely rare top-grade firecloud stones. At just a rough glance, he discovered that there were tens of thousands of these crystals, and they would be worth an astronomical number of devil stones or spirit stone. It was no wonder that the Bai family was willing to pay such a heavy price to try and salvage this mine. However, what was rather befuddling to Han Li was that there was no devilish beast to be seen here. The underground lava lake was indeed extremely massive, but its structure was very simple and there weren't any obvious hiding places. The burly man also seemed to be a little perplexed as he transmitted his voice toward the purple-haired woman. "Is this the right place, sister? Is that devilish beast really here?" "There's no mistaking it. Its blood essence is definitely pointing toward this place," the purple-haired woman replied without any hesitation. "In that case, it's most likely hiding within the lava down below. It seems that it really hasn't detected our arrival yet." Yunxin set up the formation right away. "Fellow Taoists, we'll be requiring your services soon as well," the burly man said as he turned to everyone else. The 6 Bai family disciples immediately gave affirmative responses before scattering around the lava lake. then summoned stacks of formation flags and formation plates to begin setting up a giant formation. As for Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi, they also descended toward the lava down below, then stopped and hovered in midair over 100 feet above the surface of the lava lake. Even though the two of them were still concealed by their respective secret techniques, they still summoned protective devilish treasures in a cautious manner. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon opened his mouth to produce a shimmering blue bowl that was emanating blue glacial light, while Han Chizi swept a sleeve through the air to produce 12 translucent flags, which transformed into 12 balls of glacial light that revolved around his body. Meanwhile, Han Li gently stomped a foot down onto the air blow, and 5-colored light erupted underfoot, forming a 5-colored lotus flower that carried his body downward on a slow descent. The 5-colored lotus flower was extremely vibrant and was releasing wisps of glacial qi. It had been manifested by none other than these 5-colored glacial flames. Han Li, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, and Han Chizi were hovering above the lava lake in a triangular formation while releasing their spiritual sense downward. However, there were layers of peculiar energy fluctuations within the lava that prevented Han Li's spiritual sense from reaching any deeper than just over 1,000 feet into the lake. For Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the others, their spiritual sense was far less powerful than Han Li's, so that distance was shortened to around 0 to 400 feet for them. A distance of just over 1,000 feet only allowed Han Li to discover that there was a massive black shadow lying at the bottom of the lake. However, due to the energy fluctuations in the lava, he was unable to see the shadow clearly, so he couldn't determine whether this was their target for this trip. Even though the black shadow laid completely still as if it were dead, Han Li was still surveying it with great caution. As Bai Yunxin and the others were setting up the formation, the two devilish lords of the Bai family were also in action. The burly man had summoned his antiquated mirror again, and it transformed into over 100 mirror fragments that spread all over the air above the lava lake, shining black devilish light down upon it. The burly man's lips tremored silently, and he wore a slightly strained expression, clearly finding it rather difficult to unleash his abilities while the majority of his magic power was being restricted. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman made a hand seal, and a suit of devilish armor that was as pristine white as jade appeared over her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with her other hand, and a long inky black halberd appeared in her grasp. She swept the weapon through the air, and an inky black giant horned tiger projection appeared, snarling viciously as if it were about to pounce at any moment. Around 15 minutes later, the 6th spatial tempering stage by family disciples finished setting up the formation, and balls of black qi immediately surfaced around the lava lake. Bursts of killing intent and flashes of cold light were contained within the balls of black qi, as if they were holding countless sharp blades. The 6th spatial tempering stage by family disciples had concealed themselves within these balls of black qi and were controlling the entire formation. The burly man then transmitted his voice toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon. "The formation is ready, fellow Taoist Luan Dragon. Please force the beast out of the lava now." A cold look appeared in Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's eyes upon hearing this, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger toward the blue bowl he had summoned. The bowl shuddered before expanding drastically in size, transforming into a blue moon, and at the same time, it released a thick pillar of blue light that shot forth toward the lava down below with ferocious might. The pillar of light stirred up the lava lake like a giant rod, and in the blink of an eye, massive waves had been swept up over the surface of the entire lake. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of fury rang out, and the lava parted as a burst of green qi emerged, forcing the pillar of blue light out of the lake. A cold smile appeared on Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's face upon seeing this, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. At the same time, he flicked his fingers toward the blue bowl to release around a dozen streaks of black light, all of which vanished into the bowl in a flash. A loud ringing sound suddenly erupted out of the blue moon, and countless white runes appeared over its surface. As a result, the blue pillar of light it was releasing became around twice as thick as it had been before, and it crashed down from above with renewed might. The burst of opposing green qi was completely caught off guard and was instantly destroyed, following which the pillar of blue light plunged deep into the lava lake again. A resounding boom rang out within the lake, and it seemed that the attack really had struck the devilish beast that was hiding within the lake. How did you like that? Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon chortled as he prepared to unleash more attacks with his blue bowl. However, right at this moment, the entire cave suddenly began to tremor violently, and a crimson wave of light swept up over the surface of the lava, surging directly toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, and even Han Li and Han Chizi were caught up within the scope of the attack. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as the five-colored lotus beneath his feet rotated slightly, and a five-colored glacial light barrier appeared around him, easily keeping the crimson light at bay. Han Chizi also remained on the spot as the 12 balls of glacial light around him swelled drastically to form a barrier of glacial light as well. In contrast, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon suddenly let loose a cry of alarm as his body was instantly flung back by a burst of enormous invisible power, and he crashed violently into a massive stone wall, sinking several feet into it as countless rock fragments rained down from above. At the spot where Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon had been standing before, a massive beastly claw that was covered in green flames had appeared, and that appeared to have been what had sent Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon flying. After being smashed into the stone wall, most of Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's clothes had been torn away, but a suit of inky black armor had appeared over his body to nullify most of the impact. As such, even though he was looking quite disheveled, the injuries that he had sustained were actually quite minor. Even so, his face instantly turned as red as blood, and a burst of power erupted from his body, shattering the stone wall around him, thereby allowing him to free himself. Immediately thereafter, he cussed in a furious manner as he made a grabbing motion, and a strange long-handled blade appeared in his grasp amid a flash of yellow light. Immediately thereafter, the black swirling around his body swelled drastically, and he slashed the blade toward the giant claw like lightning with both hands. A yellow blade projection swept forth, covering a distance of several hundred feet in a flash before viciously slicing toward the beastly claw. However, despite its massive size, the beastly claw was unexpectedly agile and instantly vanished into thin air. Thus, the yellow blade projection struck nothing but empty space. Immediately thereafter, violent waves surged over the surface of the lava lake down below, and a gigantic creature that was enshrouded in green devilish flames emerged. The creature was over 200 feet in size, and its roar resembled the moo of a cow. Han Li and Han Chizi immediately shot back, and one of them rubbed his hands together before raising them to release countless threads of gray light, while 2 of 12 balls of glacial light around the other's body hurtled directly toward the giant beast. As soon as these balls of glacial light were hurled through the air, white icy halos appeared around them as a show of their fearsome glacial might. However, the giant devilish beast remained completely unfazed. It abruptly raised its head, and the green flames around its body instantly transformed into layers of green light barriers. Regardless of whether it was Han Li's gray threads of light or those icy halos, they were both instantly destroyed as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this. His divine essence-fused light was able to repress 5 elemental power, so it was quite a surprise to him that these green devilish flames were able to nullify them so easily. However, the 2 balls of glacial light unleashed by Han Chizi seemed to possess some type of peculiar power, allowing them to tear through the green flames and hurtle directly toward the devilish beast. The devilish beast immediately expelled 2 bursts of black chi out of its mouth in response, and after the 2 opposing powers clashed, the balls of glacial light reverted back into a pair of translucent flags that descended from above. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon seeing this, but he immediately made a grabbing motion, drawing the 2 flags back to him as streaks of white light, which vanished into his body in a flash. Right at this moment, the devilish beast let loose a loud roar, and the temperature within the entire cave instantly increased by several fold. Crimson fireballs emerged around its body, yet just as it was about to unleash an attack, the burly man and purple-haired woman sprang into action. The burly man began to chant something while pointing a finger at all of the mirror fragments in the air, and they released bolts of black lightning in unison, intertwining to form a black lightning net that descended from above. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman stabbed her black halberd viciously downward, and the giant black tiger projection around it let loose a thunderous roar before swooping down as a streak of black light. The space in the wake of the black light twisted and warped, and it appeared directly above the devilish beast in a flash, completely undeterred by the oncoming balls of green flames. However, the green flames around the body of the devilish beast suddenly swelled drastically, then formed a two-headed devilish python projection that clashed with the tiger projection. Both of these projections were formed by devilish chi, but it was as if a clash were taking place between an actual pair of ferocious devilish beasts. As for that black lightning net, all of the crimson fireballs in the air immediately shot forth toward it at the devilish beast's behest, and the lightning net was completely kept at bay amid countless explosions of red light. This devilish beast truly did possess powers comparable to a late-stage devilish lord. It was opposing several devilish lords at once, yet managed to hold its own. However, during this brief delay, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon also appeared in a flash above the devilish beast, then suddenly patted his own belly with a cold look in his eyes. A treasure emerged from his stomach, revealing itself to be a small drum that was only several inches in size. The drum was entirely crimson in color, and had countless snowflake-like runes engraved all over its surface. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon gently patted the drum, and glacial winds were instantly swept up as countless bright red snowflakes appeared before descending from the heavens. Chapter 2065. Fierce Mine Battle 1. The snowflakes didn't appear to be very large, but they were able to instantly nullify all of the crimson fireballs they came into contact with, and a burst of glacial chi filled the entire air, eradicating the scorching heat. At the same time, Han Li flicked his fingers toward the devilish beast in quick succession, releasing 10 streaks of azure sword chi that shot forth toward the devilish beast in a flash. Meanwhile, Han Chizi harumphed coldly as made a grabbing motion with a pristine white hand, and a translucent ice mountain instantly appeared. Initially, the mountain was only around 10 feet in size, but it quickly swelled to several hundred feet at his behest, then crashed down toward the devilish beast. In that instant, Han Li's trio had unleashed their attacks toward the devilish beast all at the same time. However, as opposed to testing out the devilish beast's powers as they had done during their initial attacks, all three of them were using their true powers now. The devilish beast seemed to also be aware that it was in a perilous situation, and it let loose a low roar as the green flames around its body surged upward, but at the same time, it descended toward the lava lake for refuge. However, right at this moment, Bai Yunxin and the others activated the giant formation they had set up. A string of loud clangs rang out from within the black chi they were hiding in, following which countless snowy white saber projections shot forth in all directions, creating an impenetrable net above the lava lake that stood in the devilish beast's way. All of these saber projections were shimmering with a cold light, and were clearly extremely sharp and formidable. The devilish beast was very confident in the power of its own body, but it still didn't dare to plunge into this fearsome net and was forced to stop in midair. At this point, the snowflakes, ice mountain, and sword chi had already swept the green flames aside and were crashing down toward the devilish beast from above. Even in this perilous situation, the devilish beast didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to have been fueled by its vicious instincts as it opened its mouth to devour all of the green flames around its own body. As a result, it was revealed to be a ferocious monster with the head of a deer, the body of a cow, and the paws of a lion. After the green flames were devoured, it threw its head back and expelled a green stone brick out of its mouth, which swelled drastically to form a massive fiery stone wall. In the next instant, the snowflakes, sword chi, and ice mountain struck the stone wall, amid a string of resounding explosions and flashes of dazzling light, but the stone wall remained completely unmoved. The devilish lords present were all quite surprised to see this, and Han Li was also rather taken aback. The sword chi that he had unleashed appeared to be quite mundane, but they were no less powerful than the azure bamboo cloud's worm swords themselves. As such, they were capable of slicing through even some lower-grade treasures. He hadn't expected the streaks of sword chi to kill the devilish beast, but it was still quite a surprise to him that the stone wall had been able to keep them at bay so easily. Right at this moment, a layer of black chi appeared over the purple-haired woman's face, and she hurled halberd violently downward with a flick of her wrist. The black halberd instantly swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length before plunging viciously into the stone wall. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and the entire space tremored violently. Immediately thereafter, a black sun emerged in the air, and countless cracks appeared over the surface of the seemingly indestructible stone wall, looking as if it were going to shatter at any moment. The purple-haired woman was ecstatic to see this, but the devilish beast suddenly opened its mouth to release a burst of azure light that surged into the stone wall in a flash. The azure flames around the stone wall instantly reared up, and the cracks that had been inflicted were quickly sealed again. The purple-haired woman's expression darkened upon seeing this, and her black halberd instantly transformed into countless massive halberd projections that came crashing down toward the stone wall like a torrential storm. At the same time, the burly man switched a different hand seal, and the mirror fragments in the air unleashed over 100 bolts of black lightning again. On this occasion, they intertwined to form a black lightning sword that was over 100 feet in length, and it swept down with vicious force. Bolts of black lightning came crashing down like countless black snakes, striking the stone wall and dispersing most of the green flames around it. Han Chizi also pointed a finger toward the ice mountain that he had summoned, and it tremored before vanishing on the spot. After that, spatial fluctuations erupted behind the devilish beast, and the ice mountain reappeared out of thin air before hurtling toward the devilish beast's back. Before the ice mountain had even struck its target, a burst of enormous invisible power and translucent glacial light swept forth, but right in that instant, the devilish beast suddenly raised one of its paws before thrusting it forward. All of a sudden, the paw vanished into thin air, following which a giant claw that was enshrouded in green flames appeared behind the devilish beast before crashing into the oncoming ice mountain. The glacial light and green devilish flames exploded in unison amid a dull thump, and the ice mountain was sent flying backward while the beastly paw vanished again. Han Chizi's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he pointed his finger toward the ice mountain several times in succession to arrest its momentum, then sent it hurtling toward the devilish beast again. At the same time, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the small crimson drum being controlled by Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, and all of the crimson snowflakes drifting through the air transformed into countless ice spikes that rained down toward devilish beast in a torrential downpour. The ice spikes struck the stone wall before exploding into balls of crimson light, and a repugnant odor wafted through the air. In the next instant, a series of pits and craters began to appear on the surface of the wall, indicating that the ice spikes seemed to have been imbued with lethal poison. In the face of so many attacks, the stone wall was beginning to struggle. The devilish beast expelled several bursts of azure light out of its mouth, but was still unable to repair the cracks on the stone wall as quickly as they were being inflicted. The devilish beast immediately let loose a low roar upon seeing this, and countless devilish patterns appeared over the surface of its body before swirling incessantly. Identical green devilish patterns appeared on the giant stone wall as well, and it abruptly descended the devilish beast, then transformed into a massive stone ball around its body. All of the oncoming attacks struck the giant stone ball in a frenzy. The streaks of azure sword chi summoned by Han Li had transformed into over 100 powerful sword threads that plunged viciously into the stone ball, inflicting many tiny holes onto its surface, but were unable to fully penetrate. Even so, it was quite clear that the stone ball wouldn't be able to last too long in the face of such ferocious attacks. The green flames around it were gradually dimming, and countless rock fragments were falling from its surface. The burly man and purple-haired woman were both ecstatic to see this, and they injected even more power into their attacks. On top of that, the giant net of blades that had sealed off the surface of the lac had disassembled itself into countless sharp blades at the behest of the 6 by family disciples, and these blades were also joining in on the attack. Within the span of just a few breaths, the stone ball had been whittled down significantly, and it seemed that victory would be secured soon. However, Han Li's brows were slightly furrowed as things seemed to be progressing far too smoothly. Thus far, the devilish beast hadn't truly displayed its fearsome late-body integration stage power. As soon as this thought occurred to Han Li, the devilish beast let loose a loud roar from within the stone ball, and pillars of scorching hot lava suddenly rose up from the placid surface of the lava lake, converging to form a massive ball of lava that enveloped the stone ball. Immediately thereafter, countless green devilish patterns appeared on the surface of the ball of lava, following which it transformed into a molten giant that was over 100 feet tall. The giant had crimson flames surging all over its body and green light flashing within its eyes. It raised its arms high up into the air, and waves of fire swept forth from its body in all directions. There seemed to be an endless supply of crimson flames within the giant's body, and a crimson sea of flames had filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter the giant opened its mouth to expel a vast expanse of green devilish flames, which fused into the crimson flames, forming a dozen or so green fiery pythons that each exceeded 100 feet in length, all of which pounced toward the enemy devilish lords. Red light flashed before Han Li's eyes, and his entire body was plunged into the sea of flames. Scorching devilish qi revolved around him like a frenzied vortex, and he was bound to the spot by some type of profound power hidden within the sea of flames. Under the compression of this profound power, the azure streaks of sword qi within the sea of flame had also become very slow and sluggish. The attacks unleashed by the other devilish lords were also significantly nullified by the sea of flames, rendering them unable to pose much of a threat to the devilish beast. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he made a grabbing motion toward the streaks of azure sword qi, and all of them exploded within the sea of flames, forming balls of azure light that forcibly dispersed some of the crimson flames, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the sea of fire again. After that Han Li made a hand seal, and the 5-colored glacial flames around him expanded to force back the surrounding flames, yet just as he was about to escape from the sea of fire, a blood-curdling cry suddenly rang out from within the formation around the lava lake. Chapter 2066. Fierce Mind Battle 2. The burly man's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the black qi down below. That cry had come from one of the Bai family disciples, and under normal circumstances he would be able to instantly glean the situation within the formation, but his powers were currently severely restricted, and the power of the formation was obstructing him as well, so he was unable to see what was happening within the black qi. However, he could sense that one of the auras of the 6 disciples had already disappeared. This was naturally very alarming to him, yet before he could do anything, 2 more blood-curdling cries rang out in succession within the black qi. Immediately thereafter the auras of 2 more Bai family disciples were snuffed out. "Save me, Senior." A Bai family disciple rushed out of the black qi before frantically fleeing toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, who was the devilish lord that was situated closest to him. However, in this sea of flames, the disciple's speed was greatly hampered, and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon remained on the spot, displaying no intention to help him. The Bai family disciple was plunged into complete despair upon seeing this, yet before he could do anything, a streak of black light suddenly shot forth out of the black qi, striking the disciple in a flash, completely unimpeded by the sea of fire. A howl of anguish rang out as the protective devilish qi around the disciple's body was scattered, and his head rolled down from his body. Another murky white head then emerged out of the wound on his neck, and it cast a cold glance toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon with its crimson eyes. As soon as their eyes met, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon was instantly struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if all of the blood in his entire body had frozen solid. This was naturally quite alarming to him, and he swept his sleeve through the air to summon a bone shield that situated itself in front of him. At this moment Bai Yunxin and another Bai family disciple flew out of the black qi with horrified expressions, and one of them flew toward Han Li while the other flew toward Han Qizi. The head that had emerged from the neck of the decapitated Bai family disciple cast its gaze toward the pair, then suddenly flew out of the disciple's body. It shot forth as a streak of white light, then split up into 2 and flew toward both Bai Yunxin and the other disciple. After just a single flash, it had already reached its 2 targets. "Save me, Senior." "Senior Han." Both of the disciples were naturally horrified to see this, and they each summoned several protective devilish treasures to try and save themselves. However, the white light was able to pass through the treasures as if it had no substantial form, and it plunged into their bodies in a flash. In the next instant, both of their heads were also decapitated amid blood-curdling cries, only to be replaced by 2 other white heads. The white light had moved so quickly that it had afforded Han Li and Han Qizi no opportunity to step in. Both of their expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. If it weren't for the fact that they were unable to use movement techniques and restricted by this sea of flames, it would have been a simple task for them to rescue the 2 Bai family disciples. But in these circumstances, they could only look on as the disciples were killed. Han Li cast his gaze toward the first disciple who had been decapitated to find that his body had completely shriveled up. His blood and flesh had vanished, and his remains mirrored the headless bodies that they had discovered in the mine tunnel earlier. It seemed that the other Bai family disciples had also fallen in the same manner. However, the monsters who had attacked the Bai family disciples seemed to be aware that the devilish lords wouldn't be so easy to defeat, and they merely appraised Han Li and the others with their cold crimson eyes. This indicated that these beings had a high level of intelligence, which made the devilish lords present even more wary of them. The burly man and purple-haired woman exchanged a glance to see their own shock and fury mirrored in one another's eyes, and they shared a quick conversation through voice transmission before the burly man turned to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, please face these monsters for now with my sister. I'll take care of this devilish beast with the other fellow Taoists. After we defeat that devilish beast, we'll come to assist the two of you." As soon as his voice trailed off, bright white light abruptly erupted out of the purple-haired woman's suit of armor, forcing back the surrounding crimson flames and allowing her to fly directly toward Han Li. Han Chizi also quickly flew toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the burly man upon hearing this arrangement, using the balls of glacial light around him to part the sea of flames. In the face of these powerful enemies, there was no time for debate, so he immediately decided to comply with the burly man's suggestion. Han Li had no objections either, and once the purple-haired woman was less than 200 feet away from him, he immediately transmitted his voice toward her. "Fellow Taoist Futian, do you know what these beings are?" The woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "This is the first time I've seen these things as well, but I recall reading about a similar type of entity known as devilish spirits that seem to be quite similar to these things. However, I can't confirm if these are indeed devilish spirits." "Devilish spirits?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The woman hadn't elaborated on what they were, but these devilish spirits were clearly supposed to be quite troublesome to deal with. "Indeed. I suspect that this thing may be a devilish spirit formed by the spiritual qi within this mine. If that's the case, then not only will its attacks be completely insubstantial and formless, it'll be immune to virtually all physical attacks, and even its movement techniques may not be hampered much here. I don't know why it's decided to join forces with this devilish beast, but we have to be careful," the purple-haired woman replied. "I see. Let me find out if it really is immune to physical attacks." Han Chizi turned toward Bai Yunxin's possessed body with a cold light in his eyes, then cast his gaze toward the three other devilish lords. Those three had already begun attacking the molten giant formed by the devilish beast, and aside from his vast treasured mirror, the burly man had summoned a pair of metal hooks that were revolving around the molten giant's body, inflicting a large hole upon it with each attack. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's body had swelled to several times its original size, and he was releasing gusts of purple winds out of his mouth to force back the crimson sea of flames. As for Han Chizi, his body had become as translucent as an ice sculpture, and he was unleashing a series of extremely powerful glacial abilities. The devilish beast was indeed very formidable, but in the face of the three devilish lords, all of whom were attacking it with powers that held an advantage against it, it had been forced onto the back foot. Even though the lava enveloping its body was being heavily damaged, it was able to endlessly regenerate by drawing upon the lava in the lake, so the three devilish lords were unable to truly harm the beast. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but he abruptly made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword that was around 3 feet long appeared in his grasp. He slashed the sword toward Bai Yunxin's body, and it instantly vanished from his grasp. However, in the next instant spatial fluctuations erupted from Bai Yunxin's headless body, and a translucent azure thread appeared before drifting down like a gentle breeze, slicing the white head on her body in half right down the center. After reaching the late body integration stage, Han Li's sword thread had become incredibly powerful and unpredictable, allowing him to slice through that head with ease. An extremely disorienting shriek rang out from the two halves of the white head, following which Bai Yunxin's headless body instantly completely shriveled upon. In the next instant, the two halves of the head flew out of her body before combining as one to form a streak of white light that shot forth directly toward Han Li. With Han Li's immense spiritual sense, he was naturally completely unaffected by the soundwave attack. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air and several tens of small azure swords shot forth, transforming into several tens of azure sword threads that flew directly toward the oncoming streak of light. The streak of light drew to an abrupt halt as several tens of faint azure marks appeared all over it, following which it was split up into several tens of pieces. However, these fragments then immediately fused back together before hurtling toward Han Li again, maintaining its original speed in the process. It really is virtually immune to physical attacks. Looks like this is indeed a devilish spirit, Han Li murmured to himself as he swept his other sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver flames, which struck the streak of white light with unerring accuracy. The silver flames then reared up to several feet tall and instantly inundated the oncoming streak of white light. While keeping an eye on the other devilish spirit, the purple-haired woman was naturally also watching what Han Li was doing, and just when she thought that the silver flames would be unable to harm the devilish spirit, she was given quite a surprise. As soon as the streak of white light was enshrouded within the silver flames, it let loose a blood-curdling shriek before frantically rolling around on the ground, seemingly in an attempt to snuff out the flames. Chapter 2067, Fierce Mind Battle 3. Within the span of just 2 breaths, the shrieking ceased, and the streak of light was incinerated into nothingness. The purple-haired woman didn't hesitate any longer upon seeing this and immediately attacked the other devilish spirit. She hurled her halberd through the air, and a tiger's roar rang out as the halberd transformed into a giant horned tiger projection, then released a pillar of black light out of its mouth, which stuck the other devilish spirit in a flash. The body that was possessed by the devilish spirit and the white head were torn into countless pieces amid a violent explosion, immediately following which the woman rubbed her hands together before raising them toward the distance. Ball of black flames erupted forth in a frenzy before sweeping up the fragments of the devilish spirit and setting them alight. The purple-haired woman then waved a hand to draw her halberd back to herself before appraising the black flames with a faint smile on her face. It seemed that these devilish spirits weren't as troublesome to deal with as the records had suggested. However, as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, the black flames in the distance suddenly exploded, and wisps of devilish flames erupted forth in all directions, among which were interspersed countless thumb-sized specks of light. These specks of light detached themselves from the devilish flames, then converged toward the same spot to form a faint white figure. The black devilish flames she had unleashed were completely unable to harm this devilish spirit. The woman drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and only then did she realize that the silver flames released by Han Li were no ordinary flames. Right at this moment, the devilish spirit hurtled directly toward her as a streak of white light, and within the blink of an eye, it was only several tens of feet away from her. The woman was slightly alarmed to see this, but she didn't panic in the slightest as she swept her halberd through the air to unleash countless streaks of black light that plunged down toward the white light. At the same time, she made a hand seal with her other hand to release a ball of green light, which swelled to the size of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye, revealing itself to be a crescent-shaped blade. The oncoming streak of white light didn't take any evasive measures as it crashed headfirst into the black light and green blade. The white figure then somehow passed directly through the opposing attacks before pouncing directly toward the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she suddenly rose up slightly before hurling her halberd through the air while launching her other fist toward the white figure at the same time. Her fist appeared to be very delicate, but as it was thrust through the air, a patch of space that was several tens of feet in size abruptly collapsed. A gray ball of light then emerged and all of the surrounding air surged toward it in a frenzy. Spatial power. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The devilish spirit was situated right within the ball of light, and it began to struggle violently as its body transformed and contorted into different shapes. However, it was slowly but inevitably drawn toward the center of the ball of light by that burst of strange suction force. The purple-haired woman was ecstatic to see this, and a layer of gray light appeared over her other hand, which she thrust toward the same direction. A dull thump rang out, and the existing ball of gray light shuddered before the suction force that was emanating from it intensified by around twofold. The devilish spirit was unable to resist any longer, and it was drawn to the center of the ball of gray light before being shredded into smithereens by a burst of power that resembled countless sharp blades. A faint smile appeared on the purple-haired woman's face as she made a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward the gray light, planning to unleash a powerful secret technique to completely destroy the trapped devilish spirit. However, right at this moment Han Li suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Look out." The purple-haired woman faltered slightly upon hearing this, and before she could figure out what Han Li was referring to, several hundred threads of white light suddenly erupted out of the gray light up ahead before striking her body in a flash. Several layers of light barriers appeared around her, but the white threads passed through them as if they didn't exist before striking her suit of pristine white armor. Balls of white light erupted out of the suit of armor upon being struck by the white threads, and within those balls of white light were silver runes of different sizes that temporarily kept the white threads at bay. However, the white threads seemed to be imbued with extremely fearsome power, and the purple-haired woman was sent flying back in an uncontrollable manner. Immediately thereafter, the white threads converged to form the white figure again, and it quickly reached out toward her with both hands. A pair of massive hands of light that were around 10 feet in size each appeared out of thin air, then grabbed viciously toward her. Before they had even come into contact with her, 2 bursts of enormous force were already sweeping toward her body. The woman's face paled at the sight of the powerful attack, and she knew that if she were to be struck by the attack, would definitely at least be severely wounded if not killed on the spot. As such, she could only grit her teeth and fight for her life. A layer of crimson chi appeared over her face while black light flashed behind her, and a menacing devilish projection with a tiger's head and a human's body emerged. The devilish projection let loose a low roar, and reached out toward the pair of massive hands of light with its devilish paws. However, the woman had still underestimated the devilish spirit's powers. In the instant that the pair of hands came into contact with the devilish paws, they suddenly twisted and flashed past the devilish paws at an incredible angle before crashing down toward the purple-haired woman's head. The purple-haired woman's face paled even further upon seeing this, but it was too late for her to do anything, and she could only inject her magic power into her suit of armor in a frenzy, preparing to withstand the attack with her body. Just as the giant hands were about to reach her, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, and 2 balls of silver flames shot forth in a flash to strike the pair of huge hands. A resounding boom rang out as the pair of hands was inundated by the silver flames, then instantly incinerated into nothingness. In the next instant, the 2 bursts of silver flames combined as one, transforming into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in size before flying toward the devilish spirit. Han Li had finally stepped in the woman's hour of need. The devilish spirit was clearly very fearful of the silver flames, and it instantly shot back over 100 feet in a wraith-like manner before expelling bursts of reddish-purple light out of its mouth. These bursts of light then transformed into several tens of streaks of purple sword chi that struck the silver fire raven in a flash. But Fire Raven remained completely unscathed while the streaks of purple sword chi were all incinerated into nothingness. However, the silver Fire Raven was slowed down slightly by the streaks of sword chi, and the devilish spirit took advantage of this opportunity to flee back into the stone wall, where it disappeared. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he waved a hand toward the silver Fire Raven, upon which it immediately returned to him as a ball of silver flames, then vanished into his body in a flash. The purple-haired woman was greatly relieved as she steadied herself, then hurriedly extended a grateful salute toward Han Li from afar. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have truly been in severe peril. I'll be sure to repay you for this." "You're welcome, fellow Taoist. I agreed to lend you my assistance, so it's only expected of me to step in when you're in danger. It's a pity we let that devilish spirit get away. It seems to possess quite a high level of intelligence, so it'll be very difficult to capture it again," Han Li replied with a smile. "You're far too modest, Brother Han. Indeed, we'll have to eradicate this devilish spirit if we want to resume normal operations in this mine, but let's take care of that devilish beast first," the purple-haired woman said with a wry smile before flying toward the other battle. There, the molten giant was releasing boundless crimson flames, and even though it was clearly on the back foot, it was still attacking the devilish lords with immense ferocity, unleashing green fireballs the size of pavilions with its massive fists. The giant fireballs were imbued with formidable power, and even the 3 devilish lords were forced to evade them, not daring to oppose them head-on. As expected of a devilish beast that was comparable in power to a late body integration stage being, it truly wouldn't be an easy task for the 3 devilish lords to defeat. After ascertaining the situation, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he made a hand seal, following which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a burst of surging devilish qi. Chapter 2068. Victory. Half a day later, an earth-shattering boom rang out near the giant sand dune, and it suddenly exploded, sending an enormous amount of sand flying in all directions. A ball of green flames then shot forth before flying away into the distance. Within the green flames was a deer-headed devilish beast that was riddled with wounds. There was blood flowing all over its body and it was missing one of its paws. However, right at this moment, a streak of piercing silver light suddenly shot forth like lightning before rapidly revolving around the devilish beast. The devilish beast let loose a thunderous roar of pain, and the green flames around its body reared up as it accelerated, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, half of a purple horn came crashing down from above amid a rain of blood and landed with a dull thump, sinking several feet into the sand, indicating that it was extremely heavy. A humanoid figure then slowly flew out of what remained of the sand dune before hovering in midair. It was none other than Han Li, and he cast his gaze toward the direction that the devilish beast had disappeared in before shaking his head, then glanced down at the purple horn segment that had sunken into the sand. He raised a hand and made a grabbing motion to release a burst of invisible suction force, and the horn segment was drawn into his grasp as if it weighed nothing at all. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the purple horn segment, and a pleased look appeared on his face. However, his expression then changed slightly, and he immediately flipped his hand over to stow the horn segment away. In the next instant, another humanoid figure emerged out of the massive crater in the sand. It was none other than the purple-haired woman. The woman smiled at the sight of Han Li and asked, "Did you manage to catch up to that devilish beast?" "It's all right even if you didn't. The beast has already been severely wounded by the 5 of us, so I'm sure it wouldn't dare to approach this mine again. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, as it was fleeing, I managed to inflict another sword wound upon it. By my estimation, it'll take at least several centuries of recuperation before it can make a full recovery," Han Li replied as he pointed toward the puddle of ground that had been left in the sand. The purple-haired woman's eyes lit up with elation at the sight of the puddle of blood and she said, "That's great. I'm glad we've finally resolved this issue. Let's go and meet up with everyone else before we discuss what to do next." Sure. Han Li naturally had no objections to this and he drifted back down into the crater again. The purple-haired woman glanced at the puddle of blood and hesitated momentarily before thrusting a hand toward it, upon which a large pile of sand was turned over to completely bury all of the blood. Only then was her heart truly put at ease and she drifted down into the crater as well. Several hours later, Han Li and the other devilish lords were gathered in the cave where the battle had taken place, and they were in the process of discussing something. Among them, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the burly man both appeared quite pale, indicating that they had severely exerted themselves during the earlier battle. In contrast, Han Chizi didn't appear to be any different compared to his normal state. "So you're saying that there's a devilish spirit that was formed within this mine? In that case it definitely won't leave this mine. Otherwise, it'll inevitably perish over time," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said. "That devilish spirit was able to instantly kill those 6 spatial tempering stage disciples from our Bai family, so it's most likely very powerful. Perhaps it already possesses the ability to leave this mine if it so pleases," the purple-haired woman countered. "That's true. Even if one of us had been in its place, none of us would have been able to kill 6 spatial tempering stage beings so quickly. What do you plan to do next, Brother Bai?" Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked. "Even though the devilish beast was chased away, we won't be able to resume mining operations while that devilish spirit is still around, so we'll have to ask for your assistance to resolve that issue as well. Otherwise, my sister and I won't have much chance of being able to get rid of it," the burly man replied in a truthful manner. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon exchanged a glance with Han Chizi, and the former's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "That's not right, Brother Bai. I only agreed to help you deal with that devilish beast, not this devilish spirit. On top of that, this devilish spirit is extremely powerful and unpredictable. Even fellow Taoist Futian almost perished to it, so it's most likely even more dangerous than that devilish beast. Besides, we already incurred a lot of additional risk when that devilish spirit suddenly appeared during the battle. Otherwise, I may not be in such bad condition right now." Han Chizi didn't say anything, but he was clearly of the same opinion. The burly man's expression darkened slightly with displeasure upon hearing this, but he said in a calm voice, "That devilish spirit is an oversight on our part. If we had known about its existence in advance, we would have prepared the appropriate treasures to deal with it. Rest assured, Brother Luan Dragon, if you're willing to continue to assist us, we'll double the reward that we initially promised you. That devilish spirit is indeed very unpredictable, but fellow Taoist Han's devilish flames seem to be a good counter against it, and he was even able to kill one of the devilish spirit's clones, so it should be severely wounded right now. If we miss this opportunity, we may not get another one." After that, the burly man turned to Han Li with a smile before transmitting his voice toward him. "Brother Han, if you're willing to help us get rid of this devilish spirit, we'll give you an additional 8-footed devilish lizard and let you choose 3 treasures from our by family's treasure vault." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this before nodding in response. The burly man was naturally very relieved to see this. In order to eradicate that devilish spirit, Han Li's silver flames were vital. "You're doubling the rewards? Does that include another blood-tooth rice?" Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon hurriedly asked with an elated expression. The burly man seemed to have predicted this question, and he immediately replied, "My apologies, but we really don't have any more pieces of blood-tooth rice. However, I'm willing to replace that with a piece of blood-refining metal essence. What do you think, Brother Luan Dragon? I recall that you've been searching for this item for a very long time." Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon faltered slightly upon hearing this before agreeing in a slightly reluctant manner. "A piece of blood-refining metal essence. That's not as good as a piece of blood-tooth rice, but it'll suffice." The burly man was ecstatic, and he turned to Han Chizi before asking, "Great. Can I count on you too as well, fellow Taoists?" Han Chizi nodded in response, and Han Li also had no objections. Thus, they began to discuss a specific plan to deal with the devilish spirit, and they finally devised something that was feasible. After that, they began to meditate while holding devil stones instead of immediately springing into action. Several days later, after everyone had recovered some of their magic power, they split up into 2 groups. It was still the same 2 groups as last time, with Han Li and the purple-haired woman in one group, while the other group was comprised of the 3 other devilish lords, and they headed into 2 different mine tunnels. 2 days later, the purple-haired woman was walking up ahead with a round disc in her hand, while Han Li was following along behind her in an unhurried manner. The woman wasn't walking very quickly, and she was glancing down at the disc occasionally, but was yet to discover anything. "Can this spirit-tracking disc really detect the devilish spirit's location?" Han Li asked. "Rest assured, Brother Han, this devil-tracking disc wasn't specifically designed for devilish spirits, but it's still applicable under these circumstances. We'll be able to detect the devilish spirit right away if it comes within 1,000 feet of us. Otherwise, with the devilish spirit's ability to fuse as one with this mine, we won't be able to detect it at all with our spiritual sense," the purple-haired woman replied with a smile. "That devilish spirit is quite intelligent. I don't think it'll approach us voluntarily," Han Li said with a shake of his head. "Then we'll find the root of the devilish spirit. If we can track down the root of the devilish spirit in this mine and destroy it, the devilish spirit itself will also be eradicated," the purple-haired woman immediately replied without any hesitation. "That may be true, but it won't be a simple task to find its root in such a massive mine. It may take over a week." Han Li sighed. "Are you saying the reward we promised you isn't even worth an extra week of your time, Brother Han?" the woman chuckled. "Hee, that's not how this works," Han Li replied with a meaningful smile. The purple-haired woman was just about to say something in response when a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from her body, and she faltered slightly before patting her own waist, upon which a devilish badge treasure flew out. The purple-haired woman quickly tapped the badge a few times, and was greeted by the sound of the burly man's ecstatic voice. "Sister, we've already found the devilish spirit and eradicated it together. As we anticipated, it was severely wounded and debilitated, so it wasn't able to put up much of a fight at all." The woman was quite taken aback to hear this, and Han Li could also hear what was being said. A smile appeared on his face as he chuckled. "Looks like we won't have to stay here for another week after all." Chapter 2069. Encountering foreign devilish metal again. A month later, Several lizard-like devilish beasts emerged from the edge of the Illusion Howl Desert, and atop each lizard sat a person. They were none other than Han Li's group who were returning from the Bai family mine. After Han Li had been informed that the devilish lord had been slain by the burly man and the others, he and the purple-haired woman had immediately gone to meet up with the 3 devilish lords, and they had found the root of the devilish spirit in the end. It was a giant gray crystal, and even though it had lost all of its spiritual nature due to the destruction of the devilish spirit, it was still an extremely rare tool refinement material, which was immediately taken by the burly man. Han Li didn't ask for a detailed recount of how the devilish spirit had been destroyed, and the 3 devilish lords had no intention of telling him either. The group departed the day after the devilish spirit was destroyed and enjoyed a smooth return journey. In the instant that everyone emerged from the desert, Han Li immediately felt as if his body had grown lighter, and his restricted magic power instantly returned to normal. Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief as he experienced the abundant magic power surging through his body. Having so much magic power repressed in the Illusion Howl Desert was not a good feeling. He then couldn't help but grimace at the thought that he would have to spend several decades in this desert next time. Thankfully, the issue was successfully resolved, and he had even secured an extra devilish lizard. Now all he had to do was await the arrival of the Long family patriarch and everyone else. The Bai family had promised him the opportunity to select 3 treasures from their treasure vault as a reward for his efforts, and he was very much looking forward to this. After recovering their magic power, all of the body integration stage beings were naturally able to speed up dramatically, and it only took them less than half a day to reach Illusion Night City. Several hours later, Han Li and everyone else was seated in a hall with antiquated decor within the Bai family fortress, discussing something with the purple-haired woman in a relaxed manner. However, the burly man was nowhere to be seen. That made sense considering the entire Bai family only had 2 devilish lords among their ranks, and both of them had been absent for over 2 months, so there were naturally some urgent matters that had to be addressed. After a while, a person strode into the hall, and it was none other than the burly man. "That was very fast, Brother Bai," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said as he turned to the burly man. There were only some minor tasks to be taken care of. Aside from that, I've brought all of you the rewards that we promised. Please take a look, fellow Taoists," the burly man replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending a black bracelet flying toward each of Han Li's trio. Han Li and the others caught their respective bracelets, then swept their spiritual sense into them. Moments later, satisfied looks appeared on both Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi's faces, and they stowed the storage bracelets away. Han Li also put away his storage bracelet after a brief examination of its contents. "I need some time to recover from the earlier battles, so I'm going back to my cave abode to rest now. Farewell, fellow Taoists," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said as he rose to his feet right after stowing away the storage bracelet. "I'll also be taking my leave," Han Chizi said after a brief moment of contemplation. As for Han Li, he remained seated firmly on his chair, and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi exchanged a slightly bewildered glance upon seeing this. However, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, making it impossible for them to tell what he was thinking. The burly man and purple-haired woman naturally asked them to stay as a formality, but the 2 insisted on departing, so they were accompanied out of the hall, then escorted out of the fortress by another Bai family disciple. Meanwhile, Han Li was sipping on a cup of spirit tea in the hall in a relaxed manner. The burly man and purple-haired woman soon returned, and the former said in a meaningful voice, "You sure are able to keep your cool, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Luan Dragon and fellow Taoist Han Chizi have already departed. Aren't you afraid that we'll refuse to give you the 3 treasures we promised you?" As opposed to being enraged by this, Han Li merely smiled and replied, "If you're really that stingy, then the Bai family wouldn't be where it is today." That's true. If our Bai family were to revoke our promise over a few treasures, then our reputation would be swept to the ground. "Sister, accompany Brother Han to our treasure vault. He can have any 3 treasures that catch his fancy," the burly man chuckled. "Yes, big brother. Come with me, Brother Han," the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Han Li cupped his fist toward the burly man in a salute, then followed the purple-haired woman out of a side door. Thus, the burly man was the only one left in the hall. Following Han Li's departure, his smile immediately faded slightly, and he sat down on the main seat in the hall before shaking his head and murmuring to himself, "What a pity! If we had known that the devilish spirit would be destroyed so easily, there would have been no need to offer such a large reward." Having said that, the mine is now able to resume normal operation, so we'll be able to recover these losses soon. A few minutes later, Han Li arrived outside a mysterious pavilion that was enshrouded within layers of restrictions. There were over 10 elite by family disciples guarding the pavilion both out in the open and in the shadows. But none of them intervened as the purple-haired woman led Han Li into the hall on the first floor of the pavilion. On either side of the hall were 8 copper statues for giant malicious monsters striking menacing poses. And judging from the faint auras emanating from these statues, they were clearly another set of guards. Between the statues were around a dozen rows of wooden shelves that were holding various devilish treasures, materials and ingredients. There were also some containers of different materials, shapes and sizes. The purple-haired woman stood at the entrance and made a hand seal, then cast a series of incantation seals toward the 8 statues. After that, she opened her mouth to release a purple jade pendant, which shot forth into the hall before vanishing into thin air amid a dull thump. In the next instant, the entire hall tremored slightly, and the restrictions in the hall were withdrawn. "This is our treasure vault, Brother Han. You can choose 3 treasures among these," the purple-haired woman said with a smile as she withdrew her hand seal. "Then I'll go right ahead," Han Li replied with a smile. With his enormous spiritual sense and vast wealth of knowledge and experience, he was able to quickly ascertain what most of the treasures on the shelves were. As for the rest, they either required careful examination or were things that he was seeing for the very first time, so he was rather intrigued by them. He made his way over to a nearby wooden shelf, then picked up a material that resembled a piece of charred wood and began to carefully examine it. The purple-haired woman merely stood at the entrance with a smile. It was clear that she wasn't going to offer Han Li any suggestions and was going to leave it to him to select the 3 treasures. After examining that material for a brief moment, Han Li placed it back down onto the shelf, then moved onto a neighboring shelf, where he picked up a jade box that was tightly sealed by several talismans. There was a tag adhered to the surface of the jade box, and wisps of silver light were escaping out of it. Han Li glanced at the tag on the box, then carefully examined its contents with his spiritual sense for a while before stowing it away into his storage bracelet. A slightly pained expression appeared on the purple-haired woman's face upon seeing this. After that, Han Li strode over to a palm-sized vial and removed the lid before taking a gentle whiff. A hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes, but he put the vial back down in the end. Thus, Han Li continued to examine the treasures that caught his interest, but didn't take anything else even after exploring most of the shelves. This was rather surprising to the purple-haired woman, as there were some treasures on the shelves that Han Li had passed by that were no less valuable than the item in the jade box that he had taken. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li arrived at the last 2 rows of shelves, then began to intently scrutinize a certain item. This was a head-sized black and white rock that was giving off a cold gleam. It was none other than the same foreign devilish metal that he had seen in Bloodcrow City, but this piece was over 10 times the size of that one. Han Li stared at the piece of metal for a long while, then abruptly swept a sleeve toward it, stowing it away amid a burst of azure light. The purple-haired woman was quite surprised to see this. Such a large piece of foreign devilish metal was indeed quite rare, but compared to the other treasures here, it was one of the least valuable materials. As such, she was quite taken aback that a mysterious devilish lord like Han Li would take such an item. Despite her surprise, the purple-haired woman remained silent and merely continued to appraise Han Li's actions. After that, Han Li took a rough glance at the remaining few wooden shelves and didn't delay any longer as he strode over to a certain wooden shelf in the final row. He then took a disc-like devilish treasure from the shelf before making his way out of the hall. The purple-haired woman smiled upon seeing this and said, "Taking that sifting disc was a wise decision, Brother Han. With that thing up your sleeve, you won't have to worry about losing your way in the Illusion Hull Desert. Looks like you know more about the Illusion Hull Desert than I gave you credit for. Having said that, I'm rather surprised that you chose that piece of foreign devilish metal. I'm refining a rather special devilish treasure at the moment that just so happens to require a piece of foreign devilish metal of this size, so I naturally wasn't going to pass it up here," Han Li replied in a calm manner. The purple-haired woman was unconvinced by this explanation, but she naturally wasn't going to pry any further. In that case, I'm glad you found something that you were searching for. Let's leave the treasure vault now. The restrictions here have only been temporarily withdrawn, and they'll automatically reactivate soon. Han Li nodded in response before making his way over to the purple-haired woman. The woman waved a hand toward the hall, and the jade pendant that had vanished earlier reappeared before flying back toward her as a ball of white light. The woman heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. Even though this was the lowliest of the Bai family treasure vaults, it had still taken tens of thousands of years to accumulate all of these treasures, so she naturally didn't want anything to go wrong here. There's something I want to ask you, fellow Taoist, Han Li suddenly said after he and the purple-haired woman emerged from the pavilion. A hint of surprise flashed through the purple-haired woman's eyes upon hearing this, but she immediately disguised it and smiled as she replied, "Go ahead, Brother Han. I consider us to be on friendly terms, so you can ask anything you like. I'd like to know where that piece of foreign devilish metal in the treasure vault was mined and how it ended up in your Bai family," Han Li said in a calm voice. If you had asked about any other materials I would perhaps need to inquire someone else, but you're certainly asking the right person if you want to know about that piece of foreign devilish metal," the purple-haired woman chuckled. Han Li was quite pleased to hear this, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "Oh? Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist." The purple-haired woman took a brief glance at Han Li and was rather disappointed to see his lack of reaction, but she still replied, "Our Bai family only recently acquired this piece of foreign devilish metal, and as for its origins, you already know the answer to that." "What do you mean?" Han Li was quite perplexed to hear this. "Didn't you ask about the blood-tooth rice earlier? This piece of foreign devilish metal was obtained through the same avenue. At the time, the piece of blood-tooth rice was the main item that we wanted, and this piece of foreign devilish metal was only a secondary item in the exchange," the purple-haired woman explained. "I see. In that case, there's a good chance that this piece of foreign devilish metal could originate from the same area where the blood-tooth rice was grown," Han Li said with a contemplative stroke of his own chin. "I can't guarantee that. All I can tell you is that the people that we obtained the blood-tooth rice from were most likely from the Blue Waterfall Lake," the woman replied. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. You've done me a great favor," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute. "Don't mention it. I still haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me back at the mine," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. After that, the two of them made their way back to the original hall, and Han Li chatted with the purple-haired woman and burly man for a while longer before taking his leave. On this occasion, the two of them accompanied Han Li all the way to the entrance of the fortress before returning to the hall together. "Which 3 treasures did that man choose, sister?" the burly man asked as soon as he took a seat. "A golden whale bead, a piece of foreign devilish metal and a sifting disc," the purple-haired woman replied. That's rather strange. Those definitely aren't the most precious treasures in the vault," the burly man remarked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I also found it to be quite strange. I can understand the golden whale bead and sifting disc, but that piece of foreign devilish metal really shouldn't be of much interest to beings of our caliber," the purple-haired woman mused. "Did he say anything about it?" "He gave me a generic excuse and glossed over the matter completely, but he asked me about where we obtained the piece of foreign devilish metal from," the purple-haired woman replied. "In that case he must be interested in obtaining quite a large amount of foreign devilish metal, but if I recall correctly, there are several shops in Illusion Night City where foreign devilish metal is sold, yet he hasn't purchased this metal from any of those shops." The burly man was still quite perplexed. Could it be that there's something special about that particular piece of foreign devilish metal? The purple-haired woman had unintentionally struck the nail on the head. What could be special about it? We both examined that piece of foreign devilish metal before it was placed in the treasure vault. The only thing remarkable about it is its size. The burly man immediately replied with a shake of his head. "So be it, regardless of what underlying reasons there are. It doesn't have anything to do with our Bai family anyway. You need to recover from the battles in the mine, so go into seclusion for a while. I'll take care of everything in the meantime to prevent the other families from trying anything," the purple-haired woman said with a smile. "That's true. Regardless of what that man is plotting, it doesn't matter to us as long as he bears no ill will toward our Bai family." I'll go into seclusion tomorrow and leave everything to you then, the burly man also said with a smile. By the time Han Li returned to the pavilion he was staying in, it was already close to night time. Zhu Guo was elated to see Han Li again. Without Han Li's protection she would most likely be enslaved by someone else soon. Even though Han Li had searched her soul once, he hadn't abused her in any way thereafter, so she naturally didn't want to switch to a different master who could potentially treat her far worse than Han Li did. Han Li quickly dismissed her, then activated all of the restrictions he had set up before taking a seat on a futon. After that he flipped a hand over to produce a jade box, then swept a sleeve toward it, releasing a burst of azure light that stripped away the talismans plastered to the box. The lid of the box was opened, revealing a shimmering golden thumb-sized bead. The surface of the bead was very smooth and it was giving off a faint rank odor. Han Li flicked a finger toward the bead, and a speck of azure light sprang forth before vanishing into the bead in a flash. Moments later the sound of crashing ocean waves rang out from the bead, following which it released a burst of gentle golden light, which transformed into a miniature golden whale projection that began to dance around the bead. The projection was only around a foot in size, but it was extremely lifelike. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but he suddenly extended a pristine white hand out of his sleeve, then reached into the golden light to grab onto the bead. Magic power was injected incessantly into the bead, and in the next instant, the golden whale projection suddenly swelled drastically to over 100 feet in length, filling up virtually the entire top floor of the pavilion. At the same time, a golden horn that was around a foot in length had appeared on the whale projection's head, and golden scales of different sizes had emerged all over its body, giving it a very menacing appearance. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face as he released the bead and ceased his magic power output. The whale projection instantly disintegrated into specks of golden light, and the golden bead also returned to normal. Han Li placed the bead back into the jade box, then reapplied the talismans before stowing it away into his storage bracelet. He had naturally chosen this golden whale bead for a reason, but it was yet to be seen whether he would truly be able to make use of it. However, the greatest reward he had reaped was not this precious spirit bead. Instead it was that head-sized piece of foreign devilish metal. As soon as the thought of that piece of devilish metal crossed his mind, a rare hint of excitement flashed through his eyes, and he took a deep breath before releasing the piece of metal out of his storage bracelet. The piece of devilish metal hovered before him and he slashed a finger toward it. A streak of azure light swept forth in a flash, slicing the piece of metal in half and revealing an egg-sized object. He made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, and it was revealed to be a gray crystalline ball. The excitement in Han Li's eyes became even more pronounced at this sight of this crystalline ball, and he slowly reached out toward it in a careful manner. During this process, the sleeve around his arm was torn away, and a series of golden shimmering scales appeared over his skin, making his arm significantly thicker than before. Chapter 2071. Arrival of allies. His entire hand swelled to form a huge golden hand that grabbed onto the bead, and golden light flashed from his fingers as countless golden runes surged out of his palm. The runes instantly enshrouded the bead and formed a golden ball of light. Han Li immediately began to chant something upon seeing this, and a thin translucent thread shot forth out of each of his fingertips before vanishing into the golden ball in a flash. In the next instant, a wisp of barely visible gray chi emerged out of the golden ball along the translucent thread before being drawn into Han Li's grasp. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to refine this peculiar wisp of energy. Golden light swirled over his body, and his aura also began to fluctuate in power in a strange sequence. Several hours later, he reopened his eyes and they were filled with elation. He could clearly sense that his magic power had been further enhanced by a tiny amount. This really is the same energy as the energy in that piece of foreign devilish metal. If I can find more of this type of foreign devilish metal, it won't be impossible to enhance my magic power to the Grand Ascension stage. That could save me over 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Blue Waterfall Lake if the opportunity arises, Han Li murmured to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li suddenly extended a finger, and a strand of green chi was suddenly forced out of his fingertip. As expected, this energy has appeared as well. Looks like I have no choice but to continue to seal it within my second nascent soul's body, Hanli mused as his brows furrowed slightly. The amount of gray qi that he had refined was less than 10% of what the entire crystalline bead contained. If he could refine all of the energy within the bead, then that would enhance his magic power by over 10%. As a safety precaution, Hanli had decided against refining all of the energy at once. Instead, he was planning to refine the energy bit by bit over the span of around half a month, making sure to consolidate his cultivation base in between each bout to refinement. This would prevent any potential negative effects from having his magic power enhanced too quickly. After all, the mysterious energy that he had obtained on this occasion was more than 10 times as much as last time. After making that decision, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release around a dozen golden and silver talismans, all of which adhered themselves to the golden ball of light, thereby tightly sealing it. He then produced a pristine white vial and gently shook it to release a burst of 5-colored light that enshrouded the golden ball. After that, he stowed the small vial away and entered a meditative state once again. During the next half a month or so, Hanli remained in the pavilion and finally refined all of the energy within the crystalline ball into magic power, thereby significantly enhancing his cultivation base. During the next few days, Hanli explored various parts of Illusion Night City and purchased some books, as well as specialty local products from the city. He also visited the Myriad Slave Tower several times, and he was finally able to purchase the refinement technique for the devil crystal puppets. In exchange for the puppet refinement technique, he had to fork out several top-grade devilish treasures and an astronomical sum of devil stones, but he felt this to be worth it. This puppet refinement technique was completely different from those he had seen in the spirit realm. Instead of instilling spiritual sense into the puppet to activate them, these devil crystal puppets were activated through restrictions and treasures that had been set up in advance. Thus, even the lowliest of cultivators could easily control the most powerful devil crystal puppets. On top of that, there was no limit to the number of puppets that could be controlled, and even low-grade devilish beings could control an army of these puppets with ease. Hanli was naturally very surprised to hear this, but unfortunately, nothing was perfect in this world. These devil crystal puppets didn't indeed have many incredible advantages, but they also had many flaws, the most prominent of which was that due to the fact that they couldn't be controlled through spiritual sense, they could only follow some simple instructions through their core restrictions. As a result, the attack patterns of these puppets were very one-dimensional and predictable, and they were also significantly less powerful than other puppets of the same caliber. On top of that, it was extremely troublesome to refine the forces of these puppets, and the materials used were also very expensive. The higher the caliber of the devil crystal puppets, the more expensive they would be to produce, and what was quite frustrating to Hanli was that even after expending such a heavy price, the puppet refinement technique that he had purchased from the Myriad Slave Tower was only for low-grade and mid-grade puppets. According to the 2 spatial tempering stage elders of the Illusion Night City Myriad Slave Tower, the refinement method for high-grade devil crystal puppets was only known to the highest-ranking devilish lord level elders of the Myriad Slave Tower, and it was not up for sale. Furthermore, even the high-grade devil crystal puppets themselves were very rarely sold by the Myriad Slave Tower. This was naturally quite disappointing to Hanli, but he didn't pay too much heed to it. Unless he could amass a huge number of these high-grade devil crystal puppets, they wouldn't be of much use to him at his current level of power. He had only purchased the puppet refinement technique for such a hefty price to see if he could reference it to improve his own puppet refinement mastery. Thus, Hanli went into seclusion again to study the puppet refinement technique, and during this period of time he experimented with refining some low-grade devil crystal puppets to test out his theories, reaping some rewards in the process. On this day, just as he was planning to test out a 4-armored devil crystal puppet he had refined, a ball of white light suddenly flew out from his waist, then revealed itself to be a silk handkerchief. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward the handkerchief, injecting a streak of azure light into it. In the next instant, a row of small silver text suddenly appeared on the surface of the handkerchief. Hanli quickly read the message, then waved a hand toward the handkerchief, and it flew into his sleeve as a ball of white light again. After that, he made his way downstairs to the first level of the pavilion, where Zhu Guo was completely engrossed in a book that she was reading. As soon as she caught sight of Han Li, she hurriedly rose to her feet and extended a respectful curtsy. Is there anything you'd like me to do for you, master? Has anyone visited me during the past few days? Han Li asked. Oh, I've been here the entire time and no one has come to visit you, master, Zhu Guo replied in a careful manner. Han Li nodded in response. All right, you stay here, I'm going out for a bit. After that he left the pavilion before Zhu Guo could say anything, leaving her to look on with a befuddled expression. After emerging from the pavilion, Han Li hailed a beast-drawn carriage on the street and traveled toward the city gate. Several hours later, Han Li appeared above an obscure mountain several hundred kilometers away from Illusion Night City. A layer of white mist had enshrouded the entire mountain, making it impossible to see anything on the mountain. Han Li raised a hand to release a burst of flames, which flew into the mist down below in a flash, and shortly thereafter, a male voice rang out from below the mist. Greetings, fellow Taoist Han. I'll release the restriction to let you in right away. After that, the layer of mist parted to reveal a passageway, and Han Li flew directly into it as a streak of azure light. The passageway in the mist was closed again, and Han Li appeared on a patch of empty ground on the peak of the mountain. There were two people seated on a pair of large rocks not far away from him. They were none other than the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the duo, and he discovered that the Long family patriarch's face was rather pale, while Elder Hui was looking far worse for wear and was missing an arm. What happened to fellow Taoist Hui? Did you encounter some powerful enemy on the way here? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. That's a long story that I'll tell you about another time, Brother Han. Are you the only person who has made it to Illusion Night City thus far? The Long family patriarch asked. You've already used your treasure to summon us. If no one else has arrived, then that's most likely the case. At the very least, I'm staying in the inn that we originally agreed upon, and I haven't met anyone else in our group, Han Li replied as his brows furrowed slightly. In that case, let's wait here for a while to see if anyone else shows up, the Long family patriarch said after a brief hesitation. Han Li offered no objections to this and took a seat on another rock. Time slowly passed by, and around 2 hours later, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he cast his gaze upward with blue light flashing within his eyes. Someone seems to be coming. The Long family patriarch immediately also cast his gaze toward the same direction upon hearing this. Moments later, a pleasant female voice rang out up above. Please forgive me for my tardiness, fellow Taoists. The voice belonged to none other than the young woman from the Yi family. The Long family patriarch was ecstatic to hear this voice, and he immediately made a hand seal to part the mist in the air again, following which a streak of light descended from the heavens. Chapter 2072. Plan. The light faded, and sure enough, it was none other than the woman from the Yi family who was revealed. Welcome, Fairy Yi. Why did it take you such a long time to get here? Were you not staying in Illusion Night City? The Long family patriarch asked with a smile. I only just got here around half a month ago, and I haven't cultivated any devilish arts. Even with the Devil Fane bead's disguise, I didn't dare to enter the city, so I was planning to wait and observe for a few days first. It looks like you two have only just arrived as well, and fellow Taoist Hui seems to be in a rather bad condition, the woman from the Yi family said as her brows furrowed slightly with concern. We encountered quite a bit of trouble during our journey and only arrived yesterday. In contrast, fellow Taoist Han seemed to have arrived quite some time ago. Brother Hui was very unfortunate in that he ran into the Ant Queen while escaping from the ant tide and was afflicted by its poison. Thankfully, he's already taken an antidote, but he had to rest for a long time to refine the medicinal effect of the antidote, which is why it took us so long to get here, the Long family patriarch sighed. I see, no wonder Brother Hui looks to be in such bad health. I accidentally stumbled into a perilous area in the plains and was trapped there for several months, and that's why I got here quite late as well, the woman from the Yi family explained with a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. My journey here was quite smooth and I arrived at Illusion Night City several months ago. However, I've yet to meet fellow Taoist Lin or any of our fellow Taoists from the spirit race. Could it be that something's happened to them? Han Li speculated, furrowed brows. The Long family patriarch replied with a grim expression, surely not. Fellow Taoist Lin is a body integration cultivator and is adept in several types of top-grade movement techniques. Even if he's encountered an enemy he can't defeat, he should have no issues escaping from them. As for the spirit beings, they're all traveling together, so there's even less chance of something happening to them. I wouldn't be so confident. I had initially thought the same, but the planes of the Elder Devil realm are clearly far more perilous than the primordial world of our spirit realm. Even I was trapped in one place for several months. It's certainly not impossible that they've encountered some type of insurmountable obstacle. The woman from the Yi family disagreed. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before continuing. There's no point in speculating about something like this. There's still some time left until the agreed date, so let's keep waiting. By the way, fellow Taoist Han, you've been here for quite some time, so I'm sure you've learned a lot about this city. Would you be able to tell us about it so we can figure out a way to get some 8-footed devilish lizards? Of course, Han Li immediately replied. The prominent powers in Illusion Night City consist of the 4 major families and the myriad slave tower, but only the 4 major families possess 8-footed devilish lizards. However, these 8-footed devilish lizards are extremely important to these 4 families and have a direct impact on the prosperity of these families, so it would be impossible to purchase them through conventional means. I was quite lucky as I managed to befriend the Bai family, and they just so happened to require my assistance to resolve some trouble they'd encountered. As such, I was able to offer my services in exchange for a pair of 8-footed devilish lizards. However, it's most likely impossible to obtain more devilish lizards from the Bai family. Perhaps the 3 of you can visit the other major families and see if they'd be willing to exchange their devilish lizards for some precious treasures. According to my knowledge, the Ning family and Fong family seem. Han Li began to divulge everything he had found out about the city, and everyone was ecstatic to hear that he had already obtained 2 8-footed devilish lizards. But their elation was dampened slightly after hearing about how difficult it would be to obtain more of these devilish lizards. After Han Li finished his recount, the Long family patriarch said in a contemplative manner, "Brother Han, can you elaborate on exactly why the prosperity of these major families hinges on these 8-footed devilish lizards? Also, roughly how many of these devilish lizards does each family possess?" From what I've heard, each major family only has several tens of these devilish lizards, and they're held in such high regard precisely due to their ability to traverse freely through the Illusion Howl Desert. Only with these devilish lizards can these major families travel deep into the Illusion Howl Desert to search for all types of valuable materials. With such an enormous amount of profit on the line, it's understandable why these major families are so reluctant to part with their devilish lizards, Han Li explained. Everyone's expressions darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a long while, the woman from the Yi family asked, "What did you help the Bai family with to convince them to give you 2 devilish lizards?" "I was invited by the Bai family to take care of a devilish beast that had taken over one of their mines in the desert. However, I was very fortunate to have encountered such an opportunity, and it's most likely not replicable," Han Li replied with a smile. "Looks like you really did have splendid luck," the woman from the Yi family said in a slightly envious manner. Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before finally making a decision. "How about this? I've also cultivated a devilish art in the past, so I should be able to pass myself off as a devilish being with the disguise effect of the Devil Fane bead. I'll enter the city with fellow Taoist Han while you 2 stay out of the city for now and constantly keep in touch with us. Prior to everyone else's arrival, fellow Taoist Han and I will see if we can obtain more devilish lizards. If we're unable to do so, then we'll have no choice but to infiltrate one of the major families and either steal some devilish lizards or take some by force. Of course, we'll only resort to that if there are no other options." "That's a good arrangement. There are many more devilish lords in Illusion Night City than in Blood Crow City, so the Devil Fane beads alone may not be enough to disguise fellow Taoist Hui and myself. We'll have to count on you too then," the woman from the Yi family agreed with a nod. Elder Hui had no objections to this either. After that, they devised a specific plan that took all potential mishaps into account, following which the 4 of them departed from the mountain. As opposed to traveling together, Han Li and the Long family patriarch entered Illusion Night City one after the other, and close to half a day later, a late spatial tempering stage middle-aged man appeared in the city's Holy Spirit courtyard. It was none other than the Long family patriarch, who had disguised his own cultivation base. On top of that, he had rented a pavilion that was quite far away from the one that Han Li was staying in, so no one could draw any connection between the two of them. The days passed by one after another, and Han Li continued to study the devil crystal puppet refinement technique in seclusion, only occasionally communicating with the Long family patriarch and the others through some transmission treasures. During this time, the Long family patriarch had adopted different identities and attempted to exchange some rare treasure for the 8-footed devilish lizards of the major families, all to no avail. However, he wasn't disheartened because of this. In his eyes, there was nothing that wasn't up for exchange. It was simply the case that the price wasn't right. Thus, not only did he not give up, he had befriended a high-grade disciple of the Zhou family, and the two of them met one another quite regularly. Han Li wasn't surprised by this news, but he didn't step in either. He merely waited to see if the Long family patriarch's methods would bear fruit. However, before an outcome was reached here, the Holy Spirits finally arrived at Illusion Night City. The Long family patriarch was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and he and Han Li left the city to greet their newly arrived companions. Even though they had come slightly later than the Long family patriarch and the others, all of them were alive and well. During their meeting, Han Li couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the Holy Spirit by the name of Xi Shui. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but the aura being released by this Xi Shui seemed to be more dangerous than it had been in the past, striking Han Li with a rather unsettling sensation. Han Li attempted to assess this Holy Spirit with his spiritual sense, but to no avail, and that made him even more concerned. Aside from that, the meeting between the Long family patriarch and the Holy Spirit progressed very smoothly, and it was decided that Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and Zhang Xing were also going to enter the city, while the rest of the group would continue to remain outside the city. With 2 additional allies, the Long family patriarch continued with his plan, and set his sights firmly on the Zhou family. On one hand, he was slowly raising the price that he was offering, while on the other hand he was searching for the place where the Zhou family was keeping their devilish lizards. It was clear that he had prepared 2 plans, the latter of which would be to take the devilish lizards from the Zhou family by force. Chapter 2073. Countermeasures. On a certain day 2 months later, Han Li and everyone else gathered together in a temporary cave abode outside the city. The man from the Lin family had only just barely managed to arrive before the agreed date, and everyone was appraising him with peculiar expressions. He had once bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his hair had since turned white, and his skin had shriveled and wrinkled significantly, making him resemble an elderly man. What was even more shocking was that one of his eyes had gone missing, as if it had been gouged straight out of its socket. On top of that, his aura had been reduced to less than a third of its former power, and it seemed to be extremely feeble as well. "What happened to you, fellow Taoist Lin?" the Long family patriarch asked in a grim voice. "I encountered a horde of soul-sucking beasts in the plains and had most of my true essence devoured by them. Thankfully, I was able to escape after detonating several of my most powerful treasures," the man replied with a wry smile, and his voice had also become extremely hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Soul-sucking beasts? Those beasts aren't all that powerful. How did they reduce you to such a sorry state?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked with a surprised expression. "Normal soul-sucking beasts certainly wouldn't have posed a threat to me, but I encountered a body integration stage mutated soul-sucking beast," the man from the Lin family sighed in response. "A mutated soul-sucking beast?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. "That's right. Initially, it was hidden among all of the other soul-sucking beasts and disguised itself as one of them, and I fell prey to its surprise attack," the man from the Lin family confirmed with a strained expression. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before asking, "That's truly unfortunate. What are your plans from here onward, fellow Taoist Han?" The man from the Lin family hesitated momentarily before giving a resigned reply. "I'm in far too bad a condition to enter the Illusion Howl Desert. I have to return to the spirit realm and go into seclusion right away for several centuries to facilitate a full recovery. Hence, I'm planning to rest here for some time before I retrace our original route and return to the spirit realm." The Long family patriarch was unsurprised to hear this, and he said, "Indeed, in your current condition, you'd be taking a significant risk by continuing onward. How about this? We'll stay here for another month so you can recover in peace before we continue on our way. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was silent for a moment before nodding in response. We have no objections. Elder Hui and the woman from the Yi family couldn't help but exchange a concerned and forlorn glance upon seeing this. Among the rest of the human cultivators, one of them was carrying injuries, while the other's cultivation base was far inferior to that of Han Li and the Long family patriarch, so perhaps one of them would be the next one to be forced to drop out. Meanwhile, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he said to the man from the Lin family, I have a pill that could be beneficial to you, fellow Taoist Lin. He swept a sleeve toward the man from the Lin family as spoke, sending a small white jade vial flying toward him. The man from the Lin family faltered slightly upon hearing this before reflexively catching the vial with a rather perplexed expression. Even though he had been traveling with Han Li and the others this entire time, the two of them hadn't interacted much and they certainly couldn't be considered to be friends. As such, it was naturally quite befuddling to him that Han Li was giving him a pill at a time like this. The man from the Lin family hesitated momentarily before removing the lid of the vial, and a strong medicinal aroma immediately spread throughout the entire room, thereby immediately drawing everyone's attention. The man from the Lin family hurriedly took a whiff, upon which a hint of elation appeared in his eyes, and he immediately tipped over the vial, to reveal a green pill with spiritual patterns all over its surface. This is an essence-tempering pill, the man from the Lin family exclaimed as the elation in his eyes became even more pronounced. Not only was this pill extremely precious, it was perfect for his current condition in that it could help him recover a significant amount of his lost true essence. As such, he wouldn't have to worry about a major decrease in power even after he recovered from his injuries. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon seeing this. Even for body integration stage beings like them, an essence refining pill was quite a sought-after item. The man from the Lin family was extremely excited, but he quickly calmed down before transmitting his voice to Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han, this pill will indeed benefit me immensely, but there must be a reason why you're willing to give it to me. Please give me an explanation. Han Li smiled and also transmitted his voice in response. Brother Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help me? The man from the Lin family thought about this for a moment before gritting his teeth as he replied, How can I refuse you after you've given me this essence-refining pill? As long as it's something within my capabilities, I won't refuse. There's no need to be so wary, Brother Lin. I'm only asking for a small favor from you. I recently rescued a little human girl in the city, and she has some connection to me, so I'm hoping you can take her back to the spirit realm with you and look after her for a while until I return. The rest of the journey is far too dangerous, so there's no way I can take her along with me. That should be well within your capabilities, right, fellow Taoist? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The man from the Lin family was rather surprised by the simplicity of the request, and he agreed without any hesitation. That's not an issue at all. I can assure you that the little girl will return to the spirit realm safely as long as I can do the same. Good, Han Li replied with a nod before falling silent. Having established the reason behind Han Li's actions, the man from the Lin family immediately swallowed the pill. In his current condition, the earlier he could take this essence-refining pill, the greater the chance that his powers would be preserved, so he naturally didn't want to delay even for a moment. The Long family patriarch could tell that the two of them were discussing something through voice transmission, but none of them inquired about the content of their conversation. It was quite clear that Han Li has asked the man from the Lin family to do something for him in exchange for such a precious pill, but that was a matter that was solely between them, so it naturally wasn't in their place to pry into such matters. Now that the issue with the man from the Lin family had been resolved, everyone naturally began discussing the 8-footed devilish lizards. The Long family patriarch calmly recounted his recent interactions with the Zhou family, and everyone's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing his recount. So the Zhou family is asking for a myriad-year purple blood Xianxia and an ice crystal heart for a single 8-footed devilish lizards? That's downright absurd. It sounds to me like they have no sincerity at all, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a frosty expression. I think the Zhou family is interested in more than just an exchange, Han Li interjected in an indifferent voice. Oh, what do you mean by that, Brother Han? The woman from the Yi family asked. However, Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. The Long family patriarch continued with a cold smile. Humph, I'm guessing that not only is the Zhao family not planning to give me an 8-footed devilish lizard, they're plotting against me for my wealth. After all, the items that I previously offered are enough to tempt the 2 devilish lords of their family. You seem to be quite confident, Brother Long, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chuckled. Indeed. Seeing as the Zhao family is unwilling to part with any of their 8-footed devilish lizards, the other 3 families most likely won't agree to an exchange either. In that case, I'll take the bait and lure the 2 devilish lords of the Zhao family away while all of you infiltrate the Zhao family and steal their 8-footed devilish lizards. After that, we'll enter the Illusion Howl Desert right away, the Long family patriarch replied as a cold look appeared in his eyes. That's a great idea. No one from the Zhao family will be able to stop us if their devilish lords are away. However, have you already found where they're keeping their 8-footed devilish lizards? The woman from the Yi family asked. I haven't just been twiddling my thumbs in the city these past few days. I've already ascertained that the Zhao family keeps its 8-footed devilish lizards in 2 places. One of them is a restricted area that's surrounded by many restrictions, which will be quite difficult to access even with the lack of devilish lords present. As for the other place, that's a temporary resting place for the devilish lizards. I've discovered that several of the Zhao family's devilish lizards will be returning in around half a month, and typically, they'll stay in that temporary resting place for several days, which will present us with a perfect opportunity. Brother Han already has 2 devilish lizards, so we should have enough once we capture those ones. However, make sure to refrain from killing and revealing your true cultivation bases if possible. Otherwise, if we attract the attention of some powerful devilish beings nearby, then we'll be in some trouble. After all, we have to traverse through the entire Illusion Howl Desert, whereas other devilish beings could simply get to the other side using teleportation formations and wait for us there, the Long family patriarch cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Long. As long as we won't have to face any devilish lords from the Lin family, we won't have to reveal our body integration stage cultivation bases. We'll just take their devilish lizards and immediately get away, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied with a confident smile. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family naturally had no objections either. After that, everyone began to discuss the finer details of the operation and to ascertain each individual step. Several hours later, Han Li and the others departed from the cave abode and returned to Illusion Night City. During the next 2 months, Han Li continued to cultivate in seclusion in his pavilion, awaiting the arrival of the agreed date. During this time he had communicated with the Long family patriarch on several occasions, and it seemed that everything was progressing very smoothly. Not only had the Long family patriarch tempted the Zhao family into plotting against him, he had lured the 2 devilish lords of the family into a decision to target him in person. However, the Long family patriarch had remained in Illusion Night City this entire time, so he hadn't afforded the Zhao family any opportunity to attack him. On this day, Han Li was meditating in his pavilion when a low ringing sound suddenly erupted from his waist, following which a ball of white light emerged, then transformed into a line of text. A smile appeared on Han Li's face as he read the line of text, and he stood up before going downstairs. Once he reached the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of Zhu Guo seated on a chair beside the pavilion's entrance with one hand supporting her chin, staring off into space in an absent-minded manner. As soon as Han Li emerged, Zhu Guo immediately returned to her senses and hurriedly extended a respectful curtsy. "Come with me," Han Li instructed before making his way out of the pavilion. Zhu Guo faltered slightly before an elated look appeared on her face, and she hurriedly followed along behind Han Li. During this recent period of time, Han Li hadn't abused her in any way, but it was very boring for her to stay in the pavilion for days on end, and she felt as if she had been trapped in a cage. Now that she was permitted to leave the pavilion with Han Li, she was naturally ecstatic. After departing from the pavilion, Han Li hailed a beast-drawn carriage and left Illusion Night City with Zhu Guo. After exiting the city, Han Li swept up Zhu Guo in a burst of azure light before flying toward a nearby nameless mountain. A short while later, Han Li descended onto the mountain, where the man from the Lin family was already waiting for him. He still had the appearance of an elderly man, but his gray hair had reverted back to a black color, and a hint of color had returned to his cheeks. This was clearly all thanks to the essence refining pill that Han Li had given him. Is this the junior you were talking about, Brother Han? The man from the Lin family asked as he glanced at Zhu Guo. Indeed. She has a connection to me, so please take her back to the spirit realm for me. I'll take her off your hands once I return to the spirit realm myself, Han Li replied. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I accepted your pill, so I'll make sure to keep her safe. Brother Long says he's going to implement his plan soon, so I'm going to depart today, the man from the Lin family said in a serious manner. That's a good idea. After all, it would be quite troublesome if you were to get swept up in all of this. Han Li nodded in response, then turned to Zhu Guo before continuing. You and I must have some type of affinity for us to meet here, so I'll help you return to the human race. This fellow Taoist Lin is a grand elder of one of the major families of our human race. You'll be in safe hands with him. I'll explain everything to you the next time we meet. Zhu Guo was completely dumbstruck upon hearing this, and she opened her mouth to ask something, but Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light before she could say anything. Thus, Zhu Guo and the man from the Lin family were the only ones left on the mountain. Come on, little girl, I'll take you back with me to the spirit realm, the man from the Lin family said with a faint smile. The spirit realm? Are you really a human, Senior? Is Senior Han a human as well? Zhu Guo was quite intelligent and immediately drew the connection, but she was still in disbelief. Hehe, do you think Brother Han and I would go out of our way to trick a little girl like you? The man from the Lin family chuckled. Zhu Guo was very excited to hear this, and she asked, what did Senior Han mean when he said that I have a connection to him? Would you be able to enlighten me, Senior? I don't know anything about that. Didn't Brother Han mention this to you beforehand? The man from the Lin family asked in a slightly surprised manner. I only just found out that Senior Han is a devilish being. How would I know what kind of connection I have to him? Zhu Guo shook her head with a befuddled expression. However, she then recalled how Han Li had asked her about her great reincarnation arts, and a series of thoughts began to occur to her. The man from the Lin family was rather interested in the relationship between Zhu Guo and Han Li, but this wasn't the time to be asking questions. Thus, he raised a hand to release a black flying carriage, which was being drawn by several W-like puppet beasts. The two of them got onto the carriage, and the puppet beasts sprang to life, drawing the carriage into the distance. He was concerned that the Long family patriarch and the others would enact their plan soon, so he was spurring on the beast-drawn carriage as quickly as he could, and they covered a distance of millions of kilometers in just half a day. Just as the flying carriage was traveling over a winding mountain range, an indifferent female voice suddenly rang out within his ears. Seeing as you're already here, why don't you pay me a visit? As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the flying carriage, and countless pink flower petals appeared before transforming into a giant hand that came crashing down toward the carriage. A floral scent surged forth, and it was as if the entire sky were falling, affording the carriage no opportunity for evasion. Crap. The man from the Lin family was naturally very alarmed by this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal while raising his other hand up into the air. The puppet beasts that were drawing the carriage raised their heads in unison, then blasted several thick pillars of light of different colors directly upward. At the same time, a white light barrier emerged to encompass the entire carriage. At the same time, a bone blade that was shot forth out of his sleeve amid a burst of black chi, and it instantly swelled to several hundred feet in length before slashing toward the massive pink hand. The space in the wake of the giant blade warped and twisted incessantly, as if it were about to be sliced apart. Even though the man from the Lin family was currently severely debilitated, he was still a body integration cultivator, and his attacks were certainly nothing to be scoffed at. In the next instant, the pillar of light and giant blade struck the massive hand amid an earth-shattering boom that caused the space within a radius of several tens of kilometers to tremor violently. The pillars of light were eradicated by a flurry of pink light that was released by the giant hand, and the huge bone blade was also shattered into pieces by a burst of unfathomably enormous force. The man from the Lin family immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this, and he immediately attempted to unleash other abilities, but it was already too late. The pink light up above swept downward, and the light barrier around the flying carriage was instantly torn apart. The man from the Lin family immediately felt his magic power become extremely sluggish, and he began to lose consciousness in the midst of the floral scent. Just as he was about to black out, he heard the horrified scream of Zhu Guo, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Half a day ago he had made a bold promise to Han Li, yet now he was in severe peril himself. This thought had only just appeared in his mind before he slumped onto the flying carriage, completely unconscious. 2 hours later he slowly came around in a dark forest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he hurriedly looked down to find that he was situated within a floral tree, and his body was enveloped by countless flower petals. It was a very beautiful sight to behold, but his body was extremely feeble, and his dantian was completely empty, as if all of his magic power had disappeared. His heart sank as he cast his gaze around him, yet before he saw anything noteworthy, an abrasive male voice suddenly rang out. "Mistress Bao Hua, the human is awake." The man from the Lin family hurriedly toward the direction that the voice had come from to discover a hideous black-armored man standing atop a hill, looking down at him with a menacing expression. It was a devilish lord. The man from the Lin family had already anticipated this, so he wasn't all that surprised, and he cast his gaze toward another nearby tree. At the foot of the tree was a pink floral tree projection, and as soon as the black-armored man's voice trailed off, a peerlessly gorgeous woman in a white dress appeared. The woman slowly opened her eyes and cast her gaze toward the man from the Lin family. Their eyes met, and the man was struck by a sense of disorientation intermingled with an indescribable sense of devotion. In that instant he was willing to lay down his life for this woman without a second thought. Chapter 2075. Entering the Illusion Howl Desert again. However, as a seasoned body integration cultivator, he was immediately able to sense that something was amiss as soon as these emotions welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly bit through the tip of his own tongue. The sharp pain snapped him back to his senses, but a horrified look appeared on his face as he stared at the woman, as if he were appraising a malicious monster. "You're a sacred ancestor." The man's magic power had been completely stripped away, but his spiritual sense was still as powerful as ever. As such, only a sacred ancestor would be able to sway his emotions to such a significant extent. The woman was none other than sacred ancestor Bao Hua, who had been following Han Li and the others this entire time, and she said, "Sacred ancestor? I guess you can call me that. I have some things to ask you. If you cooperate, I'll grant you a painless death, and there'll be a possibility that you'll still be able to reincarnate. If you choose to resist, then I'll have to use some special methods to find out what I want to know, and your soul will be destroyed in the process." The man from the Lin family replied with a wry smile, "I'm completely at your mercy, so you can ask me whatever you want. I'm glad you can correctly assess your current situation. Now then, release your soul for me," sacred ancestor Bao Hua said with a breathtaking smile that seemed to make the entire world dim around him, and she pointed a finger toward the man on the floral tree. A ball of pink spiritual light sprang forth, then transformed into a peculiar flower that vanished into the man's forehead. The man's expression changed drastically, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he heaved a long sigh and relinquished all resistance as he released his own soul. He could only hope that the sacred ancestor would keep her promise and leave him with a sliver of an opportunity for reincarnation. In the next instant, the man's eyes became completely dull and lifeless, and several pink flashing devilish symbols appeared on his forehead. A cold smile appeared on the black-armored man's face upon seeing this. Around 15 minutes later, the woman raised an eyebrow before making a hand seal, and a burst of light suddenly erupted from the floral tree around the man from the Lin family, transforming into balls of pink flames that instantly incinerated him into ashes. Only a speck of white light remained unscathed within the flames, and it rose up into the sky before vanishing at an altitude of over 1,000 feet. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua paid no heed to this and made a hand seal before making a grabbing motion, and a pink flower drifted out of the flames. The flower sped over to her, then vanished into her palm in a flash. The same pink devilish symbols then appeared on the woman's face, and she closed her eyes before falling completely still. The black-armored man strode over to her side and stood on guard in an obedient manner. Around an hour later she reopened her eyes and the black-armored man carefully asked, "Did you find any useful information, Mistress Bao Hua?" "I did. So it turns out that their group entered our holy realm to find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. That's quite surprising, sacred ancestor Bao Hua said in a contemplative manner. The spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus? I've never heard of those two things, the black-armored man said as his brows furrowed slightly. There are no more than 10 people in the entire holy realm who are aware of those two things. Even some sacred ancestors don't know of their existence, so it's no surprise that you're unfamiliar with them, the woman replied. What's so special about those two things? They must be exceptional treasures seeing as these spirit realm cultivators are willing to take such a huge risk for them, the black-armored man asked. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua seemed to have gleaned the black-armored man's thoughts, and she replied in an indifferent voice, "You don't need to worry about that. Those two items are extremely useful for people of the spirit realm, but they're only detrimental to beings of our holy race." "I see," the black-armored replied with a slightly sheepish smile. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua continued, "Now that we know their objective, I now know their planned destination. There's no need for us to traverse through the Illusion Howl Desert. We can just wait for them at the destination. I was planning to go and meet some old friends in the Holy Realm after taking care of this matter, but it looks like I'll have to go and meet them early. Regardless of where you go, I'll be sure to remain by your side until my dying breath." The black-armored man immediately made a show of loyalty. A pleased look appeared on sacred ancestor Bao Hua's face, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her as she instructed, "That little human girl is still useful to me, so don't harm her and take her along with us." The black-armored man was rather perplexed to hear this, but he hurriedly replied with a respectful bow, "Yes, mistress." The woman nodded before casting her gaze toward Illusion Night City, and a peculiar smile appeared on her face as she swept a sleeve through the air. Pink flower petals immediately flew out of her sleeve before transforming into a rumbling pillar of wind that rose directly up into the heavens. The black-armored man immediately made a grabbing motion toward a crater in the ground nearby, then stomped his feet onto the ground, propelling him toward the pillar of wind like a speeding arrow. A petite figure flew out of the crater and also vanished into the pillar of wind in a flash. It was none other than the horrified Zhu Guar. In the next instant, the pillar of light disintegrated into specks of pink light, and the trio was nowhere to be seen. 2 days later, 2 8-footed devilish lizards were lying silently beside a completely nondescript pile of sand on the edge of the Illusion Howl Desert. There were 2 humanoid figures seated atop the devilish lizards. They were none other than Han Li and the elderly scholar among the spirit beings. Both of them were seated in silence atop their respective 8-footed devilish lizards, seeming waiting for something. They had been arranged here by the Long family patriarch to provide backup should it be required. And those 2 devilish lizards were naturally the ones that Han Li had obtained from the Bai family. After a long while, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and several streaks of light came flying toward Han Li's duo from the direction of Illusion Night City. Both Han Li and the elderly scholar's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and a few moments later the streaks of light landed nearby. Han Li cast his gaze toward the newly arrived figures and smiled as he said, "Looks like your trip went quite smoothly." "Indeed." Without the 2 devilish lords guarding the Zhou family, those restrictions naturally posed no issue to us. We obtained a total of 8 devilish lizards, so we'll have a spare one in reserve, the woman from the Yi family replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Now we just have to wait for fellow Taoist Long and fellow Taoist Bai to join us. With their late body integration stage powers, I'm sure it wouldn't take them too long to shake off those 2 devilish lords," Han Li said with a smile, but his gaze strayed over to the spirit being by the name of Zhi Shui again. The aura emanating from his body seemed to have become even more dangerous, and Han Li couldn't help but be slightly concerned by this. However, Zhi Shui paid no heed to Han Li at all, as if he were completely oblivious to Han Li's scrutiny. All of a sudden the Long family patriarch suddenly rang out above. Rest assured, Brother Han, fellow Taoist Bai and I have already shaken off those 2 Zhao family devilish lords." Immediately thereafter spatial fluctuations erupted, and the smiling Long family patriarch emerged out of thin air alongside a burst of white light. Han Li's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing this and he asked, "Fellow Taoist Long, where are those 2 Zhao family devilish lords right now?" "They've already been lured into a formation that we set up in advance. And it'll take them at least a day and a night to free themselves, Bai Qi replied. Fantastic. Everyone's all here, so let's set off right away, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in an elated manner. My thoughts exactly, Sister Thousand Autumns, the woman from the Yi family agreed. No one else had any objections, and thus the woman from the Yi family and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns raised their hands and released a series of devilish lizards. The Long family patriarch and the others all flew onto their new devilish steeds, and they quickly sped into the illusion Howl Desert, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. A day later, 2 streaks of light, one black and one crimson, descended upon the sand hill where Han Li and the others had been gathered the day before. This was a pair of thin brocade-robed elderly men, and both of them wore furious expressions. Their auras seemed to have lingered here for a while. They've most likely entered the illusion Howl Desert, one of the elderly men said with a dark expression. I can sense many residual auras here, so it looks like those 2 were part of a group of people who joined forces to steal our Zhao family's devilish lizards, the other elderly man said in a furious manner. That's most likely the case. The companions of those 2 are most likely far more powerful than our disciples could contend with. It looks like they've had their eyes set on our Zhao family from the very beginning, and they intentionally lured us out of our family's fortress yesterday. The devilish lizards must have been their primary targets. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the illusion Howl Desert so soon, the first elderly man sighed in a resigned manner. Where did those bastards come from? How dare they plot against our Zhao family? If we don't make them pay for what they did, our Zhao family's reputation will be swept to the ground. The second elderly man spat through gritted teeth. It won't be easy to exact vengeance on them. The 2 people who lured us away only displayed spatial tempering stage cultivation bases, but that's most likely not their true power, the first elderly man said with a shake of his head. The other elderly man immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. You're saying those 2 are also devilish lords? Could it be that the people who infiltrated our Zhao family were devilish lords as well? In that case, it's no wonder they dared to plot against our Zhao family. When did this group of devilish lords arrive in our illusion night city? We haven't heard anything about this at all. That's hard to say. Perhaps the others were only subordinates to those 2. Even so, those 2 definitely possess powers that aren't inferior to ours, and they've already entered the illusion Howl Desert, so there's nothing we can do. As for why we haven't heard anything about them, perhaps they disguised their cultivation bases and appearances or just stayed outside the city this entire time, the first elderly man mused. Are we really just going to let this matter slide? The other elderly man said in an indignant manner. The first elderly man seemed to have already considered this, and he replied, according to the news we received, those people only killed several inconsequential disciples and left everyone else in our Zhao family fortress alive. As for the devilish lizards that we lost, that's quite a heavy blow to our family, but not a fatal one. As for our reputation, we'll just have to find some people we don't like and declare them to be the accomplices of those people, then kill them in a public display. The other elderly man was silent for a moment before stomping a foot in frustration and rage. We're just fooling ourselves then. I can't just swallow something like this. You have to. You and I are our Zhao family's only remaining backers. If something happens to either one of us, then there's a good chance that our Zhao family will fall into a sharp decline, so you have to curb your own temper for the sake of our family. Having said that, if you insist on having them killed, we could perhaps borrow the hands of others to kill that group of people, the first elderly man said with a dark expression. The other elderly man's expression changed slightly and he asked, what do you mean by that? Contact the people at the Beast Lord Palace and ask them to strike in our stead. There's a stash of devil stones in our Zhao family that can be used to compensate them. However, regardless of whether the Beast Lord Palace succeeds or not, this will be the only attempt that we make. If those people manage to survive, I forbid you from plotting against them any further. On top of that, don't reveal our identities when contacting the Beast Lord Palace, the first elderly man said with a serious expression. Rest assured, brother, I know what to do. Even if those monsters from the Beast Lord Palace don't manage to kill them, they'll at least leave them with a nasty memento. If we spend that stash of devil stones, our Zhao family will have to operate on a tight budget for quite some time, the other elderly man sighed in a slightly forlorn manner. Those old monsters are all just as if not more powerful than you and me, and they also possess far more battle experience than normal devilish lords, so of course it'll be expensive to hire them. However, it's not reasonable to ask them to enter the Illusion How Desert to pursue those people, so we'll have to ask them to strike once they emerge on the other side. The first elderly man harumphed coldly. As long as the Beast Lord Palace sends people out to all of the cities near the Illusion Howl Desert, they'll definitely be able to find those people. Having said that, we don't know how much time those people will spend in the desert, the other elderly man said in a concerned manner. We've already suffered such heavy losses, so we might as well see this through till the end. Just hire them for a century long term. If those people stay in the desert for 100 years, then we'll just have to accept our bad luck. Let's not delay here any longer. We should return to the city, the first elderly man said. The other elderly man naturally had no objections to this, and thus, the two of them rose up into the air as streaks of black light before flying back toward Illusion Night City. Only after 4 months had passed since Han Li and the others had entered the Illusion Howl Desert did the majors' families of Illusion Howl Desert dare to send their disciples into the desert again. At this point, the stir caused by the Zhao family's stolen devilish lizards had already subsided, and the Zhao family had drawn a connection between this event and Han Li's disappearance, but they didn't have any evidence, so they naturally wouldn't declare this to the outside world. Thus time quickly passed by, and a year later there was no longer anyone mentioning the Zhao family incident. 40 years flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, a massive sandstorm was brewing on a certain part of the border of the Illusion Howl Desert. The entire area had transformed into a sea of wind and sand, and nothing could be seen within it. All of a sudden, several giant devilish beasts sprang out of the sand before landing firmly on the ground. These devilish beasts were a series of giant 8-legged lizards, and they were carrying 9 disheveled riders. These were none other than Han Li and the others. However, following their lengthy journey, only 5 of their original 10 devilish lizards remained. In terms of outward appearance, Han Li and the others didn't appear to have changed at all compared to 40 years ago, but all of them were currently wearing expressions of excitement and elation. We've finally gotten out of this accursed desert. Seeing the same scenery for several decades on end really is an unbearable experience. Even seclusion for 100 years isn't as grueling as this journey, the woman from the Yi family said with an elated smile. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was riding on the same 8-footed devilish lizards as the woman from the Yi family, and she said, traveling through a desert for several decades is indeed no easy feat. On top of that, we encountered the 3 devilish scourges of the desert on multiple occasions and lost half of our 8-footed devilish lizards. She then suddenly turned toward Han Li before continuing. Having said that, the most perilous thing we encountered was that late body integration stage sand shadow beast, and it trapped us in the desert for several years. If it hadn't been for fellow Taoist Han putting an end to the beast with that powerful ability, perhaps we wouldn't even have been able to emerge from the desert at all. You're far too kind, Fairy Thousand Autumns. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to land the final blow if fellow Taoist Ji Shui had trapped it first, Han Li said as he cast a glance toward the spirit being by the name of Ji Shui. Both you had done exceptionally well to get rid of that fearsome sand shadow beast. Now that we've emerged from the Illusion Howl Desert, let's follow our original plan and split up here, the Long family patriarch suggested as he stored the devilish lizards away. I see no issue with that, Han Li said with a faint smile. They had already devised a specific plan for how they were going to proceed once they emerged from the desert. Even though this Illusion Howl Desert was known as a restricted area to normal devilish beings, it was only slightly dangerous to body integration stage beings like them. The only thing that was rather frustrating to Han Li was during the last half of the journey, he had unleashed some of his true power to kill a devilish beast that was very adept at concealing itself, and the others had spotted him as he was unleashing those abilities. Following that event, everyone became a lot politer toward him, but also far warier as well. Han Li could only pretend that he hadn't noticed this minute shift in everyone's attitudes. The spirit beings also agreed to the Long family patriarch's suggestion, and thus they split up into several groups before flying toward different directions. In order to prevent themselves from being followed, they had decided to split up and make the journey from the Illusion Howl Desert to the Devilish Origin Sea in several different groups. Of course, even though they were taking different routes, their destination was still the same. Even though they were taking a risk by splitting up, this would minimize the possibility of attracting attention from other devilish beings. The Long family patriarch would be traveling with Elder Hui. Han Li had been paired up with the woman from the Yi family, and the spirit beings had also split up into two groups that were led by Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and by Qi. After flying for close to 10,000 kilometers, the woman from the Yi family suddenly stopped, then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a black flying boat. This was a black and completely nondescript devilish treasure that was over 100 feet in length, and the woman from the Yi family flew onto the canoe before making an inviting hand gesture toward Han Li. Han Li naturally accepted the invitation and flew onto the boat as well. The woman from the Yi family smiled and said, "This black jade boat is a flying devilish treasure that I purchased in Blood Crow City. It's quite fast and traveling in it would make us more inconspicuous." "This is indeed quite a fine devilish treasure. That's very thoughtful of you, Fairy Yi," Han Li said with a smile. "You're far too kind, Brother Han. I'm sure a treasure of this caliber is nothing in your eyes. Let's continue our conversation in here." The woman raised a hand as she spoke to summon a ball of white light, which transformed a yellow cloth puppet that stood on guard while she made her way toward the cabin at the center of the boat. Han Li nodded in response and followed her into the cabin. The cabin was around several tens of feet in size, and it was complete with all types of basic furniture. There were even several black futons sitting in the corner. The cabin appeared to be able to house 4 or 5 people at once, which was quite spacious considering the size of the boat. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family each took a seat on a chair, following which the latter said, "Brother Han, now that there's no one else with us, I'd like to discuss something with you in private. What I'm about to talk about next concerns the route that we're going to take, so I didn't want anyone to overhear us." "Please go ahead." Han Li immediately recalled that the woman seemed to have chosen this route in advance and had taken the initiative to invite him to form a partnership with her. She was the only one among this group of companions that he was on relatively friendly terms with, and it didn't really make much of a difference to him what route they took, so he was naturally willing to follow her lead. However, it now seemed that this woman had some type of ulterior motive. "You possess heavenly phoenix blood within your body, right, fellow Taoist? There's no need to try and deny it. I've heard about the transformations that you displayed during the Battle of Deep Heaven City. On top of that, there is a secret technique passed down in our Yi family that allows me to sense heavenly phoenix aura when it's present. However, what I find to be very peculiar is that I can also several other auras from you, and each of them is no less powerful than the heavenly phoenix aura. I can't decipher exactly what they are, but thinking back to your transformations, I assume you have several types of true spirit blood within your body. Is that right, Brother Han?" Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained calm as he replied, "Seeing as you've already figured it out, I'll admit that I did indeed manage to obtain some true spirit bloods during my travels in the primordial world. Why have you decided to ask me about something like this now?" "There's no need to be concerned, Brother Han. I have no interest in the origins of your true spirit bloods. However, seeing as you're able to fuse different true spirit bloods into your body, I was wondering if you'd be willing to refine another type of true spirit blood," the woman from the Yi family replied in a nonchalant manner. "What do you mean by that? Do you possess another type of true spirit blood?" Han Li asked as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "I don't have any true spirit blood on my hands right now, but we can find some in a place that we're going to be passing through," the woman replied with a mysterious smile. "What place are you referring to?" Han Li asked as a slightly cautious look appeared in his eyes. "Iron Sand Ridge," the woman from the Yi family replied without any hesitation. "Iron Sand Ridge? Isn't that the territory of the Azure Wing race? What true spirit blood can be found there?" Han Li asked in a surprised manner. The Azure Wing race isn't a very powerful race in the Elder Devil realm, but there are some special beings among them who have inherited true spirit blood. It's just that very few people know about this, the woman from the Yi family said with a cold smile. "Who are these special beings that you're referring to, fellow Taoist Yi?" Han Li asked. "I'm naturally referring to the core members of the Azure Wing race. Just like the true spirit families of our human race, not everyone in the Azure Wing race inherits the true spirit bloodline. Only an extremely small proportion of them are blessed with such a bloodline. Regardless of how pure the bloodline is, any Azure Wing being verified to possess a true spirit bloodline will immediately enjoy a meteoric rise in status in the race, the woman from the Yi family explained. In that case, there must be many people plotting against them, so they're most very heavily guarded by their brethren. How are you so confident that we can obtain their true spirit blood? On top of that, your Yi family already possesses the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, so why are you willing to take such a risk? Could it be that your Yi family also mastered a secret technique to fuse other types of true blood? Han Li asked. Of course not, but do you know what type of true spirit bloodline the Azure Wing race has inherited? The woman from the Yi family chuckled. Please enlighten me, Fairy Yi, Han Li prompted. Are you aware of the most renowned types of ancient true spirit birds, fellow Taoist Han? Instead of giving a direct answer, the woman from the Yi family replied with a question. I do. Aside from the Heavenly Phoenix, there's the Kun Peng Ghost Dove and Azure Luan, Han Li replied. The bloodline inherited by the Azure Wing race belongs to the Azure Luan, and they possess some of the Azure Luan's innate abilities. Do you understand why I'm willing to take such a risk now? Truth be told, I had discovered this even before entering the Elder Devil realm, and if it weren't for this, I may not have been willing to take this risk. In a sense, this Azure Luan true blood is even more important to our Yi family than the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, so I truly hope that you can lend me your assistance. Speaking of which, the Long family and the spirit beings clearly all have ulterior motives as well. Otherwise, why they agree to split up so easily? The woman from the Yi family urged. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this, but he still maintained a calm facade as he said, I see. I heard that the Azure Luan and Heavenly Phoenix originally share the same bloodline, but they evolved into two different types of beings due to the different abilities that they cultivated. You're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain another type of true spirit blood that the members of your Yi family can inherit, is that correct? Azure Luan True Blood was one of the types of true blood in the 12 awakening transformations that he could refine, so if he could obtain it, he would be able to take another major stride in the cultivation of his 12 awakening transformations. At the stage where his 12 awakening transformations was currently at, one more type of true spirit blood could immediately enhance the powers of his other transformations significantly. Indeed, Brother Han, our Yi family was able to inherit the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, so I'm sure their bodies wouldn't reject the bloodline of the Azure Luan. If we can inherit this bloodline as well, then it'll be a simple matter for us to overtake the Long family as the #1 true spirit family in the future. On top of that, if I can refine the Azure Luan bloodline and combine it with my Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, my powers will also be enhanced significantly, and there's even a chance I'll be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage someday. The woman's eyes began to light up as she spoke. Han Li contemplated the proposal for a long while before finally asking in an indifferent voice, what will I be getting out of this aside from the true spirit blood? The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately replied, you'll get a huge sum of spirit stones that's not inferior to what a normal sect would be able to accumulate over a span of 10,000 years, and our Yi family will owe you a massive favor. If you ever need our assistance for anything, our family will be willing to give you our unreserved aid on one occasion. All right, let's shake on it, Han Li said as he extended a hand out of his sleeve. The woman immediately extended a hand as well, and they shook hands as an elated look appeared on her face. The Azure Luan True Blood must be very difficult to obtain considering the heavy price you're willing to pay, right, Fairy Yi? I've already agreed to help you, so tell me where the difficulties lie, Han Li prompted in a calm voice. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and she gave a response that was quite a shock for Han Li. It is indeed going to be a very troublesome task, Brother Han. If we want to obtain the true blood, we'll most likely have to face a sacred ancestor. A sacred ancestor? Are you being serious? In that case, I'd rather abandon the true spirit blood. Han Li said with a dark expression. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions, Brother Han. If there really were a sacred ancestor situated in the Iron Sand Ridge, we wouldn't have chosen the Illusion Howl Desert route. According to my knowledge, there is a clone of a certain sacred ancestor Ling Yuan situated in the Iron Sand Ridge. It seems that this sacred ancestor owes the Azure Wing race a great debt and sent one of his clones to the Iron Sand Ridge permanently. You once slew a sacred ancestor clone during the Battle of Deep Heaven City, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble against this one. Besides, as long as we exercise caution, we may not even alert this sacred ancestor clone, the woman from the Yi family said. Just a clone, eh? It still won't be that easy to handle. According to my knowledge, sacred ancestors have very close connections with their clones. If the true body of this sacred ancestor Ling Yuan resides not far away from the Iron Sand Ridge, then he could rush over to the valley as soon as we alert his clone. It's still too risky, Han Li said with a shake of his head. Rest assured, Brother Han. According to the information that I've gathered, not only does this sacred ancestor Ling Yuan reside very far away from the Iron Sand Ridge, he's been in seclusion for over 10,000 years. On top of that, other clones of his have been killed in the past, but he's still never emerged from seclusion. There are even rumors going around that his true body has already perished, and only these clones are still left. Of course, no one would dare to disrupt a sacred ancestor that's in seclusion, so there's no way to verify whether this is true. In any case, all you have to worry about is the clone that's situated in the Iron Sand Ridge, the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. Han Li's expression eased slightly as he said, I see, that does make things a lot more feasible. However, I was only able to kill that sacred ancestor clone in the spirit realm when there were other fellow Taoists restricting the clone's movements. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop him on my own. I'm naturally aware of that, which is why I borrowed a heaven sphere bead from one of my closest friends prior to departing from the spirit realm. This is a one-time disposable treasure that can create an entire small world. As long as you can briefly stall the sacred ancestor clone, I'll be able to use the treasure to trap him for close to half a day, which will be more than enough time for us to escape. As long as we don't reveal our identities as humans, I'm sure this sacred ancestor clone wouldn't come after us over some true spirit blood, the woman from the Yi family said in a confident manner. Looks like you really have been plotting this for a very long time. If I only need to stall the sacred ancestor clone for a short while, then that should be within my capabilities, Han Li replied with a nod. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this, and her smile became even more pronounced. Even though she had been plotting this since before she had departed from the spirit realm, there was no way that she would be able to obtain the Azure Luan True Blood without Han Li's assistance, which was why she was willing to offer such a heavy price to recruit him. After that, the two of them began to discuss a specific plan. Shortly thereafter, a yellow line suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance, following which a vast plateau slowly emerged in the distance. The plateau was extremely flat and stretched for as far as the eyes could see. Han Li was conversing with the woman from the Yi family as the boat was flying over a certain hill when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he cast his gaze out the window. Did you discover something, Brother Han? The woman from the Yi family asked as she also released her spiritual sense through the surrounding area in a cautious manner. There is an interesting low-grade devilish beast hidden within the soil down below. It was able to completely integrate itself with the aura around it, and even I almost failed to detect it, Han Li replied in a calm voice. Oh, that is indeed quite intriguing. Having said that, the conditions in the Elder Devil realm are far worse than that of the spirit realm, so most low-grade devilish beasts have some life-saving innate abilities up their sleeves. Otherwise, they would have been hunted into extinction by the high-grade devilish beasts already, the woman replied with a smile. Han Li merely nodded and offered no response. At this point, the boat had already flown over the small hill down below. Around 15 minutes later, the soil on the hill suddenly parted to reveal a hedgehog-like devilish beast that was around a foot in size. The creature had sharp gray spikes all over its body as well as several extremely long feelers on the top of its head. Its bulging eyes stared intently at the direction that the flying boat had disappeared in, and it seemed to possess some intelligence. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. In a mountain range that neighbored the vast plateau, there was a small town that was close to 10 kilometers in size constructed in a small patch of low-lying land. There were no walls around the two, only a symbolic yellow wooden fence. There were streaks of light occasionally flying over the town, either departing from the town or landing on a small plaza in the town. However, there were several tall platforms that had been erected in the corners of the town, each of which was over 100 feet tall. There was a giant glossy black flag standing on each platform, releasing faint black chi that enshrouded the entirety of the platforms. There were also 4 or 5 devilish guards standing expressionless on each platform, and there were some winding streets around the plaza, on either side of which were some shops and restaurants run by the devilish residents of the town. Tens of thousands of devilish beings were entering and exiting these buildings, and it seemed to be quite a lively and bustling town. In a nondescript restaurant on the edge of the plaza, there were 2 devilish beings seated at a table near one of the windows, and they were resting with their eyes closed. There was only a green wine flagon and 2 pristine white cups placed on the table. A rich aroma was emanating from the wine, and it resembled red nectar, clearly indicating that it was some type of rare premium wine. The entire level of the restaurant seemed to have been booked by these 2 devilish beings, as evidenced by the fact that there was no one else around. They should be here soon, right? A burly man with a pair of thick brows and several small braids in his hair suddenly asked his companion with a hint of impatience in his eyes. His companion was a refined middle-aged Taoist priest, and he opened his eyes before replying, "According to Yenmo, our suspected targets emerged from the Illusion Howl Desert around a month ago, but they split up and went their separate ways immediately thereafter, so we only have to take care of 2 of them. Judging by the length of the journey they have to make to get here, they should be here soon. This Earth Dragon Town is the only place in the nearby area where one can stay and rest. If they're coming in this direction, then they'll definitely stop at this town for a while. What if they don't need to rest or replenish their supplies and simply fly over this town? Wouldn't we have waited all this time for nothing then?" The burly man harumphed coldly. Rest assured, Brother Luo. This is the closest town to the Illusion Howl Desert in this area. If they really are our targets, then they would have spent several decades in the Illusion Howl Desert prior to this. How could they not stop at the nearest place where they could replenish their supplies? Even if they don't need to replenish their supplies, they still have to learn about what's been happening the past few decades, so they'll definitely make a stop here, the middle-aged scholar reassured in a confident manner. "That makes sense, but I still don't believe you," the burly man said with a roll of his eyes. "Oh. Then how about we make a bet?" the Taoist priest asked with a smile. "What do you want to bet?" the burly man asked as a cautious look appeared on his face. "How about we bet the compensation we've been promised for this job? If it weren't for the hefty compensation we've been offered, we wouldn't have waited here for so long," the Taoist priest chuckled. "I'm not going to make such a foolish bet with you, Brother Lung. If you change the terms of the bet, perhaps I'd be interested," the burly man said as he shook his head vigorously. "Then what do you want to bet?" the Taoist priest asked. "How about we bet on who will defeat their target first?" the burly man proposed. My powers are far inferior to yours, so there's no need for such a bet," the Taoist priest chuckled in response. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Brother Lung. Perhaps my opponent will just so happen to be far more powerful than yours," the burly man urged with a smile. "I only ever believe in myself, never in luck," the Taoist priest replied in an indifferent voice. "You're still just as boring as ever. You never take any risks. Where's the fun in that?" The burly man shook his head with a disappointed expression. The Taoist priest smiled and was just about to reply when his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately cast his gaze toward a black flying boat that was slowly descending onto the plaza. "That's it. That flying devilish treasure is identical to the image that we've been provided." The burly man immediately sprang to his feet before cracking his knuckles violently. "Calm down, fellow Taoist Luo. Our targets may have arrived, but it wouldn't be a good idea to attack them in this town. Let's wait for their departure before we strike. During this time I'll get my shadow-chasing insect to keep an eye on them." The Taoist priest flicked a finger as he spoke, and a speck of green light shot forth before vanishing into thin air. "All right, we'll do as you say, Brother Lung. I wonder if our targets really are devilish lords. If so, I'll be able to test out a powerful ability that I recently mastered," the burly man chuckled before taking a seat again. "Don't underestimate our targets, fellow Taoist Luo. The fact that we were offered such tremendous compensation indicates that our targets are no ordinary beings. As such, it would be unwise to grow complacent," the Taoist priest cautioned with a smile. The burly man nodded in response, but his nonchalant expression clearly indicated that he hadn't heeded these words of caution at all. The Taoist priest could only shake his head with a wry smile, then cast his gaze toward the black flying boat again. All of a sudden, a ball of piercing black light erupted out of the boat, then suddenly vanished. In its place, a man and a woman appeared, and both of them seemed to be extremely young. Faint purple light flashed through the Taoist priest's eyes as he carefully appraised the duo, following which his brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. The nonchalant expression on the burly man's face had also disappeared as he caught sight of the duo. Interesting. One of them has intentionally concealed their cultivation base, while the other's cultivation base is completely unfathomable. These two really are worthy opponents. These two are no ordinary beings. We'll have to use our second plan, the Taoist priest decided after a brief moment of contemplation. That woman is nothing special. Even though she used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation base, both of us can easily tell that she's just a normal devilish lord. In contrast, that man truly is rather unfathomable. Let me test out his true powers before we make a decision. The burly man was still raring to go. That's a good idea. I'll take on the woman, but make sure not to escalate this into a full-on battle, the Taoist priest agreed after a brief pause. The burly man nodded as a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. The duo on the plaza were naturally none other than Han Li and the woman from the Yi family. All of a sudden, Han Li cast his gaze toward the restaurant as if he had sensed something. He could clearly see the devilish beings dining on the other few levels, but the level that the Taoist priest and burly man were situated on was concealed behind an extremely profound restriction that managed to keep out both Han Li's spirit eyes and spiritual sense. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. "Did you discover something, Brother Han?" the woman from the Yi family asked. "It seems that we're being scrutinized by a powerful being," Han Li replied as he slowly withdrew his gaze. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly upon hearing this. "Oh, could it be that there are devilish lords in this town?" Her surprise was quite warranted as the probability of devilish lords appearing in such a small town really wasn't very high. "Perhaps so. We should be able to find out soon enough if they're here to target us or not," Han Li replied calmly. "Now that you mention it, I'm also getting a slightly uneasy feeling like I'm being watched by someone," the woman from the Yi family said as she also cast her gaze toward the restaurant. "Who knows? Perhaps they're not here for us. Let's replenish some azure devil crystals in this town first. That flying boat of yours is indeed quite fast, but it certainly goes through a lot of these crystals," Han Li said. "Let's leave this place as soon as we purchase the crystals." Truth be told, this is also my first time using this devilish treasure, and I didn't expect it to consume so much energy. No wonder the devilish being who sold it to me offered such a low price. This is not a very practical devilish treasure, the woman from the Yi family replied with furrowed brows. Han Li merely nodded and remained silent. He didn't have any better flying devilish treasures than her. Otherwise, perhaps they wouldn't have had to stop at this town. After that, Han Li's duo made their way toward the shops lining the nearby streets. Not long after that, they purchased a sufficient number of azure devil crystals in one of the larger shops, then immediately summoned the flying boat before departing from the town. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest and the burly man had also disappeared without a trace, leaving only the 2 cups and wine flagons still sitting on the table. Several hours later, the black flying boat stopped in midair hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the town. It had been stopped in its tracks by a burly man and a Taoist priest who were standing several thousand feet in front of the boat, one of whom wore an excited expression, while the other was a lot more calm and tranquil. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family had also emerged from the boat and were appraising the pair of devilish beings in an expressionless manner. "May I ask why you've stopped us, fellow Taoists?" Han Li asked. The Taoist priest gave a completely farcical alibi in response. "We just so happen to be looking for some powerful sparring partners. Would you care to entertain us, fellow Taoist?" "Are you serious? You stopped us because you wanted some sparring partners?" The eyes of the woman from the Yi family widened slightly with rage upon hearing this. "That's right. I can sense that you're not just a spatial tempering stage being, right? I've been a devilish lord for quite some time as well. Perhaps we'll both benefit from a sparring match. As for the fellow Taoist accompanying you, my companion here is rather interested in him as well," the Taoist priest said in a nonchalant manner. It was clear that the Taoist priest wasn't telling the truth, and the woman from the Yi family reflexively cast her gaze toward Han Li. You two were the ones spying on us in that town, right? Han Li asked in a calm manner as one of his hands suddenly shot forth like lightning, grabbing onto space before pulling a poised semi-transparent green spirit insect out of thin air. The Taoist priest's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he continued in a nonchalant manner. Looks like you really do possess remarkable powers, fellow Taoist. I had only sent out that spirit insect as I was afraid that we would lose you. You want us to fight you over such a disingenuous alibi? Do you think this is child's play? A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes as a burst of crimson flames erupted out of his hand, instantly incinerating the spirit insect into ashes. You have no choice in the matter. The burly man chortled in response. The woman from the Yi family stepped forward with an enraged expression and was just about to say something, but Han Li raised a hand to stop her before continuing in a cold voice. I'm fine with a sparring match, but if you lose, you have to tell us the real reason why you're targeting us. Otherwise, this will become a battle to the death and you'll regret ever having crossed me. Both the burly man and the Taoist priest's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They could tell that Han Li was being serious from the baleful aura that was emanating from his body. The middle-aged Taoist priest was quite decisive, and he only contemplated the matter for a brief moment before agreeing. Sure, if you two can defeat us, then we'll come clean. Alright then, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Fairy Yi, please keep a lookout so no one can interrupt our battle, Han Li instructed. Brother Han Yu. The woman was quite surprised to hear this, and she was just about to say something in response when Han Li transmitted his voice to her. Fairy Yi, you haven't cultivated any devilish arts, and these are some formidable opponents. If you engage in a sparring match with them, it's very likely that your cover will be blown, so just leave this to me. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Han. The woman hesitated briefly upon hearing this before nodding in a hesitant manner. After all, Han Li had once slain a sacred ancestor clone and had displayed extremely formidable powers in the Illusion Howl Desert, so she was very confident in him. Han Li took a deep breath as he unleashed his Provenance True Devil Arts, and a cloud of pure black devilish chi emerged beneath his feet, carrying him high up into the air. The burly man chortled with glee upon seeing this, and he also rose up into the air as a ball of yellow light. The two of them had reached an altitude of tens of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye, and Han Li laid a hand onto the back of his own head, upon which a shimmering golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection was over 100 feet tall with black devilish patterns all over its body, creating a very menacing sight to behold. You're no match for me on your own, get your companions to face me as well, Han Li said as all of the devilish chi within a radius of several kilometers abruptly tremored. The golden projection waved its arms through the air, and golden light flashed in its hands as 6 different golden weapons appeared in its grasp. At the same time, a third inky black devilish eye appeared on each of its glabellas, and it was shimmering with an unsettling black light. At this point, Han Li had completely revealed his late body integration stage cultivation base, and a tidal wave of fearsome spiritual pressure was crashing down upon the burly man. Han Li's powers were far superior to other beings of the same cultivation base in the first place, and his aura was also being enhanced by his Provenance True Devil Arts. In the face of such formidable spiritual pressure, the burly man's expression instantly changed drastically as he shot back over 100 feet while also hurriedly releasing his own aura, revealing himself to be a mid-body integration stage devilish lord. However, his aura was very strange in that it was interspersed with wisps of silver light. The burly man immediately yelled in an alarmed voice, "Brother Leng, this man's powers are truly unfathomable. I won't be a match for him on my own." After that, the burly man let loose a low roar, and the braids on his head suddenly stood up ramrods straight. At the same time he made a hand seal and his skin took on a shimmering silver hue, as if it were entirely forged from silver. Simultaneously, his face twisted and warped, and his nose elongated, becoming as sharp as an eagle's beak while a series of silver feathers appeared on his head. You two are Metamorphosis stage beast lords. Han Li exclaimed upon seeing this as a hint of intrigue appeared in his eyes. In the harsh environment of the Elder Devil realm, Metamorphosis stage devilish beasts that cultivated to become devilish lords were naturally far more powerful than demonic cultivators and devilish lords of the same caliber. It was no wonder that they dared to intercept other devilish lords with minimal consideration. The Taoist priest's expression darkened slightly as he sensed the terrifying aura that Han Li was releasing, and a string of cracks and pops rang out from his body as he transformed into a humanoid tiger, then suddenly appeared beside the burly man. I can see that you have the power to back up your confidence, fellow Taoist. We are indeed devilish beasts at our core, but with your unfathomable powers, only by joining forces will we have a chance to defeat you. However, rest assured I'll reveal the truth to you regardless of the outcome of this sparring match, the Taoist priest said with a wary expression. Then I'll be thanking you in advance, Han Li replied in an indifferent voice before making a hand seal, upon which the golden devilish projection behind him brandished its 6 weapons all at once. Immediately thereafter, a beam of golden light erupted out of each of the golden weapons, and the 6 beams of light converged to form a golden wave of light that was over 100 feet tall. The golden wave surged directly toward the pair of beast lords with devastating force, causing space in its wake to tremor and buzz violently, as if it were about to be crushed by the golden light. The burly man let loose a loud roar as thrust his fists violently toward the giant golden wave. A pair of resounding booms rang out, and in the instant that he lashed out, brilliant silver light erupted out of his fists, transforming into a pair of wagon wheel-sized balls of light that struck the golden wave with tremendous force. Golden and silver light intertwined, and the 2 balls of silver light managed to nullify half of the golden wave, but the rest of the wave continued to sweep directly toward the burly man. Right at this moment, the Taoist priest opened his mouth to expel a ball of green flames. The green flames instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, then transformed into a green flaming tiger. The tiger swept its paws viciously through the air to tear the rest of the golden wave into shreds, then sprang into the air above the Taoist priest's head as if it possessed a certain level of intelligence. Show us your true power, fellow Taoist. These paltry attacks will be nothing more than a waste of time and energy for all of us, the burly man chortled. The Taoist priest's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything to contradict his companion. Fine. In that case, let's decide the battle with our next clash, Han Li replied with a nod. My thoughts exactly. This is the new ability that I recently mastered, the Myriad Void Sword. The excitement on the burly man's face became even more pronounced as he made a hand seal, and a pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on his back. He flapped the wings to send countless feathers hurtling through the air, all of which transformed into small silver swords that were several inches in length before vanishing into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, countless streaks of silver sword chi emerged in the air above Han Li, then converged to form a giant sword mountain projection that encompassed an area of around half a kilometer with Han Li right at the very center. This was a very formidable attack. At the same time, the Taoist priest let loose a low roar, and the fiery tiger above his head instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size, expanding to over 1,000 feet in length before opening its mouth to let loose a thunderous roar, as well as a thick pillar of green light. The pillar of light shot forth with unstoppable might and reached Han Li in a flash. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly, and a glossy black thread of light suddenly shot forth out of each of the 3 black devilish eyes on the glabellas of the golden projection behind him. The 3 threads of light struck the front of the pillar of green light with unerring accuracy, and despite how thin and frail the black threads appeared, they were able to instantly completely nullify the pillar of green light. The Taoist priest's heart jolted upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the massive sword mountain up above came crashing down toward Han Li. Even with Han Li's insanely powerful physical constitution, such a fearsome attack would be sure to deal him a heavy blow. All of a sudden, the Provenance True Devil projection tossed its 6 weapons up into the air in unison at his behest, and they transformed into 6 balls of golden light that hurtled directly toward the sword mountain. Immediately thereafter, the devilish projection clenched its 6 hands into fists before lashing out toward the space up above. Spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the sword mountain, and countless golden runes emerged to form a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. Han Li pointed a finger up at the vortex, and it began to rotate as a burst of enormous force came surging out of it in a frenzy. The streaks of silver sword chi and the burst of tremendous force clashed, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the entire sky to tremor violently while balls of black devilish chi appeared in the surrounding area before churning in a frenzy. Revolving golden light, the Taoist priest exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. A hint of incredulity and horror also appeared in the burly man's eyes. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, and at this point neither Han Li nor the two beast lords were unleashing any further attacks. All three of them were looking up at the rumbling clash taking place overhead, and only after around 10 minutes did the violent rumbling gradually cease. The sky finally cleared, and Han Li focused his gaze to find that both the golden vortex and the silver sword mountain projection had disappeared. The two attacks seemed to have been evenly matched. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. Even though he had only unleashed around 20% to 30% of his revolving golden light's power, it was still rather surprising that a mid-body integration stage being had been able to withstand it so easily. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, the burly man and Taoist priest exchanged a glance and quickly conversed with one another through voice transmission, following which both of them suddenly reverted back to their normal human forms. The Taoist priest clasped his fist in a polite salute toward Han Li and said, "Your powers are truly incredible, fellow Taoist. There's no need to continue this match any further. We concede. Indeed, your powers are simply awe-inspiring." "I've truly been humbled," the burly man chuckled. "Your powers are quite remarkable as well, fellow Taoists. Now then, can you tell me why you were targeting us?" Han Li asked with a smile as he withdrew his provenance true devil projection. "Of course. However, before that I want to ask if you've heard of our Beast Lord Palace," the Taoist priest replied. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he asked, "The Beast Lord Palace is an extremely renowned power in our holy realm. How could I not have heard of it? Could it be that you too are from the Beast Lord Palace?" At the same time he quickly thought back to all of the information he had read about the Beast Lord Palace. Not only was the Beast Lord Palace one of the renowned superpowers of the Elder Devil realm, the palace had many devilish lords among its ranks, most of which were metamorphosis stage devilish beasts, and they were led by the extremely mysterious sacred ancestor Wuxia. It was said that not only did this sacred ancestor Wuxia never come into contact with other sacred ancestors, he very rarely even appeared in the Beast Lord Palace, but it was most likely the case that he was a Grand Ascension stage devilish beast. Prior to entering the Elder Devil realm, the Beast Lord Palace was one of the superpowers that the Long family patriarch had cautioned him against defending at all costs. As such, Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon learning that these two devilish lords were from the Beast Lord Palace. "He, seeing as you've heard of our Beast Lord Palace, would you be interested in joining our palace as a guest elder?" the Taoist priest asked with a smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "You're inviting me to join the Beast Lord Palace? Indeed. With your powers, you'll definitely climb to an even loftier status than someone like me in our palace. On top of that, you'll have the opportunity to be guided in your cultivation by sacred ancestor Wuxia himself, and that would undoubtedly benefit you immensely," the Taoist priest urged. "You didn't stop us just to try and recruit us to the Beast Lord Palace, did you? As much as I revere the Beast Lord Palace, I have no intention of joining any power at this point," Han Li refused as his eyes narrowed slightly. "That's quite a pity. Our palace is currently recruiting some powerful fellow Taoists in preparation for a major event. If you join us, you definitely won't regret your decision," the Taoist priest insisted as his brows furrowed slightly. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I really don't want to be bound to any power," Han Li refused again. "In that case, I won't speak any further about this matter. As for why my companion and I appeared here, our Beast Lord Palace received a large sum of devil stones several decades ago along with a request to kill everyone in your group. Rest assured, our Beast Lord Palace won't continue to send assassins after you just because we've taken on this job. We'll only deploy people according to the level of compensation given for a single assassination attempt. Generally speaking, if we encounter powerful fellow Taoists like you, we'll only request a sparring match, And we may even extend an invitation for those fellow Taoists to join our Beast Lord Palace, just as we've done on this occasion, the Taoist priest finally revealed. I see. I've also heard that the Beast Lord Palace accepts requests of this nature, but may I ask who it was that paid to have us killed? The woman from the Yi family asked with a smile as she drifted over to Han Li's side. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer that. Our Beast Lord Palace strictly prohibits the leakage of client information, and this request came from an anonymous source, so even our palace doesn't know who it was, the Taoist priest replied with a shake of his head. I see. I presume the Beast Lord Palace has sent people after the rest of our companions as well, right? Han Li asked with a smile. As long as those companions of yours are devilish lords as well, they'll only be challenged to sparring matches, the Taoist priest replied in a rather ambiguous manner. In that case there shouldn't be any issues. As expected of a vastly renowned superpower of our holy realm to be able to send out so many devilish lord-level elders at once, the average major family simply can't compare, Han Li praised. The Taoist priest smiled and was just about to respond when a burst of faint white light and a low buzzing sound erupted from a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The Taoist priest's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately cupped his fist in a farewell salute. Thus, after exchanging some more pleasantries, the burly man and Taoist priest departed as two streaks of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Fairy Yi, do you think they were telling the truth just now? Han Li asked as he looked on in the direction that the two beast lords had departed toward. I think it's mostly true. It did indeed seem like they harbored no killing intent toward us, but if they had found us to be easy opponents to defeat during the sparring match, then they would have most likely killed us. After all, the Beast Lord Palace does not have a very good reputation among devilish beings, the woman from the Yi family replied with a contemplative expression. That's probably about right. I think the main reason for their wariness is their inability to determine our origins. After all, we're a group of 9 body integration stage beings, which is quite a formidable force in the Elder Devil realm. Unfortunately, they'll most likely develop quite a strong interest in our group as a result of this, Han Li analyzed. In that case, we should just keep them here permanently so that they won't get to report back to the Beast Lord Palace. You and I combined should be able to do this, the woman from the Yi family said as a cold look appeared in her eyes. That's naturally a feasible option, but metamorphosis stage devilish beasts are far more powerful than the average devilish lord, so we'll only have around a 50% to 60% chance of success. On top of that, it sounds like the Beast Lord Palace has deployed people to attack Brother Long and the others as well, so there would be no point in doing something like this, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. That's true, but the Beast Lord Palace is a very powerful sect. If they were to conduct extensive research into our origins, our covers will most likely be blown, the woman from the Yi family sighed with furrowed brows. The Elder Devil realm is even bigger than the Spirit realm, so there's nothing remarkable about a few devilish lords that the Beast Lord Palace didn't know about. At the very most they'll become suspicious of us, but they most likely won't actually do anything. On top of that, who knows how many years it'll take before they manage to ascertain our origins. By then we would have already returned to the spirit realm. Having said that, we'll need to proceed with more caution from now on, Han Li said. Indeed. Hopefully, the rest of our plan will progress in a smoother fashion, the woman from the Yi family said with a wry smile. There's no need to be concerned, Fairy Yi. There shouldn't be any issues as long as you haven't leaked our plan to secure the Azure Luan True Blood. However, I'm rather curious about what that major event that Beast Lord was referring to earlier. From the sounds of it, it's going to be quite a big move for the Beast Lord Palace, Han Li mused. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought suddenly occurred to her, and her face instantly paled significantly. Could it have something to do with the devilish invasion into our spirit realm? Perhaps an outcome has already been reached in the battle? We've only just emerged from the Illusion Howl Desert, so we haven't had a chance to get up to date yet, but I hope this isn't the case. We passed through that town very hastily, but perhaps the others have already gathered information about this. Hopefully we'll be able to learn more about the current situation when we get to the next devilish city, Han Li said in a calm manner. He knew that with the extensive preparations made by the humans and other races, there was no way that they would be defeated in just a few decades. Furthermore, after entering the Elder Devil realm, Han Li had discovered that only a small portion of the Elder Devil Realm's powers had invaded the spirit realm, while the majority seemed to not care about this battle at all. Otherwise, regardless of what extensive preparations were made, there was no way that the humans and other races would be able to contend with the entire Elder Devil Realm. Having said that, most of the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil Realm had sent clones into the spirit realm, which was quite a strange occurrence. Han Li was rather perplexed by this matter, but displayed no outward befuddlement as he called out to the woman from the Yi family before flying back onto the flying boat. Moments later, the flying boat continued onward as a ball of black light. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui were situated in the air above a green lake, looking on as two bursts of black qi were speeding away into the distance. The Beast Lord Palace, eh? That's rather troublesome, the Long family patriarch murmured to himself with a dark expression. There's no need to dwell on this, Brother Long. They already know that we're not to be messed with, so I'm sure they wouldn't bother us any longer. Let's continue on our journey. Once we get to the Devilish Origin Sea, the Beast Lord Palace won't be able to do anything to us. It's not like that sacred ancestor Wuxia will hunt us down in person, Elder Hui said with a cold smile. Of course sacred ancestor Wuxia won't come after us in person, but it's very possible that he could send a clone or two after us, the Long family patriarch said with a grim expression. Elder Hui's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Surely not. Our origins are indeed rather suspicious, but it can't be that easy to attract attention from a sacred ancestor. I certainly hope so. Let's get out of here right away. Don't worry about conserving magic power anymore, the Long family patriarch instructed in a cold voice. Elder Hui hurriedly nodded in response. Elsewhere, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and Ji Shui were hovering expressionlessly in midair. Standing not far away from them was a pair of devilish elderly men, both of whom had very pale faces and were staring at Ji Shui with horror in their eyes. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family continued to spur on the black flying boat with all their might, and after flying for half a month, they finally reached a small devilish city, where they stayed for several days. During this time, Han Li and the woman had split up and gathered a lot of information. They discovered that during the past few decades, several major battles had taken place between the devilish beings and the races of the spirit realm. On top of that, some sacred ancestors had finally descended upon the spirit realm, but they were met by resistance from the Grand Ascension stage beings of the opposing races, and no outcome had arisen. This piece of information came as quite a relief to Han Li and the woman. Even though the information they had gathered was rather murky and even incomplete in some cases, this was the overall verdict they had arrived at. Thus, after staying for 2 more days in the city, they continued on their way, and their next destination would be the Iron Sand Ridge. On this occasion, they enjoyed a smooth journey for over 3 months before finally catching sight of a vast black mountain range up ahead. All of the trees and rocks on the mountain range were of a blackish-green color, striking one with a rather unsettling sensation, as if there were countless devilish creatures concealed within the mountain range. So this is Iron Sand Ridge. The devilish chi here is far more abundant than in other places. There must be a lot of devilish beasts here, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he stood at the front of the flying boat. The Azure Wing race is adept in beast-taming techniques, so the virtually endless supply of devilish beasts here makes it an ideal place for them to settle. Otherwise, with their meager population, there's no way they'd be able to control such a large area, the woman Yi family replied. Beast-taming techniques, eh? The fact that these Azure Wing beings are relying on devilish beasts suggests that their powers are most likely somewhat lackluster, Han Li replied with a smile. That may be the case for normal Azure Wing beings, but I doubt the core Azure Wing beings that we're targeting will have the same weakness. After all, the Azure Luan bloodline is nothing to be scoffed at, the woman from the Yi family replied as a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. We're already prepared to face a sacred ancestor clone, so those core Azure Wing beings won't be a cause for concern. Having said that, I can see that these Azure Wing beings are living in clusters of villages. It's most likely going to be rather troublesome to find a suitable target among them, Han Li said. Indeed. The issue is that we can't linger here for more than a month. Otherwise, we'll be late for the agreed date to meet up with the others, the woman from the Yi family said in a slightly concerned manner. As long as our luck doesn't turn out to be too horrible, a month should be enough. Besides, don't you have a special treasure that can sense our targets within a radius of 5 kilometers? Han Li asked. That is indeed true, but the core azure wing beings are definitely heavily guarded at all times, so it won't be easy to approach them. Perhaps we'll have to take a risk and infiltrate some of the larger villages, the woman from the Yi family replied with a wry smile. As long as we're not unfortunate enough to infiltrate the village that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan is situated in, there shouldn't be any issues, Han Li said. I certainly hope so. It's a pity we don't know exactly where that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan is residing. Otherwise, we'll be able to significantly minimize the risk involved, the woman from the Yi family sighed in a forlorn manner. I also hope that we won't alert that sacred ancestor clone, but it'll be down to luck in the end. Seeing as we're going after such a tantalizing reward, it's only fair that we assume some risk. Nothing comes for free after all, Han Li replied with a smile. If I were on my own, then I would be feeling very uneasy, but with you here to assist me, there should be no problems. Let's enter the Iron Sand Ridge now. We'll have to get out of this flying treasure and proceed on foot now, the woman from the Yi family said as she pointed toward the mountain range in the distance. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he nodded before flying out of the black boat. The woman from the Yi family made a hand seal, and the flying boat quickly shrank down to a miniature palm-sized boat amid a flash of black light. After that, the two conversed for a while longer before flying toward the mountain range in the distance as two streaks of light. Shortly thereafter, both of them vanished into the mountain range without a trace. 5 days later, Han Li was traversing through a valley between a pair of sheer cliff faces at a rapid speed, covering a distance of several hundred feet with each flash. He was traveling alone as he and the woman from the Yi family had decided to split up after entering the mountain range. Not long after that, Han Li had reached the exit of the valley, and he was just about to fly out into the open when a string of unpleasant squawks suddenly rang out from several caves on the cliff faces on either side of him. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so giant green devilish birds flew out of the caves before swooping toward Han Li in a ferocious manner. The wingspans of these devilish birds were around 50 to 60 feet, and they resembled giant vultures with vicious yellow eyes. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he raised a hand and flicked his 5 fingers through the air in succession. 5 azure threads shot forth from his fingertips, then vanished into the bodies of these devilish birds in a flash. The devilish birds immediately let loose a squawk of anguish as their dismembered bodies plummeted down from above. As for Han Li, he had already passed through this area, so not even a single drop of blood had stained his robes. Meanwhile, in an obscure valley nearby, the woman from the Yi family was hidden behind a large tree and staring at the entrance to the valley. The entrance of the valley was filled with dense shrubs that were almost twice as tall as an adult, and it was extremely bleak and barren. However, the woman stared at the entrance to the valley for 2 whole hours in an unblinking manner, as if she were appraising something that was extremely interesting. All of a sudden, a burst of spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the valley, and 2 winged devilish beings in leather robes appeared. The 2 devilish beings inspected their surroundings to ensure that there was nothing amiss, then immediately flew away, quickly vanishing into the distance. An excited smile appeared on the woman's face upon seeing this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which she also disappeared on the spot. A short while later, the woman from the Yi family was situated in an obscure cave that was thousands of kilometers away from the valley. She had a palm pressed against the head of a winged devilish being, and there was a layer of 5-colored light swirling over her face, indicating that she was using some type of soul search technique. There was another devilish being lying face down on the nearby ground, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. A few moments later, the 5-colored light vanished from the woman's face, and she released the winged devilish being's head, upon which the latter immediately slumped down onto the ground. So this is only a village on the outskirts of the Azure Wing race. Looks like I'll have to go to some of the larger villages if I want to find some core Azure Wing beings. Before that, I'll inform fellow Taoist Han of this, the woman murmured to herself with a contemplative look in her eyes. Immediately thereafter, she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a white formation plate appeared in her grasp. She quickly swiped a finger over the formation plate, then gently laid a palm over it. A dull thump rang out as the formation plate exploded into a ball of white light, within which was a line of silver text that disappeared in a flash. After that, the woman cast her gaze toward the two devilish beings on the ground, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Han Li was flying through the air when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he flipped a hand over to produce an identical formation plate with the same silver text inscribed on its surface. Han Li quickly glanced at the line of text before immediately changing directions in his flight. Half a month later, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family were standing on a branch of a massive tree situated at the edge of a small basin, which was surrounded by 3 mountains in a triangular formation. They were currently peering into a cloud of white mist between the mountains, which was releasing an indescribable fragrance. "Are you sure that this is one of the 4 major villages of the Azure Wing race, Fairy Yi?" Han Li suddenly asked. "There's no mistaking it. This is definitely Incense Village. I used a soul search technique on 2 Azure Wing beings to secure the exact location of this village. Unfortunately, neither of them were all that powerful, so they didn't know much about this Incense Village. However, I'm sure there are core Azure Wing beings in a village of this scale. The problem is that some powerful restrictions have clearly been set up here, so it won't be easy to infiltrate the village," the woman from the Yi family replied in a grim manner. "This should be the right place judging from the fragrant aroma coming from the mist. As for a way to infiltrate the village, I have something up my sleeve, but we'll have to wait for the right opportunity to arise, so let's wait here for now," Han Li said with a confident smile. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this. "That's great to hear, Brother Han. In that case, I'll be following your lead." Han Li merely nodded and offered no response, but he suddenly cast his gaze toward a certain direction. After a while, a giant flying snake that was over 100 feet in length appeared in the distant sky, and it was rapidly flying toward the mountain. On the back of the flying snake were 7 or 8 Azure Wing beings, all of whom wore elated expressions. This was a group of young men and women with the exception of the leader, who was an elderly man that was giving off a powerful aura. "All right, the opportunity has arrived," Han Li said in an unhurried manner as he rose to his feet while appraising the group of Azure Wing beings. The woman from the Yi family also stood up and turned to Han Li with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Instead of explaining anything, Han Li raised a hand to send an item flying toward the woman. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly before reflexively catching the item to discover that it was a purple talisman. Han Li then said in a calm voice, "Activate this talisman and you should be able to sneak into the valley by following those Azure Wing beings. As long as there are no particularly special restrictions set up in this Incense Village, you'll be able to sneak in without any issues. However, take care not to unleash any abilities or the talisman will fail." As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped a hand over to produce an identical talisman before immediately adhering it to his own body. A burst of purple light erupted forth right before the woman's astonished eyes, and countless silver runes surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a cloud of silver mist that inundated Han Li's entire body. After the mist dispersed, Han Li was nowhere to be seen. The woman from the Yi family hurriedly swept her spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but was shocked to discover that she could no longer sense Han Li. All of a sudden, Han Li's calm voice rang out in her ears. "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist. Those Azure Wing beings are about to get here, so we have to make haste." Her heart stirred upon hearing this, and she immediately replicated what Han Li had just done. Purple light flashed, a cloud of silver mist dispersed to conceal her entire body. The High Zenith Invisibility Talisman naturally had completely different levels of efficacy when used by different people. As a body integration cultivator using this talisman, she wouldn't be discovered unless a devilish lord of the same cultivation base in the Azure Wing race were to carefully search for her using their spiritual sense. As for Han Li, after using the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, only the top devilish lords who were half a step away from becoming sacred ancestors would have a chance of discovering him. At this point, the giant flying snake was already slowly descending toward the mist down below, and it stopped briefly in midair as the elderly inspected the surrounding area, then made a hand seal to release a streak of green light that vanished into the mist in a flash. Moments later, the aroma being released by the mist became several times more pronounced, and the mist parted to open up a path that was around 10 feet wide. At the other end of the path, one could just barely make out a series of indistinct buildings, and the elderly devilish man immediately stomped a foot down onto the flying snake without any hesitation upon seeing this. The flying snake hissed as its body rapidly shrank down amid a flash of azure light, following which it was stowed up the elderly man's sleeve. The elderly man then turned to the younger devilish beings behind him and said something with a smile, then drifted into the opening in the mist. The young devilish beings also followed along behind him with wide smiles on their faces. The mist then surged as the path was slowly sealed. Unbeknownst to the devilish beings guarding the restriction, two completely undetectable figures had tailed these young devilish beings into the opening in the mist. Around 2 hours later, Han Li was hovering in the air above a black wooden pagoda that was over 1,000 feet tall. He was still concealed by his high zenith invisibility talisman, and he was inspecting the massive village down below. This village had an area of over 10,000 acres, and massive trees were growing between the three mountains, forming a natural barricade around the entire village. These giant trees were all purple in color, and they were the source of the fragrant aroma stemming from this place. Within the village were a series of wooden buildings of different sizes that could house over 100,000 devilish beings. Considering the meager population of the Azure Wing race, this was a very large settlement. There were also some giant trees planted between the buildings in the village, concealing many of the smaller buildings, thereby creating a sense of privacy. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes as he swept his gaze over the entire village, then settled his attention on a cluster of buildings that were releasing restriction fluctuations. Some Azure Wing race guards were patrolling the streets near these buildings, and none of the ordinary Azure Wing beings dared to approach them. The blue light in Han Li's eyes faded as he drifted down from the wooden pagoda, then landed in an alley that was completely devoid of people. After that, an Azure Wing being that had a set of facial features that were identical to Han Li's emerged in a soundless manner. This type of disguise secret technique couldn't even begin to compare with the concealment effect of his high zenith invisibility talisman, but it was enough to fool the average devilish being. Han Li smiled as he strode out of the alley, then made his way toward the heavily guarded cluster of buildings. At the same time, the woman from the Yi family had already revealed herself as a young female devilish being elsewhere in the city before making her way toward a secluded corner. She was holding a crimson triangular metal badge in her hand, and there were faint energy fluctuations emanating from it. In a small wooden cabin in the village, a 5-colored light barrier had been set up, and there were 2 humanoid figures seated across from each other in the room. These were none other than Han Li and the woman from the Yi family, who had scouted the village for the past 2 days. Han Li asked in a solemn manner, "So you've already confirmed that there are core Azure Wing beings residing in that palace?" "That's right, my detection treasure is displaying a very strong reaction, so it seems that there are many core Azure Wing beings living there, which is both good news and bad news," the woman from the Yi family sighed. "Do you think this will make things more difficult for us, Fairy Yi?" Han Li asked. "With so many core Azure Wing beings gathered in one place, that palace must be very heavily guarded. Perhaps there will even be more than one devilish lord on guard duty there, so our original plan isn't going to be very feasible. On top of that, we don't have much time left," the woman from the Yi family replied in a concerned manner. "In that case, we'll just have to do things by force. I'll hold off the devilish lords there while you take care of the core disciples. Will that be all right?" Han Li asked. "Without any intervention from devilish lords, it naturally won't be an issue for me to capture a core disciple. However, once we strike, we'll have to make sure to get away in a short time. Otherwise, other high-grade devilish beings will arrive on the scene. Judging from the scale of this village, there are probably at least 7 or 8 devilish lords here, and that isn't even taking all those spatial tempering stage devilish beings into account. On top of that, breaking through the restrictions set up around the village will also take some time," the woman from the Yi family cautioned. "Leave the restrictions to me. I know a thing or two about formations, and during the past 2 days, I've discovered a few weak points in the restrictions here," Han Li said in a confident manner. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this, and she said, "In that case, we should be all set. As long as we can make a quick getaway, Those devilish lords shouldn't be able to chase us down. The only thing we have to be wary of is that we still don't know where that sacred ancestor clone is residing. It would naturally be best if we don't encounter the clone. Otherwise we'll have to use that treasure to temporarily trap him, Han Li said. That would be the worst-case scenario. Let's set this matter aside for now and get some rest. We'll strike tonight so no other volatile factors arise, the woman from the Yi family proposed. All right, we'll do as you say. Han Li had no objections to this and he immediately closed his eyes to meditate. The woman from the Yi family carefully reviewed the plan again, and after confirming that it was indeed sound, she also slowly closed her eyes. Around half a day later, there was a devilish man seated on a bed of ice in a large palace in the incense village. The man had a head of exuberant black hair, which belied his wrinkly facial features, and he was currently cultivating a certain secret technique. It was impossible to ascertain his age from his appearance, but the spiritual pressure emanating from his body clearly indicated that he was a powerful devilish lord. Around 10 feet away from the bed of ice was a small stone platform that resembled an altar. It was only several feet tall, but there were countless runes inscribed on its surface, indicating that it was no ordinary structure. All of a sudden, a ball of black light erupted out of the altar alongside a low buzzing sound. The devilish man immediately opened his eyes in a startled manner and cast his gaze toward the altar. What's going on? Did those little rascals trigger the restriction again? The devilish man murmured to himself with furrowed brows, then immediately made a hand seal and vanished from the room amid a fierce gust of wind. In the next instant, a gust of wind was swept up in the main hall of the palace, and the man re-emerged. He cast his gaze around the hall, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. In a corner of the hall was an azure-robed humanoid figure, who was currently inspecting a giant black blade hanging on the wall. The black blade was only a decorative item crafted from ordinary materials, but the azure-robed figure seemed to be very intrigued by it. The devilish man was quite alarmed, but he remained completely expressionless as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you and why have you broken into our palace this late in the night?" "I was just bored and wanted to find someone to have a chat with," the azure-robed figure replied as he continued to appraise the huge black blade. "You wanted someone to chat with? Are you?" All of a sudden, the devilish man's voice was cut off as a dull thump rang out from the neighboring room, causing the entire hall to tremor violently. The devilish man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately darted toward a certain exit of the palace, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. However, right at this moment, the azure-robed man chuckled as countless arcs of azure and white lightning appeared over his body, upon which he abruptly disappeared. In the next instant, lightning flashed in front of the devilish man, and the azure-robed figure appeared before flicking his fingers through the air, sending countless azure threads hurtling forth from his fingertips, forming a powerful azure sword net. The azure-robed man was naturally none other than Han Li, but his face was currently concealed by a layer of azure light, and his height and figure had also been manipulated slightly. In order to stop the devilish man, he unleashed sword threads formed by several tens of azure bamboo cloudswarm swords. Each sword thread was very thin, but they were too fearsome even for the average treasure to withstand. This devilish man had been assigned to this place to protect the core disciples, so he was naturally also quite a powerful being. In response to Han Li's attack, he let loose a loud roar and released a gust of fierce azure wind out of his mouth, then made a grabbing motion toward the sword net with both hands. In the instant that he lashed out, yellow light appeared at the center of his palms, then transformed into two projections, one of which was a worm while the other was a tiger. At the same time, an astonishing aura erupted out of his body, and he was planning to tear the sword net open through brute force. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger forward in an unhurried manner. All of the streaks of sword chi instantly swelled in size before raining down from above in a torrential downpour. The WRM and tiger projections only had a chance to let loose an anguished wail before they were completely destroyed and dissipated into nothingness, following which the streaks of sword chi continued to hurtle directly toward the devilish man. The devilish man's expression changed drastically, and a fierce gust of wind was immediately conjured up before sweeping up his body. In the next instant, the streaks of sword chi pierced through the gust of wind to completely dispel it, but the devilish man was nowhere to be seen. Han Li immediately turned toward a certain direction, then thrust an inky black palm into the air. A burst of invisible force erupted out of his palm in a frenzy, and an earth-shattering boom rang out. All of a sudden, a ball of gray light emerged in that patch of space, following which a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. It was none other than the devilish man who had just unleashed a concealment secret technique and was planning to unleash a sneak attack on Han Li. The devilish man was sent flying for over 100 feet, and only then was he able to just barely steady himself as he cast a bewildered gaze toward Han Li. Impossible. I've already achieved full mastery of the devilish wind evasion. How did you manage to see through it so easily? Han Li merely appraised the man in an indifferent manner and gave no response. A cold expression appeared on the devilish man's face upon seeing this. It looks like I'll really have to get serious here. Han Li merely smiled, then suddenly swept a sleeve through the air to release a silver fireball. Strangely enough, the ball of fire was directed toward another corner of the hall as opposed to the devilish man. During its flight, the silver fireball transformed into a fire raven, and initially it was only around a foot in size, but it quickly swelled to roughly 10 feet in size before exploding to inundate that corner of the hall in scorching silver flames. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out, and a ball of light erupted out of the silver flames before transforming into a three-headed azure python projection that was several tens of feet in length. As soon as the python projection emerged, it opened its three mouths to unleash three bursts of glacial chi, one azure, one yellow and one blue, toward the oncoming silver flames, thereby temporarily keeping it at bay. Immediately thereafter, a humanoid figure sprang out of the silver flames amid a flash of azure light, then instantly arrived beside the devilish man. This was a woman who was in her 30s wearing a long green dress. The woman had an ordinary appearance with a slightly dark complexion, and there was a three-headed azure snake that was around a foot in length sitting on her shoulder. Elder Qing, I'm glad you're here, the devilish man said as his expression eased slightly. This man possesses unfathomable powers. I tried to sneak around him just now, but he was able to instantly detect me, the woman said as she appraised Han Li with a dark expression. He must have an accomplice. We have to shake him off and get to the core disciples at the Spirit Pavilion right away. I'll do everything in my power to hold him off. You go and save the disciples, the devilish man urged. Your devilish wind evasion is a far superior movement technique compared to mine. You should go and save the disciples while I keep this man occupied, the woman countered, then suddenly raised a hand before opening her mouth. A streak of silver light shot forth out of her mouth like lightning and instantly chopped off the top half of one of her fingers. Bone and flesh were visible from the wound, but not a single drop of blood was shed. The snake sitting on the woman's shoulder immediately became very excited upon seeing this, and it instantly shot forth before gobbling up the dismembered finger with its middle head. Right at this moment, the woman began to chant something before opening her mouth to expel several clouds of purple chi, which completely enveloped the azure snake. The azure snake's body immediately swelled drastically to over 100 feet in length, and a horn appeared on each of its three heads, one of which was azure, one of which was yellow and the final one was blue. The devilish man faltered upon seeing this, but he then immediately nodded before flicking a wrist to send a crimson bracelet flying through the air. The bracelet revolved in midair before expelling a burst of white light, revealing itself to be a snowy white devilish bird that resembled a giant falcon with a green devilish eye on its forehead. Both the three-headed giant python and white devilish bird possessed auras that were no less powerful than those of the two devilish lords, and they seemed to complement the cultivation arts being used by the two devilish lords. As such, the four of them presented a formidable lineup that was the equivalent of four devilish lords. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to summon a yellow streak of light, which transformed into a small beast that was around a foot in size. It was none other than the body integration stage leopard Kirin beast. At the same time, a suit of inky black devilish armor appeared over his body, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a small black mountain also appeared. Simultaneously, a clear cry rang out from the scorching silver flames that were burning in the corner, and they transformed into a silver fire raven again before flying back to Han Li. "Go!" the devilish woman yelled in an urgent manner as more tremors erupted from the neighboring room. She then immediately raised a hand to send over 100 streaks of green light hurtling through the air. These were 108 hair-thin green needles, and they were giving off a faint rank odor. At the same time, the three-headed devilish python raised its three heads in unison before blasting forth streams of glacial qi again. However, the glacial qi on this occasion was more than twice as fierce as before, and there were faint three-colored runes that could be seen within the glacial qi. As for the devilish man, he and the snowy white devilish bird shot forth as two gusts of fierce white winds, flying directly toward a side door of the hall. "Stop him!" Han Li instructed before immediately hurling the small black mountain forward, and it instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall. The green needles struck the mountain in rapid succession, creating an incessant string of booms much like rain falling upon a banana leaf. However, the black mountain remained completely unmoved as if it were an unyielding fortress. The silver fire raven also blasted a burst of silver flames out of its mouth, which steadily forced back the oncoming three-colored glacial qi. At the same time, the leopard Kirin beast heeded Han Li's instruction and shot forth as a ball of golden light, then split up into two before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the devilish man, and two golden figures appeared in his way, each of which was around 10 feet in size. Immediately thereafter, countless golden claw projections swept toward both him and the white devilish bird falcon beside him. The devilish man swept his spiritual sense toward the claw projections, and was immediately alarmed by the power that they possessed. As such, he naturally didn't dare to take them head-on and could only stop in his tracks before summoning a pristine white fan, which he swept viciously through the air. A gust of gale-force winds instantly surged out of the fan, then transformed into a gray wind dragon that pounced forward with devastating force. Meanwhile, the devilish falcon flapped its wings in unison, sending a series of white wind blades hurtling through the air. Ear-splitting explosions rang out as the golden light clashed with the gray and white wind, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Whenever the devilish man tried to sneak around the side with the devilish falcon to cover him, the leopard Kirin beast always managed to appear right in his tracks. In terms of overall power, the devilish man and the white falcon were superior to the leopard Kirin beast, but the leopard Kirin beast was more adept in movement techniques, rendering the two unable to escape from the battle. As for Han Li, he was battling the woman and the three-headed giant python as if he were taking a stroll in the park. No matter what type of ferocious attacks were thrown at him, he was able to brush them off with ease. If he weren't wary of the fact that killing the devilish woman could result in unwanted trouble later on, she would already be dead. Time quickly passed by, and the two devilish beings continued to become more and more frustrated and infuriated, but they were completely trapped in the hall. Just as Han Li was wondering how things were going on the other end, an extremely elated voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "I've succeeded. We can go now, Brother Han." Han Li was ecstatic to hear this. That's right, you read that right. This a woman in armbai who's not a geriatric grandma but also isn't smoking hot either. He immediately made a hand seal, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a burst of black qi. The devilish projection swung 4 of its arms through the air, and a giant golden blade appeared in each of its 4 hands before being slashed through the air like lightning, unleashing 4 huge blade projections that were around 100 feet in length each. Despite the best efforts of the devilish beings and devilish beasts to keep the attacks at bay, they were still forced back by the impact, and Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to withdraw his golden projection and silver fire raven before flying out of the hall as a streak of azure light. As for the leopard Kirin beast, it also followed him out of the hall as a streak of golden light. The devilish man and devilish woman's hearts sank upon seeing this, and they quickly conversed with one another through voice transmission before the devilish man and white falcon rushed out in pursuit, while the woman hurriedly flew toward the living quarters of the core disciples. Moments later, the woman appeared at a side hall, and her expression instantly darkened significantly. Not only had the door of the side hall been completely destroyed, The restrictions set up nearby had also been entirely eradicated, and there were several green armored guards lying slumped on the ground. The woman immediately let loose a shrill cry that erupted straight into the heavens, and the entire incense village was instantly stirred up into a frenzy. The ordinary Azure Wing beings all locked their doors and closed their windows, while the more powerful Azure Wing beings hurriedly emerged from their abodes before flying toward the side hall that the woman was situated at. Meanwhile, Han Li was flying toward a secluded corner of the village, and the devilish man was giving chase with all his might atop his devilish falcon steed. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he heard the shrill cry released by the woman, and the devilish man's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath, preparing to let loose a long cry of his own. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly tossed several hundred golden and silver talismans up into the air, all of which vanished into thin air in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and the world's origin chi tremored violently, following which a grandiose palatial projection appeared before crashing down from above. The devilish man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he frantically swept his white fan through the air, sending gusts of fierce winds sweeping directly toward the palatial projection, temporarily stopping it in its tracks. However, Han Li merely chuckled coldly as he pointed a finger toward the palatial projection, and it began to glow with scintillating light as all of the fierce winds were completely nullified. The palatial projection then fell upon the hapless devilish man, and he suddenly found himself in a murky gray space with projections of pavilions and palaces all around him. His expression changed slightly as he immediately tossed his fan up into the air, and it transformed into around a dozen gray wind Ws that pounced toward the projections. However, he knew that even if he could escape from this strange space, there was no way that he would be able to chase down Han Li, and that was indeed the case. As soon as the devilish man was trapped by his talismans, Han Li made a hand seal, and a pair of azure and white wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. His body then shot forth as an azure and white thread of light, and he quickly disappeared into the darkness. A short while later, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from within the mist between the three mountains, and a massive sword projection sliced through the sea of mist. The mist was dispersed in a frenzy, and all of the restrictions set up around the incense village seemed to have been destroyed by this sword projection. Immediately thereafter, two streaks of light shot forth out of the dispersed sea of mist, then flew away into the distance. Moments later, several enraged roars rang out, and a few streaks of light of different colors emerged, hurtling toward the first two streaks of light in hot pursuit. Within one of the first two streaks of light was the woman from the Yi family, and she was naturally accompanied by none other than Han Li. The woman looked back at the pursuing Azure Wing race devilish lords and smiled as she said, "Brother Han, let's shake them off now." "Alright, let's begin then." Han Li nodded in response before stopping in his tracks, following which countless arcs of silver lightning erupted out of his body as he transformed into a silver bird that was around 10 feet in size. The bird then flapped its wings and swelled drastically to roughly 100 feet in size amid a rumbling thunderclap. With another flap of its wings, it shot forth as an arc of silver lightning, which vanished into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. As for the woman from the Yi family, she also transformed into a 5-colored phoenix and disappeared into thin air amid a flash of 5-colored light. The streaks of light that were pursuing them all drew to a halt, and one of them was revealed to be none other than the devilish woman in the green dress. All of them naturally wore infuriated expressions, and a crimson-haired elderly man thumped his cane onto the ground in fury. "Those bastards got away. Both of them transformed into some type of beast. Could it be that they're from the Beast Lord Palace? Not necessarily. The question is, why did they infiltrate our village in the first place? Elder Qing, you were the first one to raise the alarm. Did you discover anything?" An inky black devilish lord with his facial features completely concealed asked in a cold voice. The woman in the green dress hesitated momentarily before replying in a shameful manner. "One of the true blood disciples in the Azure Spirit Hall was abducted. So they really were after the Azure One True Blood. Are the other disciples all right?" the inky black devilish lord asked. "They're all fine. They were only knocked unconscious. But the disciple who was taken was one of the true blood disciples with the greatest latent potential," the woman replied. "I see. In that case, we can't just ignore this matter. Contact the sacred ancestor as soon as we get back. Those two are considerably more powerful than us, so only the sacred ancestor himself will be able to stop them, the inky black devilish lord said with a dark expression. It seems we have no other alternative. If we don't capture those two, the reputation of our race will be swept to the ground. The last time a true blood disciple of ours was taken was tens of thousands of years ago. It seems that some people need a reminder that Master Ling Yuan is situated in our race, the crimson-haired elderly man said. Thus, after conversing for a short while longer, the devilish lords finally turned back. Meanwhile, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family flew for over half a day before hiding into a secluded cave. There could be tracking marks planted on this core disciple, so let's leave him behind as soon as we extract his true spirit blood, Han Li said as soon as they entered the cave. Of course. Give me half an hour and I'll be able to extract the true spirit blood, the woman replied with a smile before sweeping a sleeve downward, and a blue silk handkerchief flew out before tipping itself over to release an unconscious azure wing being onto the ground. All right, I'll keep a lookout for you, Fairy Yi, Han Li said as he strode out of the cave. The woman from the Yi family naturally had no objections to this, and she flipped a hand over to produce a stack of formation flags and formation plates, with which she began to set up a profound formation. Around an hour later, Han Li heard a spring of sprightly footsteps approach him from behind, and his expression changed slightly as he immediately turned around, upon which he was greeted by the sight of the elated woman from the Yi family. Looks like you've successfully extracted the true spirit blood, Fairy Yi, Han Li said with a smile. Indeed. On top of that, the purity of this true spirit blood is far superior to what I had expected. It seems that this is quite an exceptional being even among the core disciples. Now that the true spirit blood has been extracted, let's get out of here right away. Brother Han, this is your portion of the true spirit blood, the woman from the Yi family replied with a smile before tossing a small jade vial toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes lit up as he drew the small vial into his own grasp, then removed the lid and swept his spiritual sense through its contents. This is indeed Azure Yuan true blood. Very good, let's leave the Iron Sand Ridge now, Han Li said with an elated expression as he stowed the small vial away. Thus, the two of them immediately rose up and flew away as two streaks of light. 2 days later, a group of azure wing beings discovered the unconscious young core disciple in the cave. He was still alive, but the true spirit blood within his body had been completely extracted. This naturally created quite a stir throughout all of the villages of the azure wing race, but shortly thereafter an even more astonishing piece of news arose. It turned out that the clone of sacred ancestor Ling Yuan, whom the entire race had viewed as a backer, had recently returned from a long journey. However, he had returned with severe wounds and had immediately gone into seclusion, refusing to see anyone during this time. Some of the devilish lords who knew of the circumstances surrounding this matter were extremely stunned, and all of them made an agreement to never speak of this, as well as to strictly prohibit their brethren from discussing this matter. Thus, something that was supposed to have attracted a lot of attention from many devilish powers was forcibly repressed, and no information regarding the matter was leaked out of the Azure Wing race. In the air around 1,000 feet above the sea, black mist was surging incessantly, and arcs of silver lightning were flashing within the mist amid rumbling thunderclaps. A man and a woman were standing at the front of a giant ark, peering into the ocean from afar. The man was none other than the Long family patriarch, and he said, "This devilish origin sea is known as the origin point of all devilish beings. The astounding abundance of devilish chi here truly lives up to all the legends. Having said that, there's a lot of chaotic energy intermingled with the devilish chi, so the average devilish being most likely won't be able to cultivate here." The woman standing beside him was the woman from the Yi family, and she replied with a smile, "I've heard that a lot of this chaotic energy has already dissipated. Apparently, this was a restricted area of the Elder Devil realm several million years ago, and the average devilish being wasn't allowed to access this place. Perhaps the chaotic energy here will completely dissipate in the future, at which point this place would become a devilish paradise." At this point, Han Li and the others had already reunited, and they were traveling into the devilish origin sea on this giant ark together. Even if there is something peculiar about this devilish origin sea, We've expended countless efforts to get here, so we definitely can't turn back now. Having said that, I didn't expect the lightning here to be so powerful. Even flying at a low altitude has been made impossible, the Long family patriarch replied as his brows furrowed slightly. It's not that flying at a low altitude isn't possible, it just can't be done for an extended period of time. In the face of such concentrated lightning strikes, no one would be able to withstand them for too long, the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. In any case, it'll most likely take us far longer than projected to track down the island that the spirit cleansing pond is situated on. The leads provided by our fellow Taoists from the spirit race are very vague. We'll have to find an area of the sea that matches their description before we can find the island. With how vast this devilish origin sea is, it'll require some luck to track down the island in a reasonable time frame, the Long family patriarch sighed. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause she continued, "We don't have much time left. Many devilish powers have most likely already begun scrutinizing us. If they manage to ascertain our origins, we'll be in huge trouble. The longer we stay in here, the greater the risk that we incur." I'm naturally aware of that, but just like I said, it's too late to turn back now. We're standing on the cusp of success, so we have to see this through to the end, the Long family patriarch replied with a determined expression. The woman from the Yi family merely sighed and didn't offer any response. However, the Long family patriarch then suddenly asked something that came as quite a surprise to her. "Fairy Yi, you and Brother Han arrived over a month later than we did and only just barely made it before the agreed date. On top of that, I can sense that your aura seems to be slightly different from before. Have you encountered some type of opportunity on the way here? So, I must congratulate you and Brother Han." The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly chuckled. "You truly possess a peerless discerning eye, Brother Long. Brother Han and I only encountered a minor opportunity. I'm sure it's nothing compared to what you and fellow Taoist we have encountered. You seem to know something, Fairy Yi. Rest assured, I have no intention of prying into this matter," the Long family patriarch reassured with a smile. The woman from the Yi family offered no further response to this. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated on a wooden bed in a cabin on the bottom level of the giant ark. Through a wisp of extremely well-concealed spiritual sense, he was able to hear the conversation between the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family. A faint smile appeared on his face as he withdrew that wisp of spiritual sense, then fell into a contemplative silence. Around a year ago, he and the woman from the Yi family had been intercepted by the clone of that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan after obtaining the Azure Luan true blood. A fierce battle ensued, and with the assistance of the treasure provided by the woman from the Yi family, Han Li was able to severely wound the sacred ancestor clone. After that, the clone didn't dare to pursue them any longer and could only return to the Iron Sand Ridge. Thus, without any further pursuers, Han Li and the woman were able to make an easy getaway. On the way here, they encountered some minor trouble, all of which was taken care of with ease. Around half a month later, they finally reunited with everyone else at a designated devilish port on the shore of the devilish origin sea. Much to Han Li's surprise, Elder Jean of the spirit race wasn't with them. The Long family patriarch was also quite surprised by this, and the spirit beings had given them a very ambiguous explanation, stating that Elder Jean had perished during an accident. As for the specific nature of the accident, the spirit beings refrained from further elaboration. Han Li and the others naturally couldn't pry into this matter, but they were all feeling quite bewildered. With that in mind, Han Li's brows furrowed reflexively as the image of that spirit being by the name of Zhi Shui flashed through his mind again. This holy spirit had always given Han Li a very uneasy feeling, but the unsettling baleful aura emanating from his body had suddenly disappeared, making him seem as if he were no different from his holy spirit companions. This was rather perplexing to Han Li, and he couldn't help but suspect that Elder Jin's disappearance had something to do with Zhi Shui. Of course, there was no evidence to back this up, but he had decided to keep an extra eye on this suspicious holy spirit. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small white vial. The vial contained the Azure Luan true blood, and once he refined it, he would attain another true spirit transformation, while the rest of his transformations would also become significantly more powerful. The Azure Luan was most renowned for its ability to control the power of wind. It was said that this true spirit had initially been born in the winds of chaos, and in a fit of fury, it could unleash chaotic winds that could destroy entire cities. Han Li was naturally very intrigued by the power of this chaotic wind, but he didn't immediately refine the true spirit blood as the woman from the Yi family had done. In contrast with other cultivation arts, the more true spirit blood that was refined using the 12 awakening transformations, the longer the refinement process would take, and being disrupted midway during the refinement process could result in severe negative consequences. As such, he had decided that he was going to refine this true spirit blood only after he had returned to the spirit realm. With that in mind, the small vial was stowed away again amid a flash of white light. After that, Han Li cast aside these errant thoughts and began to meditate. Time quickly passed by and 3 months flew past in the blink of an eye. Han Li and the others were split up into groups of 2 to keep a lookout at the front of the giant ark in shifts while everyone else rested in their cabins. Their journey had been very smooth thus far, and they hadn't encountered any opposition aside from in the form of a few insolent sea beasts that were easily dealt with. Unfortunately, they still hadn't encountered the region of the sea with the characteristics described by the spirit being. On this day, Han Li and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns were on lookout duty. Han Li stood at the front of the ark, peering into the distance in silence. As for Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, she was seated on a golden futon with her eyes closed several tens of feet away from Han Li. Neither of them seemed to be doing anything, but in reality, both of them were constantly scouring through the surrounding area with their enormous spiritual sense. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately detected the fluctuations in Han Li's spiritual sense as she opened her eyes, and asked, "Did you discover something, Brother Han?" 1,500 kilometers to the left, Han Li replied in a very concise manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately swept her spiritual sense toward that area, upon which an elated look quickly appeared on her face. "That is indeed Devil-Ape Coral. Brother Han, change the direction that the ark is flying in right away. I'll go and tell everyone else." Han Li had no objections to this, and he nodded before making a hand seal, then released an incantation seal toward the sea beasts that were drawing the giant ark. The incantation seals vanished into the bodies of the beasts in a flash, and they immediately began to fly toward the left. At the same time, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns had already notified everyone else using a secret technique. Shortly thereafter, everyone was gathered at the front of the giant ark, and they were all elated by what they saw when they extended their spiritual sense toward the same direction. Even though the giant ark was unable to fly, it was still moving very quickly while being by these sea beasts. 4 hours later, everyone caught sight of a mountain in the distance, the top half of which had plunged into the dark clouds up above. What was quite incredible was that this mountain resembled a giant ape swinging its arms through the heaven, complete with extremely lifelike albeit crude and rugged facial features. "There's no mistaking it, that is indeed the Devil-Ape Coral," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns confirmed as she appraised the mountain. "According to what you said, the island lies around a month's travel away in the direction that the devilish ape is looking toward, so that means we should be traveling in the southwestern direction," the woman from the Yi family said in a calm manner. "According to that senior of our spirit race, the island is indeed roughly located there, but..." A hesitant look appeared on Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns' face. "Are you still keeping secrets from us at a time like this, fellow Taoist?" the Long family patriarch said as his brows furrowed slightly with displeasure. "That's not it, Brother Long. It's just that the senior also told us there's some type of danger lying near the island, so he told us to take extra caution when approaching it. However, he didn't reveal the specific details to us and only mentioned in passing, so I didn't divulge this information," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns explained. "Oh. That senior of your race was Grand Ascension stage being, so if it's something that even he's wary of, then it must be extremely dangerous to us. We'll have to be very careful while approaching the island," Han Li said with a grim expression. "Indeed. If you have any trump cards up your sleeves, then make sure to prepare them in advance. I'll set up a few formations on the ark that'll increase its power by at least more than half," the elderly scholar among the spirit beings said. A grim look had also appeared on the Long family patriarch's face. I have a pair of stone puppets left behind from ancient times. Their attack patterns are a little one-dimensional, but in terms of defensive prowess, they're comparable with body integration stage beings. However, in order to activate them, a refinement process has to commence around half a month in advance. Han Li was silent for a moment before chiming in. I possess a set of powerful devilish flags that can be set up on the Ark. The devilish flags had been obtained by him after he had slain a certain devilish lord, and they were quite powerful in the eyes of normal body integration stage beings. I have a few glacial water rhinoceroses that have powerful defensive capabilities and can expel formidable glacial chi. We can use them to replace the current sea beasts, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns proposed. With the example set by Han Li and the others, everyone else also contributed some of their treasures. They were all aware that these things definitely weren't the true life-saving trump cards that everyone had up their sleeves, but these items would definitely bolster the giant ark significantly. After that, the giant ark began to travel toward the southwestern direction and everyone got to work. Han Li set up the set of devilish flags at several important points on the ark, and the elderly scholar was carving some runes and embedding some formation plates onto the ark surface. Not long after that, the entire giant ark underwent a complete transformation and was now being drawn by 8 shimmering blue rhinoceros-like sea beasts, each of which was around 50 to 60 feet in length. A month passed by in the blink of an eye, and on this day the placid black seawater around the giant ark suddenly became extremely turbulent. Massive waves came crashing toward the ark from all sides, and the dark clouds in the sky had descended to an altitude of around 500 to 600 feet. Howling winds were blowing through the clouds, and bolts of silver lightning were occasionally crashing down to strike the giant ark. However, the ark was enshrouded under a green light barrier, which managed to keep the bolts of lightning at bay with ease. At the front of the ark stood Han Li and everyone else, and they were discussing something with grim expressions. It's already been a month and we still haven't discovered the island. On top of that, could it be that the perils outlined by that senior of your spirit race are these violent weather conditions? The Long family patriarch asked. Surely you jest, Brother Long. Of course the dangers wouldn't be limited to something like this. The main issue is that our spiritual sense is significantly restricted in this region of the sea, so we can only detect everything in a radius of around 5 kilometers. With this handicap weighing us down, it'll be a lot more difficult to find that island, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with furrowed brows. It's a good thing that Brother Han and Brother Bai both possess spirit eye abilities that allow them to see further into the distance. Otherwise, we'd truly be searching for a needle in a haystack, the Long family patriarch sighed. At this moment Han Li was peering into the distance on one side of the ark with blue light flashing through his eyes. On the other side of the ark stood Bai Qi, and even though his features were concealed by a layer of white light, one could make out a beam of white light that seemed to be stemming from his forehead, extending into the giant waves in the distance. Don't count on my bright sight spirit eyes too much, Brother Long. In contrast with Brother Bai's innate spirit eye ability, my ability was attained through cultivation, and using it expends a vast amount of magic power, so I can't use it too often, Han Li said with a wry smile. You're far too modest, Brother Han. Even if your spirit eye ability can't be used for an extended period of time, it would still increase our chances of finding our destination significantly if you can assist fellow Taoist Bai, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a faint smile. Han Li didn't offer any response to this and continued to peer into the distance. The Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't possess spirit eye abilities, but instead of returning to their cabins, they stood still on the spot, contemplating some things in silence. Time slowly passed by and the blue light faded from Han Li's eyes. He then rested on the spot for a long while before activating his spirit eye ability once again. However, on this occasion, the blue light in his eyes only flashed a few times before a bewildered look appeared on his face, and he immediately injected more magic power into his eyes. The blue light in his eyes immediately became extremely bright, to the extent that merely looking into his eyes from afar would strike one with sharp ocular pain. This naturally alerted the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, but neither of them said anything to disrupt him. Instead, they exchanged an elated glance before continuing to scrutinize Han Li. Brother Bai, Come over to my side and have a look at the place around 2,500 kilometers away, Han Li said to Bai Qi. 2,500 kilometers? You can see that far into the distance? That'll be quite a stretch for my capabilities, Bai Qi said in a bewildered manner. He then turned toward Han Li's direction, and the beam of white light that was being released from his forehead immediately grew brighter. After a long while, the white light that he was emitting dimmed slightly and he said, "There does indeed seem to be something there, but it's too far away for me to make out clearly, so I can't confirm whether it's an island." "What exactly did the two of you see, fellow Taoist?" the Long family patriarch asked. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was naturally also very interested to hear the response. "There's a black shadow in that direction that was enshrouded in lightning, but I'm unable to see the black shadow clearly due to the lightning's interference," Han Li explained. "Lightning? Isn't there lightning over here as well? What's the difference?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked as her brows furrowed slightly in a perplexed manner. "It'll be easier for you to see for yourselves when we get there rather than for me to explain it," Han Li replied with a peculiar expression. "All right, let's head over there right away," the Long family patriarch said as he immediately pointed a finger at the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses up ahead. The giant ark tremored slightly, then sped toward the direction that Han Li was casting his gaze toward. After that, the Long family patriarch informed everyone else of this through voice transmission, and they all emerged from their cabins with excited expressions. Less than half a day later, they finally arrived at the area of the sea that Han Li had been referring to. In the air above the inky black surface of the ocean, a vast expanse of silver lightning was crashing down like a waterfall, forming countless balls of lightning before exploding one by one to form a sea of lightning. The rumbling thunderclaps were deafening, and through the vast expanse of lightning, a huge murky black shadow could just barely be made out. With so much lightning interfering with everyone's vision, no one could see exactly what the black shadow was. However, at such a close range, Han Li and Bai Qi were naturally able to identify it with their spirit eye abilities. Even as far back as 500 kilometers away, both of them were able to confirm that this was indeed a giant island. However, the entire island was surrounded by this sea of lightning, so it would be an unavoidable obstacle that they would have to overcome. So the true danger is this lightning. In that case, it'll be rather troublesome, but we should be able to force our way through it, the Long family patriarch said in a contemplative manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns' brows were tightly furrowed, but she didn't say anything. "I'm afraid you're wrong there, Brother Long," Han Li suddenly said as he peered carefully into the sea of lightning up ahead. The Long family patriarch's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. "Have you discovered something, Brother Han?" Han Li merely remained silent and pointed a finger up at the dark clouds above the sea of lightning. Just as everyone else was wondering what he was pointing at, Bai Qi also swept his gaze upward, upon which he immediately exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Everyone else also looked up into the dark clouds, but none of them could see anything. Right at this moment, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword appeared in his grasp before being slashed toward the distant sky. A clear ringing sound erupted, and an azure sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in size appeared before hurtling directly toward the dark clouds up ahead. Han Li had injected an enormous amount of power into the attack, and everyone was stunned by how fearsome it was. The surrounding space in the wake of the azure sword projection warped and twisted, and a massive rift was sliced into the dark clouds up above. Through this rift, everyone else was able to catch a glimpse of a mountainous golden beast hovering high in the air. This was a gargantuan shimmering golden beast with countless dazzling bolts of lightning revolving around its body. The Long family patriarch was only able to make out a hard golden shell and a series of sharp spikes on the shell, but was unable to identify what type of devilish beast this was. A wisp of the giant beast's aura seeped out of the rift, and everyone's expressions changed drastically as they discovered that they were completely unable to ascertain the cultivation base of the golden beast with their spiritual sense. On top of that, there was a hint of pressure imbued within that wisp of aura that was extremely threatening even to late-body integration cultivators like the Long family patriarch. The term true spirit instantly sprang into everyone's minds upon sensing this fearsome aura. What was even more peculiar was that despite the massive commotion that Han Li had caused, the giant golden beast remained completely still, as if it were in a deep slumber, and it was a good thing that this was the case. Otherwise, everyone on the giant ark would have fled for their lives already. Even so, everyone's faces had paled significantly, and they were scrutinizing the giant golden beast with intense unblinking eyes, ready to bolt as soon as it made any move. A tense silence settled over the entire giant, and after a long while the silence was finally broken by Bai Qi. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the beast isn't displaying any signs of life, so it should just be a carcass. Are you sure, Brother Bai? The woman from the Yi family was still quite concerned. I've cultivated an ability that can detect signs of life within all living beings. The fact that this is a beast carcass is the reason why I was unable to sense it earlier, Bai Qi replied. That's good to hear. Having said that, for a carcass to possess such a fearsome residual aura basically confirms that this is indeed a true spirit carcass, the woman from the Yi family said as he looked up at the sea of lightning with glowing eyes. The value of a true spirit carcass was naturally astronomical. Setting aside everything else, if there were any residual true essence in the carcass, then it would be able to benefit body integration stage beings like them immensely. On top of that, true spirit carcasses were the most precious tool refinement materials and pill refinement ingredients, and just a tiny section could easily start a war. Everyone else was also very tempted by the carcass. At this moment, the giant rift created in the clouds by Han Li's sword projections slowly sealed, and the giant golden beast was concealed again. Brother Bai, were you able to identify what type of true spirit carcass that was? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked. Among everyone present, Han Li and Bai Qi were the only ones able to see the complete carcass with their spirit eye abilities. Bai Qi looked up at the dark clouds for a while longer before replying in an unconfident manner. It was a giant golden crab with 4 pincers. A giant golden crab? Does such a true spirit being exist? The woman from the Yi family asked. I've never heard of one. None of the true spirit beings known to our spirit realm match that description. Having said that, this is nothing to be surprised about. True spirit beings exist on many planes, so there are bound to be ones we've never seen before, the Long family patriarch said. That's true. Perhaps this is a true spirit being that we don't know about, but if it's already dead, then isn't this a splendid opportunity for us? Elder Hui said with an excited expression. Indeed, we can't pass up such a splendid opportunity. If we can obtain such a massive true spirit carcass, our journey will be worth it even if we can't find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. Everyone else nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just as everyone was growing very excited by this unexpected opportunity, Han Li suddenly asked, How long do you think this carcass has been here for? There's no way to tell, but surely it has to have been here for a very long time already, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied as her brows furrowed slightly. It was very difficult for us to reach this place, but it's nowhere as difficult for high-grade devilish beings to find this place. If the carcass were that easy to take, do you think the high-grade devilish beings would leave it here for us? Han Li said in a calm manner. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. So you're saying that the devilish beings have left this carcass here as they're aware that it's not as easy as it seems to obtain it, the Long family patriarch said. Hee, that's only one of the reasons. Han Li chuckled in a meaningful manner. Oh, did you discover something else, Brother Han? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked in a surprised manner. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't some true spirit carcass. It's a devil crystal puppet instead, Han Li sighed with a wry smile. Everyone was stunned to hear this, and Elder Hui immediately shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible. How could such a fearsome puppet exist? And what is a devil crystal puppet? The Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns also exchanged a bewildered glance. In contrast, Bai Qi faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly casting his gaze toward the sea of lightning up above once again. Devil crystal puppets are a type of puppets that is unique to the Elder Devil realm. I obtained the refinement technique for these puppets back in Illusion Night City. I'll show you a devil crystal puppet that I refined to support my claim, Han Li said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of green light, which was revealed to be a giant green wolf. This was none other than a low-grade devil crystal puppet that Han Li had refined some time ago. Everyone immediately began to carefully inspect the giant wolf puppet, and after a while, a wry smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he said, "I think fellow Taoist Han is right. The patterns on that giant golden crab's body are very similar to the ones on this devil crystal puppet. It seems I was too careless and jumped to a premature conclusion. But if it's a puppet, why was it left here? It's quite clear from its aura alone that it's extremely fearsome. Could it be that this really is a true spirit-level puppet?" Everyone erupted into chatter, but right at this moment, Bai Qi opened his mouth to expel a dark blue copper mirror. The mirror rotated on the spot before hovering around 10 feet in front of him, and a beam of white light shot forth out of his forehead before silently vanishing into the mirror. In the next instant, the surface of the mirror blurred, following which an extremely clear image appeared. The image depicted none other than the giant golden crab that was hidden within the dark clouds. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. "Is this the renowned spirit light reversal technique of your spirit race? I've heard that this technique can depict something that the user has recently seen and heard with perfect accuracy." "Indeed. Take a look for yourselves and see if this giant beast shares any similarities with Brother Han's devil crystal puppet," Bai Qi said as he pointed a finger at the copper mirror. Everyone immediately gathered around to inspect the giant crab in the mirror, and after a while the image in the mirror faded, upon which the Long family patriarch said with a wry smile, "Looks like Brother Han was right. This is indeed just a puppet. In that case, there's no need to take a risk to try and obtain it. For such a powerful puppet to have been abandoned here clearly presumably means that it's been damaged beyond repair. Otherwise, the high-grade devilish beings would try to get their hands on it regardless of the risk involved. Looks like we got all excited for nothing. Let's think about how we're going to pass through all this lightning to get onto the island. That's the true objective of our trip," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said. The violent lightning power here clearly has something to do with that massive devil crystal puppet. I'm concerned that we could trigger some type of restriction in the puppet if we were to try and pass through this sea of lightning. This puppet's aura suggests that it's no less powerful than a true spirit being. If the restrictions set up on it have retained even a small amount of their power, we'd be incurring a lot of risk, Hanli said. Looks like the perils that the senior of the spirit race was referring to are none other than this sea of lightning and that puppet. If there were a way to bypass all this, then I'm sure the senior would have mentioned it, so it seems we have no choice but to take a risk and force our way through this. With our combined powers, we should be able to force our way through, but we'll most likely have to expend a lot of energy to do so, the Long family patriarch said with a grim expression. We've already made it all the way here, we can't back down now. Everyone make some preparations. Let's make it through this together, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a determined look in her eyes. Thus, everyone immediately sprang into action on the giant ark, activating formations or releasing treasures. Several layers of light barriers of different colors soon appeared over the giant ark, and around a dozen treasure projections flew out of the light barriers, then swelled drastically in size to envelop the entire ark. Shortly thereafter, a ball of piercing azure light erupted from both the front end and the rear end of the ark, and two azure stone giants appeared. The two puppets were each around 100 feet tall with yellow runes all over their bodies, and they had no facial features aside from a pair of huge deep-set eyes. The two puppets appeared to be slightly damaged, but they were giving off a primordial aura that struck one with a sense of oppression and asphyxiation. These were none other than the Long family patriarch's ancient puppets. These two puppets do indeed appear to be no less powerful than the average body integration stage being. Aren't you concerned that they'll be damaged in the midst of that sea of lightning? The woman from the Yi family asked as she appraised the pair of stone giants. These two puppets are indeed very powerful, but they were damaged even when I first obtained them, so they'll only be able to last one more battle at most before they break. On top of that, it requires close to half a month to refine them before each usage, so they're not as practical and valuable as you imagine, Fairy Yi, the Long family patriarch replied in a slightly forlorn manner. The woman from the Yi family was enlightened upon hearing this. I see, that's quite a pity. Meanwhile, Hanli had activated the devilish flags that he had set up on the ark, and a burst of black chi surged out of the flags in a frenzy, forming a series of thick black chains that intertwined to form a giant net over the entire ark. At the front of the ark, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was raising a silver jade badge high up into the air while chanting something toward the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses. All of a sudden, 8 balls of silver light emerged out of the jade badge before vanishing into the bodies of the devilish beasts in a flash. The seawater ahead of the giant ark churned violently, and suits of shimmering golden armor appeared over the bodies of the 8 rhinoceroses. The suits of armor were a perfect fit, as if they were natural exoskeletons for the rhinoceroses. As soon as the glacial water rhinoceroses donned these suits of armor, they let loose elated roars, and their auras also became significantly more powerful. Beastly armor? Elder Hui exclaimed in amazement upon seeing this. As the name suggested, beastly armor was armor refined for spirit beasts. In contrast with human armor, not only did beastly armor possess powerful defensive properties, they could also significantly enhance a spirit beast's power for a short time. However, this type of beastly armor could only be refined for certain types of special spirit beasts, and only spirit beings were familiar with the refinement techniques, so they were quite a rare sight. This was the first time that Elder Hui had seen this type of armor, and he was naturally very intrigued by it upon seeing just how much it was enhancing the auras of these glacial water rhinoceroses. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch summoned a small red umbrella and tossed it forward, then cast a string of incantation seals toward it. The umbrella then transformed into a ball of red light that was giving off a nauseating odor before rising up into the air. Shortly thereafter, all of the preparations were complete, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns spurred on the glacial water rhinoceroses to tow the giant ark toward the Sea of Lightning like a speeding arrow. Han Li was standing on one side of the ark, peering into the Sea of Lightning with a calm expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was standing at the front of the ark with Shi Shui situated right beside her, and in the instant before the giant beast entered the Sea of Lightning, an unknown golden rune suddenly surfaced on one of his palms, which was concealed up his sleeve. At the same time, one of the massive lower limbs of the golden crab within the dark clouds tremored slightly, and an identical golden rune appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. Of course, everyone else was completely oblivious to this. On the island within the Sea of Lightning, there was a woman in a white dress seated beside a green pond. A pink floral symbol appeared on her glabella, and she opened her eyes as a faint smile appeared on her face. There was a burly black-armored man standing behind her, and he couldn't help but be momentarily entranced by her gorgeous smile. By the time he returned to his senses, the woman had already disappeared. He looks like that guy's finally here, the black-armored man murmured to himself as he quickly strode toward a certain direction with a ferocious look in his eyes. On a giant island that was constantly enshrouded under black chi countless kilometers away from the devilish origin sea, there was a black-robed young man standing in front of a small field at the pinnacle of a massive mountain. He was currently appraising a translucent reddish-purple spirit medicine with an extremely focused look in his eyes. The field was only several tens of feet in size with a short wall constructed from purplish-golden crystals around it. The soil within the field consisted of fine translucent grains, which were exuding a strong fragrance. There were some unknown spirit medicines planted in the neighboring few fields as well, and a series of strange plants that were each around 10 feet tall were planted near these fields. Each of these strange plants was as straight as a sword, and there were thin and long sharp crimson fruits growing on the tops of these plants. These were none other than bloodtooth rice, which Han Li had once seen before. However, the one that he had seen was only around half a foot in length and was far inferior in size, fragrance, and suppleness compared to these ones. Bloodtooth rice was extremely precious in the eyes of normal devilish beings, yet they had been planted haphazardly around this place like ordinary spirit medicines. All of the other segmented fields had over 10 types of spirit medicines planted together, but in this small field that the black-robed young man was situated in, there was only a single reddish-purple spirit medicine. This spirit medicine was only around 5 to 6 feet tall, and it didn't bear any flowers or fruits. There were only several thin leaves growing on the plant, and it didn't appear to be remarkable in any way. However, the black-robed young man was appraising this spirit medicine with an unblinking gaze, as if he had been completely enraptured by it. All of a sudden, a ball of black light emerged from his wrist, following which a black rune surfaced on his skin. However, the young man completely ignored this and continued to scrutinize the spirit medicine before him. After a long while, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared over the surface of the spirit medicine, and its leaves turned a silver color at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye. A hint of elation flashed through the young man's eyes upon seeing this, but in the next instant, the spirit medicine abruptly shuddered, then instantly wilted before disintegrating into a burst of gray qi. How did it fail again? Where am I going wrong? Am I not nurturing it for a long enough time? The black-robed young man's face became twisted with fury as he abruptly rose to his feet, then swung an arm through the air, sending a ball of inky black light hurtling toward the field before him. A resounding boom rang out, and the entire mountain tremored violently as the field was completely destroyed by the ball of light, creating a massive black hole in the ground. The edge of the hole was extremely smooth and its bottom was nowhere in sight. After a long while, he finally composed himself, and only then did he glance down at the black rune that had appeared on his wrist. Humph, someone's infiltrating the Bitter Spirit Island again. It's most likely more of those foolish beings from the spirit realm. They'll act as a good punching bag for me. The young man chuckled coldly before sweeping a sleeve through the air, summoning a burst of black light that transformed into a three-headed black W that was over 1,000 feet tall. The young man flew onto the three-headed W before instructing in a cold voice, "Go to the Bitter Spirit Island." The three-headed W let loose a low roar, and black clouds suddenly emerged beneath its 4 feet as it rose up into the air before carrying the young man toward the Sea of Lightning. In an underground palace beneath a boundless mountain range in the Elder Devil realm, there was a transparent crystal coffin, within which lay a golden-robed middle-aged man. A golden rune was shimmering on the side of the middle-aged man's neck, but he was completely still with his eyes shut, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Within the Sea of Lightning, the giant black ark was swaying unsteadily like a small raft, but still progressing onward with the treasures and light barriers that had been set up earlier protecting it from the falling lightning. However, once the ark entered the Sea of Lightning, the lightning that was crashing down from above suddenly became 2 to 3 times as concentrated as before, and each bolt of lightning was imbued with a type of unknown power, causing the giant ark to sink slightly with each strike. Even though the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses were towing the giant ark with all their might, the ark was still significantly slowed down by the interference from the lightning, and it took a long while for the ark to travel just a few kilometers. If it weren't for the pair of azure stone puppets releasing wagon-wheel-sized balls of azure light upward to dispel some of the lightning, the giant ark would be moving even more slowly. We can't keep going like this. At this rate, when are we ever going to get to the island? Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, this ark belongs to you. Do you have any way to make it faster? The Long family patriarch asked with furrowed brows. I can use a secret technique to ignite the blood essence of these glacial water rhinoceroses and significantly enhance their bodies for a short time, but they'll be ruined as a result. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied in a hesitant manner. All of these glacial water rhinoceroses were at the mid-spatial tempering stage, and she expended a lot of effort to nurture them for an alternative purpose. As such, she was naturally very much unwilling to sacrifice them here. Now's not the time to be worrying about that. Your losses will be easily covered if we can get out of this area quickly and track down the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. The Long family patriarch urged. The woman gritted her teeth and weighed up the situation for a moment before making a decision. All right, I'll unleash the secret technique right away. Please protect me in the meantime so I don't get disrupted. The Long family patriarch was ecstatic to hear this. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, we'll make sure that nothing interferes with you. As soon as his voice trailed off, he pointed a finger toward each of the azure stone puppets, and a layer of golden qi appeared over his face. The 2 stone puppets were originally swinging their fists up toward the air in a frenzy, but they suddenly ceased what they were doing at the Long family patriarch's behest. They then raised their massive heads and dazzling white light appeared in their eyes. In the next instant 2 pillars of translucent light erupted out of their eyes, converging above the giant ark to form a gargantuan mercury-like crystalline structure. The crystalline structure revolved on the spot, and countless silver runes surged forth from its surface, transforming into a shimmering silver giant shield. The shield was as thin as paper and as smooth as a mirror, and the sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from it. Countless bolts of silver lightning struck its surface, threatening to tear it apart, but the shield was able to keep all of the lightning at bay, suddenly making the entire arc extremely stable. However, the Long family patriarch's face had noticeably paled and he urged, "Please make haste, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. This is the strongest ability of the two puppets, and they won't be able to keep this up for too long." It was clear that unleashing this ability was very taxing on one's magic power, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns naturally wasn't going to squander such a brilliant opportunity. She immediately gave an affirmative response before raising an arm and rapidly slicing a sharp fingernail over her own skin several times. A few gashes quickly appeared on her fair and delicate skin, forming a miniature blood formation that was only several inches in size. She then began to chant something, and five-colored light immediately began to surge over the formation alongside a peculiar fragrance. Moments later she let loose a delicate cry, and the blood formation shuddered before a series of crimson-possessed pills emerged from it. "Go!" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns yelled, and 8 beads shot forth toward the glacial water rhinoceroses as balls of crimson light. The rhinoceroses immediately let loose thunderous roars and each opened their large mouths to devour the apil. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns withdrew her arm upon seeing this, and the blood formation instantly disappeared, leaving no trace on her skin whatsoever. She then made a hand seal to summon a golden badge-like treasure before waving it toward the 8 spirit beasts. Dazzling light erupted from the surface of the badge, manifesting into a series of crimson runes, which then transformed into crimson projections identical to the formation that had been on her arm earlier. The crimson projections swelled drastically in size, then transformed into 8 blurry projections that enshrouded the bodies of the glacial water rhinoceroses at her behest. In the next instant, the 8 spirit beasts let loose roars of agony, and their horns suddenly became as red as blood. Thick veins bulged beneath the surface of their skin, and their auras suddenly became extremely violent. Immediately thereafter 2 thin gashes appeared on the backs of each of the glacial water rhinoceroses, following which pairs of crimson bat wings sprang forth. When fully spread, the wingspans reached an excess of 100 feet. The glacial water rhinoceroses flapped the wings violently, and gusts of crimson wind surged forth beneath them in a frenzy. As a result, their bodies became as sprightly as agile fish, and they shot forth like a series of crimson arrows. With their collective frenzied efforts, the giant arc began to tear through the waves of lightning as if it were flying, and everyone was naturally ecstatic to see this. However, right at this moment the pillars of light being released by the 2 azure stone puppets faded, and at the same time the giant translucent shield up above also disappeared. The lightning came crashing down in full force again, and the outermost white light barrier around the giant arc was completely shattered amid a crisp crack. The lightning had become even more ferocious than before, and one of the formations set up on the arc hadn't even been able to last a single wave of lightning strikes. On top of that, the remaining few light barriers were also on the verge of collapse, and everyone's elated expressions were immediately wiped away upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Hanli let loose a long cry, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. A thick burst of black chi then erupted into the air from the projection's body. This was none other than the pure devilish chi stemming from Han Li's provenance true devil arts. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the black chi transformed into around a dozen black W's that rose up into the air before fusing as one with the giant black net up above. The slightly tattered black net flashed with black light, and not only was it fully repaired, it had become over twice as thick as before, allowing it to handle far more lightning strikes. The amount of lightning that the other restrictions on the arc had to bear was significantly decreased, and the Long family patriarch was elated as he also immediately made a hand seal. Silver light flashed from the bodies of the 2 stone puppets at his behest, and they began to swing their fists up toward the sky again. Balls of azure light were unleashed up into the air in a relentless wave to nullify some of the falling lightning. Everyone else also sprang into action, activating the full power of the treasures that they had summoned, and within mere moments, the light barriers around the arc had become very stable. However, everyone had failed to notice that even though Zhi Shui seemed to be controlling a pair of silver flying daggers to resist the falling lightning, a series of mysterious golden runes had appeared over the entirety of his arms, which were concealed within the sleeves of his robes. The same golden runes also appeared on the back of the mountainous giant golden crab within the dark clouds up above, but in contrast, those runes were a lot more indistinct. Despite this, the golden crab still remained completely stationary, and the aura that it was releasing hadn't changed in the slightest either. Less than half a day later, the giant ark finally emerged from the sea of lightning. At this point, the ark was barely holding itself together, and the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses had returned to their original form, but their bodies had been completely charred black, and their auras were extremely feeble, seemingly on the brink of death. However, no one paid them any heed. Instead, everyone was appraising the sea around the ark with excitement in their eyes. This area of the sea was extremely placid, and the seawater was of a dark blue color. There was not a single cloud to be seen, and the sea breeze was carrying wisps of incredibly pure spiritual qi. Everyone was suddenly struck by the sensation that they had returned to the spirit realm. However, what attracted everyone's attention the most was that there was a giant green island close to 10 kilometers away from the giant ark. Judging from the direction that the sea breeze was coming from, the pure spiritual qi was stemming directly from the island. This is it. This is the island we're searching for. This is the only place in the Elder Devil realm with such pure spiritual qi, and the only place where the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus could exist. The Long family patriarch murmured with barely contained excitement. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.